What is up, all you crazy COD fans? It's Challengers Day. I wish I had a bell to ring. I kind of wanted to ring a bell right then. I don't know why, but I just feel like I needed to have some kind of a emoticon of sound energy coming through. Just to match the vibrance of the shirt today, Austin, I hold shit. With me, I've got Visions, and this is the final day that we will ever see Challengers Elite Group Stage in the Modern Warfare 2 year. Ooh, and we got some good ones, at least on par here for us to get us through the day. But Austin, first and foremost, tell me how you are.
I'm always feeling great, Alan. I hope you're feeling good as well. I never get to ask that question back, but I'm going to assume you're good because I'm getting good vibes from you. I love the shirt. You're looking great. And I'm ready for today, man. Like you said, we got a lot of really key matches for seeding as well as who makes it in through EU and NA. So I am very much ready for today, man.
Lots on the line, man. I mean, it's one of those things that we are right near the end of the regular season, and we start to talk about things like champs. Before we get into that, let's take a look to see what exactly our schedule looks like for the day. This is our final set of matches in the round-robin group stage play. This is the fifth and final match that each of these teams will have played. So each team will only play once on the day. And like you had already mentioned, we've got some seeding matches that get us started off, and then we're going to be following up our EU action with a match that is a win and in situation. So lots on the line for this EU region. Don't even get me started on North America because we could talk about it for probably about a year. There's a lot of action that's going to be very determining of who gets towards playoffs and who may not.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Who's going to be able to make it in that top four? I mean, that's what we're always looking at. That's what you have to come through on. And listen, there's been some upsets. There's been some teams that have been in almost every single playoffs that haven't been able to make it through today. So I feel like whenever we get to this point in the year, man, it's really very much up in the air, and you don't know what you're going to get.
Well, here is the look at one of our, well, this is not today's broadcast schedule. This is last week's broadcast schedule. So with that, we'll go back and we'll take a look at the groups, I think, since the schedule seems to not quite be there. But we've got Team Notorious and VVV to kick things off. That much we know for sure. We also have another matchup that'll be happening kind of secondary that we'll be kind of keeping our eye on. And then the real big one in this block are both of the teams that in Group A are 4-0. That'll be happening on the We Are Clutch GG channel. That's Affiliate Esports taking on Clutch Rain. But like we mentioned, Team Notorious and VVV right here at 2-2 each. This is determining who finishes third and who finishes fourth. As oddly enough, the Atlas Lions couldn't put together a series win this stage, even though they looked really strong, I thought.
I thought so too, especially with some of their openings, right? We were watching over their opening map ones on Hardpoint. Looked like they were really bringing the heat, and you thought, okay, this is the same Atlas Lions, that we've seen just about every single time, where they just put it together, make it into playoffs. But this is one of the first times that has not come together. But that VVV Team Notorious matchup, who gets that third seed, definitely going to be a big one.
Yeah, for sure. And both teams are looking really solid right now as well. I think it was a bit surprising to see the Team Notorious lose to Clutch Rain earlier in this group stage. But I don't think it takes away from how solid the team is. Just kind of a surprise upset, if you want to call it that. But, man, it was one of those things, we talked about it last week, this Atlas Lions team. They started off their first day 0-2. It's like, well, this feels par for the course. They're going to come back out, win their next three straight. Not the case this time. Not quite able to get over the hurdle of those teams that are right above them.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult to have to move on from here. I mean, these guys, we've kind of brought it up the entire year. Are they going to make a change? Are we going to get a swap of one of the members? No, they've stuck together. But maybe something potentially changes up before we get to the end of the year with these LCQs and whatnot. We'll have to see, though.
Well, hopefully we'll have a second here to kind of take a look at what's going on Group B, because that'll be happening in our second block of matches. Wobobob sitting at 4-0, but Deviants knocked him white, battling for position for a top 2 position. And then the big one that we're going to be focused on here in this broadcast is both of those teams at 1-3. Team Strays and Signs, both having a hard time getting over the top 3, but they have a matchup against one another to determine who will be our final team out of Group B to make it into playoffs.
You gotta love how that lined up, right? These two at the very end of the last day, right before playoffs, have to go head-to-head to see who will take the deciding game to move on through, have a shot to be able to continue that run through playoffs. But these two obviously have been doing a lot of prep on each other, I imagine, leading up to this point, and now have to put it together and have to clutch up. Only one can make it through.
So with that in mind, that's our kind of frame up for what's going to be happening throughout the day. Playoff starts tomorrow. Top 8 teams will go in double elimination style bracket. But the thing that's really crucial about this upcoming playoffs compared to ones in the past is that late push for challengers points, because there is going to be a scramble at the end here to figure out who our 16 squads will be to make it towards challengers finals at the end of this season. And there are 3 different ways that teams can actually insert their name into the pool of our top 16. The first, and I won't say easiest, but at least the earliest way of getting yourself into finals is by finishing top 2 at the upcoming Toronto Open. We are expecting to see a lot of EU representation based on what I've been catching on Twitter, so I'm excited to see, kind of international COD being played again for the first time since Boston. And then after that Toronto Open is done, we'll almost immediately go into regional last chance qualifiers. It'll be based off of, I think, the top 32 total teams based on regional pro points. They will play the double elimination bracket, and the team that wins will also earn qualification for champs. After that, though, the next 4 teams on the regional leaderboards in challengers points for North America and EU will make it into champs, with also another team from APAC and Latin America. So to summarize, these points here for teams that we don't necessarily consider to be, champions or grand finalists for Toronto, these points mean a ton when it comes to trying to earn one of those 4 coveted spots on the regional leaderboards at the end of it.
Yeah, you have to absolutely got to put it together here to put yourself in the best possible position for seeding, to have a shot to make it through the LCQ, or like you said, to put yourself just on the leaderboards and just guarantee that spot coming in. But got a lot of representation coming through from, multiple different regions, more than just like one team from APAC, more than just one team, from LATAM. So definitely going to be great to see. And well, we always know how those end-of-year events go, Alan. They're always incredible.
And they're always unpredictable, which is just the perfect way to end out a challenger season. So let's start to frame up our match that we have to kick things off here for our first block. We've got Team Notorious going up against VVV. Team Notorious, of course, most famous based on the fact that, hey, they won at Dallas, and on top of that, they did not make a roster change into Season 3 of the Elite, one of the only teams in both regions to stick with all 4. Thing about it is, after winning in Dallas, they have not really fully shown us their ability to possibly be a dominant force out of Europe, especially with this season just being 2-2.
Yeah, it's not been great this season, but I think we know what the highs look like for this roster. When they are on point, when they really need to clutch up, I think that's when this team comes together, and that's when they hit that next level. Haven't seen it yet. A great time to bring it out today. I think with some of their stand-up performers, like we've been seeing from these individuals on the roster, they have the ability to still catch that same fire that we've seen during the regular season.
On the other side, though, introducing VVV, this is a squad that, honestly, I think surprised us a bit going in towards last season. They do make a couple of changes to try to get themselves a bit more formidable for this season, and I will say this squad is looking just as menacing as ever, especially considering that it's kind of a nice mix of some experienced players with some veterancy, with some newer players that this is probably their first competitive year of finding this much success placements-wise.
Exactly, yeah. Someone like Keza been around for quite a while now. Have to imagine that he's really helping this younger talent, hit the same strides and be able to kind of just be that top-level team, because they've been showing up. Their respawn's looking really, really solid. The slang has also been there. We'll see if they can put it together now up against Team Notorious, though, when they go head-to-head.
Well, let's take a look to see how both these two teams have kind of come through their group stage at the moment and where their strengths and weaknesses have lied. For Team Notorious, I mean, they have been just as good as ever in the respawn. It's their search and destroy that's kind of led a question mark to a lot of their series losses, if we're being honest. But on the other side, kind of the same story, just with less significant numbers next to each of the modes here for VVV.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. S&D, not great for VVV as well. Just 20% win rate. So that's kind of been one of their big hurdles so far. But they've been great in the respawns, like I was talking about, right? They really have this, great subline that I think can create a lot of pressure, dictates a lot of the tempo on the map. And well, let's be honest, you kind of need that when you go up against, a Metals and an Eric Boom here on the other side. But at least on paper, they do match up pretty well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting, just to take a look to see how they decide to actually filter through the map set, because their choices in maps are pretty different across the board. We'll talk more on that later. Some of the key players, though, to keep an eye out, we've already mentioned a handful of them throughout the rosters pages, but a lot of buzz kind of right now about Metals. I think after the recent rumors about Florida turning into Miami and the Heretics roster possibly getting mostly reformed, a lot of eyes are on if Metals can hang in the CDL. And this season, he's absolutely said, yes, I can.
Yeah, it's got to bring a lot more motivation for sure. But at least on the other side, Joka has been one of those guys that has kind of just surprisingly made his way to the top, right? You can see it 1.14. You take a look at a lot of the wins that VVV were getting as a whole throughout last week, and I felt like a lot of it came through him. I mean, the stats don't lie, let's be honest, but through every single game mode, he has been that guy. And I think up against Metals will be another huge test for him to see if he can continue to deliver.
I like that call a lot. Joka has been, I would say, one of the players that's really kind of stolen our attention in the last 2 seasons in particular.
Yeah.
And I think his numbers obviously show you kind of why that is the case. So let's take a look at our best of 5 series set to see how these 2 teams and these 2 players are going to form up on one another here. He's got a Fortress Hardpoint, Embassy Search, El Asilo Control. And interestingly enough, we don't see Notorious playing Fortress all that often, considering that we expect them to play with a lot of speed. So this is one of those maps that VVV kind of feels like if you're going to take this series, you need to come out and really show why this is in the pool for you.
Exactly, and I almost think that VVV need to try to get this done before we see map number 5, because they have not been very good on the El Asilos, and on the other hand, that's where I feel like we've seen Team Notorious really be able to pick up some wins. But the good news here, they did get rid of the Mercado hardpoint. I think overall Team Notorious are, I believe, 4-0 in their map number 1s, and a lot of those map 1s are the Mercado to kind of get the series going. So I do like a bit of that change, but Fortress still kind of a similar beast when it comes down to that tempo, making sure the rotations are on point here. We'll see if they can kind of live up and maybe take down this Team Notorious squad in that map number 1.
Really, both of these first 2 maps are great ones for VVV based on what they've already found success with this season. So I think this is a nice job by VVV kind of manipulating the map series set, mostly off of the vetoes. You know, taking care of the Mercado first and foremost. This is like, okay, that's just a must. You just kind of have to do that against a team like Notorious. They are so good on the map. We've seen so many heroic comebacks and absolute stomps alike for Team Notorious on that map mode combo. So I like these first 2 maps for VVV. This comes down to execution. I mean, the sample size is not large. You know, we're not dealing with CDL long season numbers. These are just on this season in particular. But based on what we saw last week, I think VVV's got a really nice opportunity here to possibly at least go 1-1 in this series. If not, maybe start up early on Team Notorious and surprise them with a 2-0 lead.
I think that would be the goal, right? If you can just stop their 4-0 map 1 record and just kind of, you know, breathe some life into, like, all right, we just kind of destroyed the map number 1, guys. Like, maybe we can carry that into the S&D. And that's the key, because the S&Ds have been very shaky on both sides, and you just don't know which way those ones are going to go, especially when we go to something like an Embassy. You know, one sniper gets hot on one side, and all of a sudden the map plays totally different. So, want to come away with a good map 1, want to get things started. We'll see once we get there. For now, we have the Atlas Lions up against Noctum Black. Not a whole lot can happen, at least within this series. Kind of just playing for pride here. Try to get that first win on the board through this season.
Yeah, we will be back into that main feature match once they're ready to go. It looked like they had reset the lobby a couple times based on their match chat history. So we'll jump into this one, see how things are going. And man, it's just such a surprise when you look across the names on both sides that both of these 2 teams are 0-4, right? Like, Rezi had really, this year has been a great one for him. Dave is Dave, Petey's Petey, Detain's Detain. So like, why is this Noctum Black team not found a win? And on top of that, it's not that they haven't found a series win, they're barely winning maps this season, which is even more surprising.
Yeah, just 2 map wins, right? Not looking too solid, at least for them at the moment, but a chance to at least end strong. Have to get through this Atlas Lions roster that still put up a great fight here and doing a good job of getting some of that kitchen control. We'll be able to come away with about those 20 seconds. And now Rancor trying to make some moves on 4 in a row, but Petey will shut him down early, try to create a bit of a setup here now at new.
I think the craziest thing, too, about this Noctum team is, you know, I think a lot of people, when you see inconsistent performances from one title to another, you start to kind of say, oh, it's just, this is not their game. But, like, Detain and Dave were part of that very long tug of war between Team War and Singularity in the Modern Warfare 2019 year, right? Like, they were both incredible throughout that entire season. So it is surprising to see them not really kind of replicating that same success as we jump on over towards Bar. And, well, Super's doing super things. He's on what was 5 in a row, and Atlas Lions will take their first lead.
Take their first lead, trying to keep it going, have to kind of defend here from PD up front, and well, so far so good. Rancor also being one of those guys that we often sleep on, but is always putting up some good numbers here. 9-6 start for him, goes on a bit of that spree to create this advantage here for the Atlas Lions, but with 25 seconds left, might be a chance for PD to get in, spawns in the back for Noctum Black. Zukri's gonna have to hold.
Yeah, and he's looking good off the regen. Dave not quite able to get inside the hard point at the moment. He's being held back by nades beyond that. So yeah, really nice here from Atlas Lions. They are keeping Noctum Black completely trapped inside this spa area, and the kills are continuing to come through on the exit as well. Not a great moment here for Noctum Black. They just have Rezi at new, and he's going to have to do something heroic to kind of stop these early Atlas Lions members. And as I said, he does find Yako to open up the time. Well done.
Nice little corner, just kind of waiting patiently. Doesn't want to hop on the side right away. Just wait for the members to get there. And now PD also creating some Good advantages through the back here. We'll keep the kitchen clear, and we'll force now everyone from the Atlas Lions to the front to try to break this one open in the restaurant. Yakko finds the entry. Sucre over the top. Good jump challenge. Well, Yakko's been able to line up 2 off that damage, and that will be a nice break here for the Lions.
Yeah, really good stuff from the Atlas Lions. Nice little double hit. You had the SMG cutting through mid, and then you've got Sucre just kind of watching the outside lanes. Really good isolation. Noctum Black not able to put together a response for it, and now they're just left with 2 members trying to break. And the Atlas Lions, they're trying to force these gunfights, get the flip of the map completely in your hands, and then turn that into a chance to rotate. Kills looking good for Atlas Lions. Rezzy still alive, though, in the back on 10 HP, but eventually put down by Super, and this is a very controlling moment for TAL as they're going to get the scrap time and have a chance to battle for new.
This is a great spot here to be in. Super just got to play his life right now with the back, wait for his ARs to potentially get with him so they can kind of just allow themselves to flood through to the hill. Detain does get some shots on Super, but almost ends up dropping. And now Dave in the back, feeling pressured, under fire, a little bit weakened up, has to play his life here for the spawns.
Battle back and forth, but Atlas Lions not quite in a spot to still spawn up around the back. So well done here by Noctum Black. Rezzy getting a double. As he continues to lock down hardpoint time, will allow Noctum Black to get right back in this game. PD, talent, but no, not going to find the kill. And Atlas Lions, they may have to scrap this back 30. I mean, they are so far away from the zone. At this point, it's just hoping you can get the kills at range to get the players off.
This has not been a great look. A lot of time given over to Tain, still very much alive, and might just start to fly to new and happily give over that scrap time even if they could get it. But one final attempt. Super's going to try to push through. The Atlas Lions will finally get a look at the break, but the hill's over, and you can already see everyone making their way over to the new point where Atlas Lions, you have a bit of map control and are kind of forced to hold on here, see if they can make up some time.
Yeah, and that's the key word. It's make up some time, because, boy, that was just as convincing as we've ever seen for Noctum Black on towards rooftops. Rencore continues to impress. Now it's 16-9 on 3 in a row. Noctum Black not able to have a response to him as of yet. Dave, mid-map, testy gunfight, but comes away the victor. And with that, Hardpoint stays neutral, but Noctum Black have numbers more, I'd say, convincingly around the middle of the point. Just comes down to, will anyone actually feel greedy enough to step on?
That is some unfortunate timing there for Rezzy. He was holding the pre-aim for so long, and Super just picks the right moment there to chow out, and now it's looking pretty solid for at least the Atlas Lions to get control of the next hill. This 20 seconds could very well go over here to Noctum Black, which they would be very happy to get, but it's really all about this rotation and new, and all 4 members still posted up in mid.
Shots from Super, trying to cut back through rugs. Stun does land, helps him with the gunfight. And Atlas Lions are looking good on rotation. Goodness, Super at 1 HP still sneaks across Detain, at least for a moment. Eventually the kill comes through. Atlas Lions in the hard point for now, but here comes Noctum Black. Numbers on the way. Clear off Rencore from the initial time. In the deep back is Sucre. And that is Noctum Black saying, we don't want to let you sit back here for free. So the challenge is coming out, but it's a little bit slow. And with that, Atlas Lions are winning some gunfights to break back in for the retake. Rezzy denied, and how about it? Atlas Lions, a chance to still fight for time here.
Yeah, they're still very much alive. The play in the back works out there for the spawns, and now Yakko pinches up through mid and might be enough to play his life. One more gunfight on the Dave. Dave gonna take it, and now the spawns should mean that Noctum Black be good for the remaining 20 seconds. Super gonna give another go, just slow down this rotation, but all things considered, P1, P2 have been pretty decent for Noctum Black. They're just absolutely battling back, giving themselves a slight lead now heading into the next point.
They're really moving around the map pretty darn nicely, if I'm being honest. There are moments where it's been a little bit slow, but ultimately, the clinical approach that Noctum Black are taking are giving them some really good looks at these hard points, especially, like you mentioned, between the first and the second, as we now look over towards Kitchen as it opens up. Rezzy is going to be the first Noctum Black member to be in position to try to challenge, but as Yakko gets the kill, all of a sudden Atlas Lions a chance to get a solid read on where Noctum Black are coming from. It's all happening around the backside. Dave trying to clear out some space. Detain able to get one more, and this could lead to break attempts as numbers start to flood.
Yeah, there's flooding through the back. Yakko's position was so important there through that little right connector. He's going to drop it out. There's just one more member left inside. The break should come through, and Dave snaps on it. Yakko trying to make up for it quickly, but he's also going to be put to bed. And this is a 25 seconds that the Lions really don't want to give over, but Sucre might be forced to rotate here.
Yeah, it's tough because you're right. You just don't want to give away this last 20 seconds. It puts Noctum Black really close to win condition, so he's going to try to contest, but no, Sucre gets denied. And now all of a sudden, that could be a costly decision because Atlas Lions are going to be a bit limited over towards bar as far as numbers are concerned. Exit has already been established for Noctum Black as they will hold those positions and say, let's wait till we've got all 4 before we try to threaten this bar hardpoint.
Super over the top here, AR in his hand, just trying to bob and weave here. The nades are just bombarding him at the moment, but he's been able to play his life nicely. Trophy now down here from Rancor as he picks up that first kill on Detain. Push from the front, it's being held off right now. Noctimblack not finding the same amount of kills, but a chance for PD to break this open over the top, just looking for the angles. Will be shut down. Sukari there for another, and well, the Lions doing a good job of staying on the time and pushing out through the front.
But the problem was that there was only one more member left. That was Yako as Dave doubles up. Now it's an opportunity for Noctimblack to get in and try to hold this from the front. 22 seconds to fight for. Atlas Lions still trying to get themselves together off of the spawn, and Super may have provided the entry. A double from him. Yako off the pinch. Able to get a little bit of help from Sukari, and the break is in. Noctimblack will hold at 2:29.
Critical time coming on through there. The Alliance now going to be just about 20-30 seconds away themselves from the win, and this rotation going to mean everything. Dave with a big one, trying to get prediction shots onto the next. Team kill, though, comes through from Super. That's going to really delay the Lions on this push. Every single member going to have to break this through mid.
Critical air. Thing about this is Noctimblack only have 3 members that are here at the new hard point for the moment, but the positions they're holding are solid ones. Rencor can only find 1 elimination. 242. Sukari trying to stop them at that point, but not going to work out. Noctimblack looking good for the map 1 win. Can anyone touch in time? No. Noctimblack. Man, that last set of rotations looking so good for them. They take the opener 250-221.
Yeah, that is a great map right there. That P4 hill, man, as scrappy as ever, just complete madness. But Dave comes up big in a couple of these key moments, man. Not only for that 2-piece he puts together to actually get his teammates in the point, but also on the rotation. Just right place, right time. Couple key kills, shut down the Lions, do not give them a chance to really break from the back. And they're able to get that dub. But we continue on now to our main matchup, as it looks like it's also a pretty tight game here so far, Alan.
So far, indeed, and as we head over towards this Anvil hardpoint, Team Notorious are in really nice spots, but oh my goodness, what is that from Vital? Lines them all up. Maybe a little bit of help from a stun, but whew, doesn't take away from the impressiveness of that break from Vital.
Yeah, those were some transfer shots, and then he just comes up and does it again. Vital putting together 17 and 10 here to kind of jump right into the map. It feels like he's having himself a hell of a game, and well, VVV bringing that tempo, we said that was very much needed against this Team Notorious squad. Keza playing down low map, keeping the pin to the back. Team Notorious, they can't breathe.
They really can't. It's unbelievably suffocating right now, as VVV have Notorious trapped on the right side of the minimap, and they know it. Look at the lanes being locked down. Vital waiting for contact. Maybe sniffing something out over towards mid. Oh my goodness, it's perfect. 3 straight kills come through. We rotate back over towards Stables, and VVV hold a commanding lead, and the kills are not done yet.
Oh, they are not. Man, these are just tough gunfights after tough gunfights, and Team Notorious are not getting the better of them. Maybe a moment where they finally get the push out of P3 and start to track across the map, maybe play for a flip, but still good control for VVV, at least on P1 for now.
Here we go. Have to have something here for Team Notorious, otherwise this game is very well maybe over in map number 1. Little flanker on the back. Nope, get out of here. Not gonna happen. Keza read onto Metals, but ooh, Metals actually gets a little bit of a double and then a triple. Okay, that could be the spark that Team Notorious needs to get themselves going, as there's still 15 seconds to fight for and a chance to hopefully rotate over to 2, but no. VVV, privy to the play, shuts it down, and they will hold on to the left side of the map.
And it is not too often we see a team like Team Notorious, caught in the blender like this, where it just feels like they're constantly battling out of their spawn. They never really have the control. Typically, they're so used to players running into them while We-Man set up, but this has not been the case so far. It is still a good moment to find some decent transitional kills. Eric through the back, also trying to break open the spawn, but Twisted will hang on. Now we just need to get the members out of the point.
Yeah, this is one of those do-or-die moments here for Team Notorious. Twisted having a rock star of a game. Well, does actually get shut down by Metals. Oh, okay, talk about this for a little comeback. Couple killing sprees coming back and forth here for Metals to get Team Notorious a chance to at least see some daylight between them and VVV. Last attempt here, Twisted looking to kind of sneak through open. That's read and dealt with. Nice moment here for Team Notorious. 20 seconds on ult, and they can already start to play over towards Fountain.
Oh, critical roll here for Keza. He's going to be spotted for Metals. Needs to come up with... What was that? Keza just obliterates him in the air. Eric doesn't even get his gun up, it felt like. And now Keza puts together another on the Metals from long range. So it was looking maybe scary for a moment. Team Notorious, they flipped the map at the perfect time there on P2. but they won't win any rotations to P3. Now have to try to break it open.
Have to have it. It's all coming down to the bottom side of the map. Vital does get stunned and naded. Trophy system doesn't keep him alive. Good first blood, followed up by a second. Back and forth goes the kill feed, but Eric Boom, the last one to contest, actually sneaks through. Maybe has a chance to isolate Keza, just delaying the gunfight as long as humanly possible. But Weeman's now in place to try to hopefully turn the tides of these spawns. At the moment, it's just blocked, but that gunfight win for VVV should re-supplant them back into the hard point. And with 25 seconds to fight for, they could get close to 200 points.
These multi-kills coming through for VVV right now are just really hurting Team Notorious. They haven't been able to play off the trades. Maybe a moment here from the front to try to break in for 15 seconds, but the spawns in the back will keep them just so safe. And not a full 60, but still a good 40 seconds or so come through for VVV, as it's a battle for the back, but they still manage to come out on top.
Metals off the exit. Does create a little bit of room here. Dead silence in hand. Good read onto Twisted. That's another important 3 kills for Metals. Does get traded out. This will alert Team Notorious that this hit for VVV is coming through Gallo's side. Eric deals with the first. Maple follows up. This is a nice setup for a hold for Team Notorious. But boy, you feel that they start to need this full 60 or at least get 45 plus. This is already a hell of a start. First 35 seconds could be good here, pending they to stop this next hit from VVV, which they're already getting a solid read on.
Yeah, they're doing a very good job of this. Eric even able to peek out through bottom. We'll find another pickup. And yeah, very scattered across the map is going to be VVV. He's going to have to come individually here to try to break this one open. 20 seconds up for grabs. Keza does break it open with the entry on the nade, and Joka does follow up, finally gets himself in the hill. Might have a chance to be able to come away with about 15 seconds here.
Team Notorious, they want to play for the exits. They feel like they need to, and uh-oh, 3 straight kills for VVV. Lead now to Team Notorious, having to try to scramble for a setup around this blacksmith hardpoint, and they are just not finding an exit. This is going to feel very familiar. Team Notorious almost close to being pinned on the right side of the map again, and these hits are just not concentrated from Team Notorious. Metals gets a double, but Vital quick to trade, and that may still lead to VVV with good mid-map control, but now all of a sudden, a little bit of vacancy earned by Team Notorious with a couple of kills, and they can actually hop onto this point for a little while longer.
Yeah, this is a really good setup right now. You can see it. Eric Boom's got bottom maps control. He's got a bunch of ARs kind of set up, just lurking around mid. The streak will create a bit of space, and will give a chance for VVV to try to recapture the map and maybe even get 20 seconds on the board here off the back of Anvil. It's a little turn and burn up top. Metal's the last one up. VVV, they're on the point, and they can get it done here.
Yeah, sure could. And Notorious, even if they do get a break here, they're going to be hard-pressed to stop this from being win condition, and then also getting over to the first hard point, and then the shutdown from Twisted will not even have us consider that point any longer. VVV do what they've done throughout the entirety of this group stage. Dominate on the Fortress hard point, stealing away Team Notorious's greatest strength, which has been their map 1s.
Map 1's 4-0, no longer 4-0. Yeah, that is just insane stuff coming through. And listen, man, it's not too often that you see ARs, coming through like Twisted and Vital to be able to outposition and, outgun a lot of what we were getting at a Maple and Weeman on the other side. It never really felt like they were like set up in that position where they're on top of a heady and gunfights are coming to them. It felt like they were always fighting to like regain those positions through the map, which is just never a situation I think that we see often here for Team Notorious. So the control was great. Joka also didn't have to go off. We highlighted him as one of the key standouts. It's his teammate that stepped up and he says, okay, I'll get some of that time here for you boys.
Yeah, I mean, he does get a great number of it, just over a minute. I mean, almost everybody on the team, though, was sharing the load when it comes to playing off of the OBJ, but when Vital and Twisted are running around like that, I mean, nearly 4K damage for Twisted on a Fortress hardpoint. Come on. Unbelievable numbers out of him. And on the opposite side, I mean, struggles here from really both the subs at different moments in time. I mean, 24 and 33, that is a lot of engagement for Metals. And granted, he did put together a handful of triple sprees, you want to call them 3 sprees. It just felt like ultimately Team Notorious just could not hold the ground they were working so hard to get. So something to be said there maybe about the ARs not quite able to lock down the lanes needed, or maybe the subs getting a bit too greedy. It's hard to really put a finger on it, but I will say only 2K damage out of Eric Boom is a rare sighting.
It is, yeah. Eric just not really able to get too involved there. I mean, the non-traded kills, I think it was like 50 just between the two of the ARs. So, those guys are not getting traded. They are just always alive on the map. And, well, that is not good news when the subs are trying to cross the map or break it open. But good news if you're a VVV fan or if you're on the team. Because like we said, the hardest challenge often is just taking the map number 1 off of a Team Notorious. But now that you've done that, and you're going into a mode that I kind of think is, pretty 50-50, a little bit of a coin flip between both these squads, this could bode really well for them going into what could be an LSU Low Control 2-0 up.
Exactly. That is the ultimate kind of, narrative that we have here for VVV. Is the simple point of the matter is they did a really nice job in the vetoes and picks to put themselves in the best position to go up early. And yes. I think the thing about this on top of that point is both these two teams have not necessarily been great at search and destroy, but you go to a map that you're 2-0 on if you're VVV. You're going up against Team Notorious, who I don't think has played Embassy yet. And if you could find a way to kind of keep them distraught, I don't know. There may be an opportunity for VVV to not just take this map, but also be in a position to possibly put them into their own heads and maybe take this thing 3-0. It'd be, I think, bold to say that considering Team Notorious is so good, but you cannot sleep on this VVV team. They're looking really solid, this group.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been very different, I think, from what we're used to, right? Especially, being like our previous LAN champions and everything that they did that event. So definitely concerning, but can't count them out just yet. Still a chance to bring this one back.
Yeah, agreed. Well, let's take a look at Team Notorious and where they may be able to bounce back here. I think in particular, you look to the guy that we already kind of framed up at the beginning of this entire block. Nettles has been so good when it comes to the search and destroy. Not only the 1.58, but dude, look at the opening duel win percentage, 92%. And that's not just like he's won 4 and lost 1. He's 11-1 in opening duel. So don't see this guy early. Just run out of the way. Just let someone else get the first blood.
It really feels that way, doesn't it? Like, that is an insane stat line. This guy is gunning every single player, and not only that, but we were watching over a lot of, what was happening, at least, right and successfully for this Team Notorious squad through last week. A lot of it was through medals, clutching up in a lot of those key situations, or still opening up with those insane first bloods, always giving them a man advantage to kind of, flood onto a site with numbers when they're attacking. So
yes,
he has been the pivotal piece of the puzzle here for some of the success that Team Notorious have been able to put together in this mode.
It's just, you almost want to sit there and say after, you saw a lot of those aggressive challenges for medals in the opener, even though he wasn't finding the most amount of eliminations, maybe you just tell him, just go find whatever you want. Just do it. Just get us an opening blood kill. Trust that he's going to win his ones. The thing about it is, again, this is kind of the other peculiar thing about, this Notorious team in this particular map set. Embassy's not one of those maps that you just run forward, find a first blood, and then stay alive with. Because you really have to think that if Team Notorious are going to find the value that they want out of medals getting the opening pick, it very well may be off of something like a little double play that comes out to where you get a little bit of assistance, you kind of control a piece of the map that you wouldn't normally expect someone to be in. Maybe that leads to opportunities for things like flanks and stuff like that on Embassy, but you can't just run and do it yourself is really what I'm getting at here. Long-winded explanation for it. Like, the team has to try to allow an opportunity and a space for someone like Metals to work with. So we'll kind of keep that in the back of our mind. We do have our Battle of the Unbeatens happening on a main focus matchup on the We Are Clutch GG Twitch channel, but we do have the opportunity to kind of look into it. So we'll tally the troops here as both these two teams 4-0 are fighting for first in Group A.
This is, big surprise, I feel like, at least on the left, based off of what we've seen from Clutch Rain. They have just come alive this stage, 4-0, a chance to maybe end flawless, but this is an Aphelion Esports roster that I think is only getting better and better with time. Mythics, coming into this team alongside Furious after their last season win, have really been able to elevate this team, it feels like, and they're only getting better.
Yep, I absolutely agree with that. So we'll see if there's going to be much of a difference between both these two teams or if we're going to be in for a good one. At the moment, Aphelion Esports in a really nice position to get some really solid time here at P2. Twiz just runs forward, though. Lots of nade support from his teammates may have led him to believe he had an opportunity to kind of win that 1v3, but Aphelion Esports will hold on to the point, but not the spawns. Interestingly enough, Genesis will spawn behind this play, and that's going to catch Aphelion completely off guard. Lucifer able to at least lock things up just a moment, and that will restabilize the hold for Aphelion Esports.
Yeah, Harry, I think, was on like that fat Ketty-looking top dome, so he was a little bit puzzled, I think, when someone ran right by him into the point, but they make up for it, they're able to recover, and this is time you have to hit if you're Clutch Train. They realize it one by one. They're just trying to see if they can get the time to go neutral, and unfortunately will not. Aphelion Esports put together a solid P1 into a great P2, and now they could really look to put this one away off one more good rotation.
Yeah, just have to have lockdown mid-map here for your Clutch Rain. almost have to put together a response that is the exact same thing that just happened to you. Lock them out from the front, hold on to the spawns, earn yourself 45 plus right here. Easier said than done, though. Mythic's First Blood kind of cuts and opens up a lane here for Affiliate to work down through the riverside. Genesis trying to find the gunfight, but it's eluded him for so long, and with that, Affiliate Esports will get the kills they need to not just neutralize the hill, they'll earn some time of their own.
Yes, they will. 2 stack setup, trying to find kills. Spawns in the back, though, should mean that Clutch Rain can get here with numbers, just have to deal with Mythics, and they will be able to do that. So, Affiliate Esports, some of the members going to send one last hit just to see if they can try to fight them off the time. Allows some of it to go neutral, and, well, Furious and Denza starting to get a lot of that work done.
This Affiliate team, just on paper, you expect them to be one of the deadliest teams in Europe. With the addition of Furious to the mix, come on, I mean, these guys are going to start flying, and you're seeing exactly what that could mean. They neutralize a lot of the time here at 3. They even earn a little bit of their own. And while doing so, they also win rotation. So you want to talk about, again, that speed, finding an application immediately. It's right here. Genesis trying to get it done himself. Big first gunfight win on towards Denza, but a lot more to be done here. Mythics will fall to him. Third one on the way is Furious, but eventually Affiliate Esports take the gunfight wins and get into the hard point.
Yeah, spawn in the back, just going to be so helpful here. Clutch Rain got to do so much and some in order to break it, but Cruz going to just fly forward, just looking for gunfights. Unfortunate teammate maybe comes out for Harry, gives a chance for Clutch Rain to break through, and they're going to take that chance, actually. That teammate's going to be very costly. They're going to now have a chance to get 20 seconds and actually move it onto the map fairly quickly.
Yeah, it's... Again, I'm telling you, man, this is the thing that I felt like Affiliate was missing in the past. Was the ability to have another sub that can just fly. And then you figure out what you're going to do with the objective. Once you win the map and the spawns that you want and the positions that you want, then you just make a decision on who's going to get into the hard point. Mythics apparently seems to be the one mostly doing it. So when you've got both subs that are flying like this, it's just a very different style of play than we're used to seeing across both North America and Europe, for that matter, in this current day and age, with Modern Warfare 2 coming to a close. And with that also, this map apparently, this Clutch Rain just cannot get across the mid. Maybe one more chance to touch here, but Twiz would have to go, and he's not even going to try. So, wow, that is domination from Affiliate Esports.
Absolutely. And I mean, we were seeing glimpses of it, through week 1. I think one of the things I said is, wait till this team starts to get some more reps in, some more scrims in. And it feels like, the sky is really the limit. I was looking at these guys as, a potential #1 seed. And right now, they're living up to it. Still just the map 1. Clutch Rain, pretty solid when it comes down to those SNDs that could certainly battle in the control. But that's a very good start here for Affiliate Esports in that Seed 1 match.
All right. Over to the search. VVV already have taken the first round Vital on 3 in a row. Bomb also planted, but Maple does connect. Leaves us a chance for the rest of Team Notorious to try to get back over towards this bomb. But the thing about this is Joka is all the way in the back. Metals with a read, but doesn't win the gunfight. And that leaves Maple now by himself. Not a lot of time on the clock. Vital up top. We'll check this in a couple of seconds. Actually doesn't need to. Gets help from his teammate, and VVV are going to go up 2-0 early here in the search.
Oh my, what a gunfight in the back. I mean, Metals, I think, has a sub, but still, to create that kind of a shot over the top of the heading, not easy shots whatsoever. And, well, as soon as you lose that battle in the back, not really much you can expect out of Maple with the scope there. Player on each side of the map can't get it done, and that's why we said it, right? An Embassy can be very, very scary. It can be very dangerous, and, well, VVV taking full advantage with that 2-0 start.
Yep, and just as a reminder, neither of these two teams have necessarily been electric or stunning when it comes to their search and destroy. But for VVV on this map, they did win it 6-4, and everybody was a 1.0 plus KD. Although, how about that little double up? Maple Metals able to kind of win the opening duel, go 2 for 1, but watch out. Oh, so say for Akeza, who was trying to lurk through mid-map, but Weeman does shut down that little pinch play, and then the isolation on the final defender deep was no worries. Team Notorious get on the board.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, that's just the, day one strat here on Embassy, right? Just get the bomb down, get the sniper out for Maple, watch that back cross, and just protect Eric. And he does a little up and down over the bomb, pops out, says thank you very much, and Twisted won't be able to fry any more players there off of the headies. But definitely a different look, right? Little double challenge with the back of the tennis court, just trying to see if you can catch them on that cross and create a man advantage right away on the defense. Doesn't work out that way, and, well, finally, Team Notorious able to get that first round.
Yep. In convincing fashion as well. That will definitely make VVV really consider what they want to do with their next defensive setup. But for now, how about this play for Team Notorious? Double stack down through mid-alley. Joka is nearby, but with an AR and the bomb carrier, he likely will not be checking this. And how about this call for VVV? They're essentially allowing Team Notorious to take over the map on every angle and maybe try to catch them if they get greedy. Thing about it is, Team Notorious are not biting. They're just going to hold Metals mid and let everyone else just kind of do the exact same thing on the other side. Just watch your lanes, make sure no one sneaks through.
Yeah, I like this. Eric, even just a little bit of support here just in case someone does fly out at Metals. You can play for a trade. But that bomb, still kind of inching over to this A lane. Have lots of options to go between any bomb here if you want to. Maple's going to get some information at the back. Also tagged up with an nade. Going to have to back down, reposition. But Metals getting some great information and now getting low on time here as VVV.
Pretty sure Eric's got an AR, but oh, Joka does take down Metals. Vital was essentially dead meat no matter who was shooting at him. He was just caught in the crossfire. So now we get to a 3v2. Trade did favor Team Notorious. Eric trying to sneak back up towards mid. Maple in trouble, but there's the support. Yep, this was a 3AR sniper rifle setup for Team Notorious. So it was kind of a conservative setup versus a conservative setup. Keza by himself has to go. Isolates one, steps away from Wee Man, but only for a small time. And Team Notorious will go back-to-back rounds to tie us at 2.
A lot of patience, and that's the one big thing I think you can always expect of the Team Notorious is that if they have a setup that they're probably not going to budge, right? Like, why would they? When they have a spot where Metals can watch this entire right cross, they have Maple that's still very much alive with a scope and can watch over B if they decide to start to throw stuns and nades over there. They have a lot of different abilities to kind of, change it up on the fly, help each other when needed, and well, it's all about really getting Metals to that forward spot, which is what they were able to do right off the start of the round.
Yep. It was an interesting look, though, on both sides, because I want to say VVV had all ARs as well, so both teams were trying to play a little more reserved. This time, aggression from Metals, but no, shut down. Little double stack defensively through mid. Cuts it to a 3v3 as Maple does take down Twisted up top. And Team Notorious, even with that opening exchange being a little dicey, they actually still win mid-map, and Wee Man has a chance with Dead Silence earned to possibly go a little further if he'd like to.
Eric's able to even catch one on the cross there. Joka, I think, was trying to get with his teammates. Maple! Oh, what a shot that is. Takes out Vital. And now Keza, the last one up as he just sees his teammates drop around him. Wee Man still holding mid. That bomb going down safely, and this is a very difficult spot for Keza.
I was just about to praise the heck out of that VVV bait and switch. Jump across, delay, catch him on the cross. Looked like it was going to be a guaranteed kill into Maple, but somehow, by the magic of quick scopes, Maple finds the shot, lands the kill. Team Notorious follow up perfectly. Whoa, dude, that was... I don't know if we should call that super amounts of skill or super amounts of luck, but regardless, it was impressive.
It was impressive, yeah. Takes the first shot, scope flies up, and then somehow connects on the second while eating some shots in return. I mean, not an easy one, but Maple makes it look easy sometimes. Nice 3-2 advantage. That's also 3 rounds in a row. Team Notorious now starting to figure out VVV. They're coming in with number advantages. They're using their numbers very well. And VVV, they're forced to change something up, you feel like, here on this attack.
Yeah. Holy. Maple across, being watched. Keza drops. Bomb does get across, but it's by itself. Vital would need to buy an exit path. And, well, Twisted may have provided it, but Eric does get the kill, just as Vital confirms the plant. So now 3v2. Metals working on trying to break down this post plant from behind. Couple of spam shots. Predicts it nicely and completely bamboozles Twisted. And with that, now Joke is by himself. He is not in a good spot. A, to watch the bomb. B, you would think, to deal with all the players around him, but he gets 2 almost steps away in time to avoid the trade for Metals, but not going to happen, and Notorious are going to win 4 rounds straight all of a sudden to go up 4-2.
Yeah, this clutch factor now coming in. Maple's also just not missing snipes at the moment either. Like, every single round, it feels like Maple's been able to at least get one in these last 4. They've been able to come out on top, and now 4-2 up. VVV, they can't get across to plant the bomb. They can't play patient enough because when they do, Metals is sitting in the middle of the map ready to pick off at least 1 or 2. Just everything being shut down. And Maple, why would you put the scope away at this point? He's hitting everything.
Well, could be something to be done with hard aggression towards B. Yep. Nades over the top, though, so well placed by VVV. I mean, everybody from Team Notorious gets tagged by that. Still, though, Wee Man comes away with the kill into Vital. So maybe over-peaking a touch here, and even though it looked like it was going to be a solid start for the defense, Eric still has the ability to plant.
Yeah, Yeah, no one's watching. And yeah, once again, kind of a free bomb plant. Eric's not in the best position. You have to really fish him out here for VV, but Metals around the back. Doesn't finish off the first kill. Teammate will be good for the second, and oh, they're lost. They're bamboozled. Another 1v3, and Keza can't find the first. Oh my.
Jeez, that is... Wow. It's just one of those things, like, when you get that much success off of your set nades defensively, you have to be thinking, oh, we win this round. Like, flat out. Nade stuns, all of it landing. But I think there is something to be said about the quick mistake of checking, peeking, getting twisted for the kill, leading it to a 3v3. It's just...
Yeah.
Feels like that should have been a 4v3 situation from start to finish after the nade lands.
Yeah, it feels that way, and well... These rounds have gone pretty quick over the last few here, too. So, DVV, last chance to put something together here. Have to combine for 4 in a row, but they're going to default back to this kind of slow, methodical push. Got to get across the map, and, well, numbers not going to go their way.
Man.
They've lost, too.
What a read from Notorious here. Weeman's the one that's playing in towards mid this time. Everyone's got ARs again. Decent trade from Joka. Does leads to some concern, you'd think, of the defense needing to maybe rotate over. Eric caught mid-map. Where's the trade? Weeman was just not in position to secure it. Joka, though, cannot get out of the corner. And there's the isolation onto the final. 6 rounds straight for Team Notorious. And a lot of it comes out of the sniper rifle from Maple. You joking?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of it did. I mean, from the first bloods to just some of these key closeout kills here, it really started to force VVV to play a little bit differently. I mean, you saw it in some of their attacking rounds there. They're very patient, almost too patient in some of those situations where, you know, they try to double stack out through mid, maybe make a play over to A. Metals is there waiting, forces a team kill. And from that point on, it really did slow down, and Maple just picked them apart. 6 of the 8 non-traded. Played his life just beautifully, and also found some ridiculous shots throughout that embassy as well.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we had these moments where you watch that last shot that connects on that mid-cross. Looked like it was going to be a beautiful bait and switch from VVV, and you go, is it lucky? Is it skill? Well, Maple's hitting shots continue like that. You often default to saying it's just flat-out skill difference. So, heck of a round right there for Team Notorious to kind of get them back into the mix. That puts them into now a 1-1 map count overall. We do have the control, of course, coming up next, and that's where things could get a little bit interesting because it's an Ellis CeeLo control. If I'm not mistaken. So if that's the case, you know, that kind of leads to some certain question marks because for Team Notorious, they've only played it once. For VVV, they've only played it once. Both teams have won on it. So, I don't know. What do you expect?
Yeah, you know, it's tough to kind of, you know, build off of it. I guess the ARs is where you're looking towards. You know, can we get a same performance out of Vital and Twisted from that map 1? That's kind of what you're maybe going to see potentially. But either way, Joka has a good S&D map, as usual. He's kind of been the key player when it does come down to this mode, at least within the KD department. He has been leading. Teammates, though, can't really get off the ground after you just start to see them get shut down round after round. And, well, it's Maple who tops it, 8-6. I mean, he was that guy.
So Metals doesn't need to get first bloods, apparently.
Guess not.
He goes from 11-1 to 12-3. Still an impressive overall opening duel win percentage. But, yeah, that was all about just Maple being Maple. Man, that's ridiculous stuff. So, Ellis CeeLo control coming up here next. We've kind of already talked about it. Both teams are 1-0 on it. Hydro Hardpoint waits for us after that, and I will say Team Notorious can absolutely snowball that map. So, I think if you're VVV, you need to come out and just show that that search is kind of a fluke. Get back into it. Take away this map 3. Put yourself in a position to hopefully get through the Hydro Hardpoint. But, man, I'll tell you, the later and later this series goes, the more favorable it comes for Team Notorious in my mind.
Oh, you got a quick swap to Hotel there, so maybe it's not an Ellis CeeLo. But we'll see. We'll see. Either way, Clutch Rain. I mean, similar performance here so far. 3-0 up. Trying to put another one up on the board as Cruz gets into a pretty long battle, but will be able to find this kill on the back end of it with the nade from Mythic. So 3v3 evens us up, and still have plenty of time on the clock here to play for a plant.
Twiz at 6-0. Cruise missile in round 4. Give me a break. Nile watching from the top side of block. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Ooh.
Okay, so that's how you apparently start. Lucifer trying to keep this round within grips, and oh, he does shots. Whoa! What a lockdown, long-range shots. Catches him top office. And with that, Aphelion get on the board and steal one away from what looked to be a pretty much guaranteed clutch rain round.
Yeah, like, I know Genesis has a scope, and he's just trying to get probably a little bit of info on, is he still up there? Is he crossing? What is he doing? But Lucifer, Harry just needs a couple of shots to bring home the kill, and he doesn't miss a single bullet there on that transfer. That's a huge round to shut down some of that momentum. Is sure still earned the streak, but at least Aphelion Esports, they're on the board and have something to build off of.
Yep, absolutely the case. Because I'm telling you, that looked like it should be 4-0 clutch rain right then.
Oh, 100%.
So now, clutch rain on the offense, looking to get to that fourth round. Denza quickly up towards top office again. He does have a little bit of help to get him here, but no, quick rotation. Cruise missile's going to be called in by the look of it. That would be the assumption based on everyone backing away. And yeah, there it is. It does explode, so clutch rain will get to work trying to win the outside of this A part of the map. And then hopefully just try to overwhelm Aphelion Esports by taking away their lines of sight early.
Very close quarters right now, just for about every single member. And now a move's going to be made over to A. Going to look for that plant. You have a slow flank working through the back there from Furious, but Niall's the one that draws first blood, and Genesis over the top deals with Mythics and turns it into a 4v2.
Oh, and Lucifer trying to find the trade. Not going to work out. It's just down to Denza for the 1v4. It's the reload, but not the regen. And with that, Clutch Rain will see a successful round come through after the behest of the cruise missile being called in. And the 2 kills from Genesis, critical, I would say, just stopping Aphelion from regaining that outside the map, which they were so, I won't say desperate, but so longingly looking for.
Yeah, it's a great read. I mean, to understand there's probably still somebody watching the push through and, wants to attack Courtyard. That's kind of, one of the step ones when you talk about retaking that site. But, yeah. Good call, holds on to it, puts together 2. Lucifer never really gets some shots to answer back, and Clutch Rain, they use the streak, it pays off, 4-1 up, and we'll see now what they change now on their defense here, coming into round number 6.
Yep. Trophy system to keep the defense in place here at A. A lot of this is just about making sure you just hold off for any initial hit. Genesis just has to make sure no one's hitting towards B. Does catch a couple of bullets coming out of Mythics' gun deep, but he's not interested in that battle with a sniper rifle. On the opposite side, Niall is getting closer and closer to tower control. And yeah, this is all about just funneling Aphelion Esports to having to hit you at A, where you've got a double stack and that trophy.
Once they start throwing stuns and nades, all right, they're probably going to know at least one member's inside. So how do they deal with this information? Furious checking just over the top here. Genesis still has that sniper, going to reposition through mid, and Furious is caught. Shot on the Denza, just wide, but the Semtex and pistol might finish him, but no. Denza now has a fast track maybe over to this B site.
Yeah, sure does. That's all about knowing that your sniper rifle at top has moved through, but no, a little rewrap back around the back. That is brilliant from Aphelion Esports. They deal with the first defender. They swoop around the back, get the second, force Niall to have to rotate in. That is absolute majesty. Holy, and it all starts with the fact that they get the information that Genesis is no longer playing outside B. So you can take that quick route through lane. That's absolutely well read.
It is, and it's not something that you can ever really prep, right? Like, it's one of those moments where you just make a heads-up call. Denza knows what he can do. He can say, listen, I can run over to B for a free plant, or I can wrap back around and kind of get where my teammates already are and just try to pinch up this play on the bomb. So I love that play. Love that call. Denza, we always call him a playmaker, and, well, it's reasons like that on why we do so.
Unbelievable. Just such a good quick adjustment. So now Clutch Rain, all of a sudden, after losing the last 2, or pardon me, 2 of the last 3, rather, are looking to stack in towards a quick hit, though, from Mythics. Dead Silence is a part of this play, as I think he went high ground. Yeah, he sure did. So Denza's on one side, Mythics on the other. There's the drop down. Going to catch Cruz looking for an early plan, and I'll just down to, can you clear out Mythics? Good re-hit from Twiz, but he will pause from getting the plant off as there are still multiple defenders nearby.
Yeah, the key was doing that quickly, though. You give Denza, or rather, you give Mythics a little bit too much time down low. His teammates set up around him. Maybe you never regain control of the site. Denza wants to make the aggressive play. Will be caught as soon as he pops that Dead Silence. Man advantage over to Clutch Rain, and they're going to try to drop the bomb on A.
Yeah, this is going to be such a tough regain here for Aphelion. Lucifer watching the B alley, Furious looking to kind of take the same route Mythics did, but he will run out of Dead Silence. Niall waiting, watching. Shots good, though, from Furious. Key gunfight win. Lucifer is actually sniping, so this is going to be even more hard-pressed to where all of a sudden Harry kind of needs to hit a shot Genesis, oh, he doesn't know how much he's flirting with this, and he still connects the shot. Pistol open. Oh, my goodness. Harry just styled on that 1v2. Are you kidding me?
Oh, I mean, he read them like a book. What a play coming through for Harry. Just slowly working that angle around the couch there. Genesis trying not to give him anything to work with, but the quick snap boom into the prediction in the corner. Twiz, I know you're inside. Thanks for that 1v2.
Oh my goodness. That is unbelievable. So if you want to see the conclusion of that series, you can find it by going over to twitch.tv/weareclutchgg. That is their main focus match on our second broadcast. With VVV and Team Notorious also playing for seedings, we'll jump into the early stages of this hotel control. Notorious having taken the opening round, and Weeman is on 11-3. Talk about domination defensively. He must have been doing it all.
Yeah, he's looking for a big regain after that map number 1 because the ARs were firing on VVV, but looks like that's turned around now for Team Notorious as the first segment just about locked. Vital not really ready for the engagement, and now numbers not looking good. It's going to have to be a retake through mid, and Eric's watching mid. Metals will get shut down. Still a chance to get here and stop the third tick, but you're going to have to come quickly.
I just don't think they're going to have much of a route to do that. I mean, the double stack is still in place, even though the kills come out. Oh, there is a late contest, though. Maple trying to stay alive. Wow, they got there literally in the nick of time. Still, this is punishing, though. Metals trying to take down those defenders as the rest of Team Notorious are already double stacked on towards A.
Towards A, and Eric's there for the first engagement. And we'll probably get a lot of this maybe uncontested, as they're just actually going to sprint right back over to B. They're calling that maybe they've spawned here. We're not going to commit to it, so Eric backs up, and now they will settle for what should be a capture here on the point, unless Maple does it all by himself. Takes 3 members to deal with them, but they finally get the trade.
And that's just such a good play from Team Notorious. You saw that quick little bounce adjustment saying, oh, we got a full wipe. Let's rotate to B. And I have to imagine that someone over towards the B side, no, just stay on A. They're coming. I could get this by myself. That doesn't necessarily happen, but look at the life count. I mean, VVV now down 4 lives, 2 minutes of clock. Vital Kez at least able to kick off a couple of opening kills, but this is going to be a very difficult defense to pull off for 1 minute and 50 seconds with only 1 tick remaining at B.
Also, I was going to say, he could have been really the big player for Team Notorious. Find that kill, start to spawn them over by the old zone, and just flush out bottom and top bedroom. You can get yourself on the point pretty easily, but so far the defense doing a good job, finding just a couple of kills with no trades coming through on the other end. Joker there for 2 up top. Weeman still trying to find some kills, but everything's been holding thus far.
Not a bad start. Reclaiming the life lead, only drop 1 in the process, but there's still 1 minute 20 on the clock. So much room for Team Notorious to work with. Eric up top will at least have a chance to contest anyone down low. Trade out, 3 kills in, and that will be the that's the round. Oh, how quickly things turn.
It just takes one player to get to the back with a clean set of kills, right? You start spawning in Narnia, and your only way to retake is to basically throw Hail Mary nades through mid. If they don't connect, well, you don't really have a shot, but we jump in, Weeman kicks off that whole B play to get those 2 ticks, and it just felt almost like it was too easy from there. They're sending 1 player over to B to deal with like 3 to 4 members while they're freely capturing A. Team Notorious back to how we usually see it when it comes down to this control.
Yep, yep. That is correct. Oh, man. So, VVV, can you find a way to break through the Weeman defense and do something here offensively? Keza gets the opener. Weeman also drops around the top side at bar, but Maple is still in position, and he may be all that Team Notorious needs. Double for him. Shots trying to predict onto Vital, but now Team Notorious just winning on every front at the moment. Nice little bounce back to keep the lives relatively even, but VVV are going to have to play for A here.
All 3 members going to spawn up at kitchen, 4th wheel as well, and they should be able to move in here with numbers and take it pretty handedly. No one really kind of making a move here for Team Notorious just yet. Simply playing for the exits, and with the 3 stack, they'll find themselves a very fast capture, but how cleanly can they exit?
At the moment, very cleanly. Okay, back to even lives. Still have 2 Team Notorious defenders, not just in bedroom, but through it. Eric on 4 in a row. These are bold challenges to take. Maple trying to clean up the back of the Notorious spawn. I think that is a stick. Yeah, sure is. So Keza will drop. Weeman, though, is going to be tested by 2 more members for VVV who are moving quickly in towards Spa, trying to flush out Wee Man in this position. Trophy to keep them safe at the moment, and it's just about at what point did VVV hit the trigger to hit this?
Yeah, it's taken a little bit of time, so that means that Maple's actually now a part of this play again. Wee Man there for the first, and Maple might be able to play for the trade, but Twisted just going to try to play his life. Everything is just about this position because you're blocking the spawn, and well, he'll find Maple as he tries to play for that late trade, but through the front, can any members here from VVV try to get through, and more importantly, find some of the lingering subs up top? Metals, how does he win that? Rechals and takes out Keza.
Jeez Louise. Okay. Still plausible that the offense can make their way back on. Thing is, they lose that position in towards Spa, so Team Notorious are going to have great map control and the ability to also spawn relatively close here. Defense try to get into place. VVV not quite hitting onto the zone as of yet. Eric Boom, nice gunfight went over the top. Wants more, gets more. Keza drops. Down to 35 seconds, and VVV are having a tough time breaking through the middle of the map.
Slowing it down just a tad bit, but down to about 30 seconds. VVV going to have to find something convincing here through the back. Joka, 1v1 battle versus Wee Man, not going to be able to stick it out. So it's going to come through the front, right through mid. Keza trying to get himself through bottom bedroom, shut down. Wee Man over the top, not letting anything move, not letting anything touch the point. Joka now just hoping his teammates can get here.
Also, look to see if Fillion did win a round 11 affair over there on the We Are Clutch GG channel. Wee Man trying to hold off the last offender, and it looks like he's going to be successful for it. I mean, Metals and Wee Man just took over this map. Wee Man in particular, I mean, his control stats have always been good, but that was something special for the highlight reel. 3-0 on the control. Team Notorious take the edge in the series, now 2-1 up.
I think Wee Man took that map one personally or something, because it just comes alive here, man. I mean, he wasn't missing. He almost has a nasty transfer at the end, and players are just trying to duck and dive, just trying to get themselves away from the line of sight, but Wee Man not budging. 15 of the 20 of those kills non-traded, man. He has a great comeback map here, and I mean, that is just as swift as they come. 3-0 on the hotel.
That's why I'm telling you, man, it's so hard to see this Team Notorious team be 2-2 when they are making plays like that. That looked like some of the best control that we've seen on Hotel maybe this year. Just so convincing, so smooth, and how they're moving across the map. Good reads, good awareness, good capitalization. And it leads to a very even KD ratio pretty much across the board, save Wee Man, who had himself a whale of a game. 20 kills, 15 non-traded. Just kind of did it all, especially from the defensive side. 15 of his 20 kills came through defense. Now, granted, of course, they played 2 defensive rounds and 1 offensive round, but still, that's an unbelievable tally to nearly take down half the kills on each defense by himself.
Yeah, he's just not moving, and he is just picking up everything. And I mean, that's kind of the problem, right? And it's a lot harder to do on a hotel than it would be like a Fortress Hardpoint, to kind of have that same influence we were getting out of Twisted and Vital through that map, number one, to put up those same numbers, those same multi-kills that we were continuously getting. Just not able to do it on a map like this that's much wider, and, well, players a lot more spread, have to kind of go play a little hide and seek here and there and find some of those clutch kills. Never came in, and, well, the series starting to take a bit of a turn. We were thinking after the map 1 loss, Team Notorious, oh no, their 4-0 map 1 record no longer here, but they've bounced back, and they've bounced back hard. Those are 2 pretty convincing wins there in the S&D in control.
Oh, they're very convincing wins. I mean, 6-2, 3-0, and that was after VVV started up 2-0 on the Embassy Surge, keep in mind. So that was 6 straight rounds, followed by 3 straight rounds of control. Yeah, tough scenes. And now we go to the Hydro Hardpoint, which, to be fair, Team Notorious did lose the one time they played it, but that was against Affiliate Esports, and we saw what they already did in their match versus Clutch Rain. They can get real saucy with it real quick. So that'll be what comes up next for our featured matchup. But while we have a second, taking a look as Noctum Black is 2-0 up in this series. Dude, like, this is going to be the most mind-boggling possible 0-5 elite record for a team like the Atlas Lions, who still, even in this series, have looked good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like we've seen great glimpses of them like throughout this season too, putting together map wins during regular season this entire year, not even, you know, just this season. It's just been a problem for them. And once again, it is here. But I mean, after this, like heading into the end of the year here, Alan, like, do you make a change, or do you? Like, I'm just wondering how you have confidence after going 0-5 into like the end of the year for challengers finals. You know, like, how do you have that same confidence you had at the beginning of the year?
And here's the interesting thing. I think the best placement for any of the 4 players in the Atlas Lions came when Super and Rencor were playing with Becool and Parasite and Dallas. So it's like this group of 4, as a collective, I don't think has really even done that well at the Opens.
I think they got 1 sec. Oh, at the Opens, yeah. The Opens.
Yeah, the Opens. Yeah. The majors, yeah.
Definitely been tough for those guys. So, I mean, it almost calls for a change, right? But
I think so, personally.
We'll see. But either way, coming in with a little bit of fire here to the round number 3. Looks like they might actually get some early progress on A. Second tick is in. Rezi struggling to get across the map. And yeah, this might actually be a full capture here. Players struggling to even get a touch.
Yeah, this is really tough scenes right now as far as how you could even possibly defend against this A site. Dave going to give it a go, but just dives on into the pool, tries to avoid the gunfight, and wait a second, he's a slippery little snake, isn't he? What? I don't think I've ever seen anyone finesse through the pool that much. It does allow an opportunity for Rezi to jump on, and they're even going to deplete the 3rd tick of progress. Oh, it's crazy.
Oh, that is crazy. I have not seen anyone finesse the movement like that. I mean, I didn't even know the pool went that deep. I'm going to be honest with you. But Dave obviously went swimming there once or twice, knows what he can do, and that does eventually stop the A play, forces the spawn trap, at least for the time being, of the Atlas Lions still pinned to the back of the map, but now starting to find some favorable kills as they might get a touch here on B.
Thing about it is Noctem Black have dominated the middle of the map, and now they've got numbers possibly come through. Stick is out. Yako confirms the kill. Detain thinking about the challenge. Does find one, but he's going to have to finesse a little while longer than that. Super nearby. Help on the way as well. And Detain is going to try to get a little bit of a calm to get teammates involved here, but he can only stay alive for so long. PD also denied, and that should be the B zone.
Be good here for what could be a successful round. You're going to go over just one more tick needed today, and they already got player 3 here. Sukari making his way over. Dolphin diving across. Going to put some pressure on the point right away and just try to draw some of the defenders out, and it's done exactly that. It's worked out beautifully. Rezi, the only one left on the map here, trying to get something done from behind. Teammates, though, coming in to spawn, are finding some pretty decent kills, and now Rezi can play his life in the back.
12 plays 10, minute 30. Clock has got a lot of legs on it still, but Rezi on 6. If he can get this bus controlled, I just don't know how you break back through this. Rezi cannot step away, so the trade does come through. TAL a chance to get back onto the A zone. Detain off the region, can't really make a contest through Sauna at the moment, so Dave will go. Have to clear this out, but wait a second, this is taking a lot of time. This time PD will drop inside the pool, and this looks good for Atlas Lions. Stack is now in, 3rd tick on the way, and Rezi cannot touch. Offensive round coming through.
Control was great through mid. I mean, it really just starts with, like, the initial break, right? As soon as you have a really good break onto that zone in particular, you're able to come away with those first 2 ticks, and I mean, almost the 3rd. It was a saving play to make sure it didn't go through right there. It just sets you up for so much success. I mean, one more good wipe. Get some numbers on the point. They even do a really good job of drawing out some of those defenders there, but we'll see where that one ends up going. 2-1 up now is going to be the Atlas Lions, but VVV, they are forced to have to bounce back, and they're coming into Hydro with a little bit of flair so far now, and they have themselves a very good lead.
Yeah, I'll say 69-10. More still to be built on the exit here from the second hard point. So Team Notorious facing some trepidation early. Need to put together a hold here on 3. Kazza looking to flip the map around from behind. And, well, he's not going to go super deep. He's just going to kind of cut around. So Weeman will be untested for now. But this hit from VVV is a bit disjointed, it feels like. Weeman knows he's got 2 players near him. Tries to isolate onto Kazza. Gets the win. Turns his attention back to Joka, but cannot double down. And with that, VVV should win spawns.
Shots here for Joka. Spawns now in the back. Just have to break this hill open. We'll see if they can hold on. Metals and Maple, the duo that try to do it. Nate's coming through, and, well, none of them really tagging up any of the members from Team Notorious. They defend. They still have presence in the point. Spawn's going to be at the back, and this is going to really hurt VVV, not only for this time, but now this rotation anew.
Yeah, I'll say. Have to find a way to get this thing under grips quickly. And Maple's going to bounce all the way back on 5 in a row, looking to play Dome for kill number 6 in his cruise missile. All it takes is 1-1v1. Kazza drops. There you go. More possibly on the way as you just don't want to go into Maple on this position, you feel like. Joke is going to give it a good old try, though. Lots of damage confirmed. No kill from either side, but eventually Twisted gets the kill. So now VVV can approach from 2 sides at once. They've got a little bit of Ruins control. They're starting to get back over towards P2 as well. And Team Notorious, they're pretty fortunate, I'll say, to still be spawning in the back.
Yeah, They have those spawns. If not, well, would have been broken right open, but it might be anyway. Now making their way through. Joka able to find Metals. That will solidify the spawns now here for VVV and try to get them this back 30 seconds. Team Notorious still going to send a couple members their way to see if they can break this open, but they're struggling to even get through mid, and Kenz's got to read on kill number 4, and now he's starting to catch himself on a bit of a spree.
Did I just hear a cruise missile called in as well? Did Maple just try to call that through? Thinking they could maybe still put together a break? That would be really punishing if that was the case. Vital around the back again, finding space to work with, and Team Notorious are in trouble early. Double up the points right now, our VVV. Generators will open. Weeman just trying to find a gunfight. Does take down Vital. Stun also should alert on that Joker's nearby. That will be one this time. So nice double from Weeman. But just as soon as the break looked like it was going to be held off, the hit from the front is good. And now all of a sudden, you got to go and contest the point.
Wow. And this is where you have to deal with the subs. And oh my goodness, VVV through the front. The subs get in. Weeman does a great job of locking down the back, but it's all for naught. The key gunfights around the hill time just not going their way, and Weeman still fighting for some of this position through the outskirts. Eric trying to fly in next for a double. It's been shut down in VVV. They are just controlling the tempo around the hard point.
Yeah, it's just, man, you think you started to do the job the right way, right? Like, you had everyone kind of pinned up. You get the kills around the back, but then the hit from the front is what ultimately denies and cripples you. So now a 100+ point lead for VVV. Metals can't quite get things going again in a respawn. 6-12. So rare to see. Joker's going to swim through caves, try to flip the map that way. Weeman nearby, but Joker still is able to find a kill onto the hard point. Weeman now forced to come into the play. Getting himself a double. Nice nade from Eric Boom. Takes down the third. Now it's just down to finding Vital. And Weeman's got a pretty good idea on where he's positioned.
Yeah, I like the position even from Eric on the minimap. They're starting to force some of those early engagements through the back, and, well, Maple might be able to get through for a full flip. And while this happens, Weeman soaking up time here on P1, finding a good kill there as well. Will allow them to potentially play for the push through. Only one left here is Twisted. Has to try to play his life for the VVV members so that they have the favorite spawns, but they're all focused on P1, and at the moment, they are not getting any of it.
No, they're really not. Okay. This is how it can start to happen if you're Team Notorious. But they cannot make any more mistakes with these holds. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Weeman on 3 still holds his life. Chance for 4 and 5 right here, but it just forces out a team kill. And Vital is swimming around the back, and there is currently nobody here to deal with this at the moment. Weeman will still spawn up. He's not sure which direction to check, but it looks like the comms with Maple says, I'll watch the outside, you watch the inside. But if Vital can get a little bit deeper and block, maybe there's a chance. And actually, he did block. Metals is all the way out. He has to hit dead silence just to get back into the play.
Oh, but he might be able to pinch this play up now. Yeah, Metals is going to get behind for what could be 1 or 2. They might have gotten information with it from the cruise missile, and yeah, they know, but Metals still good for 1. Keza just wants to fly into the point, but Metals in that spawn, it pays off despite having the information. He still comes up with 3.
What a play from Metals. I think you're absolutely right, by the way, there, partner. The cruise missile surely scouted him out because everybody from VVV in the minimap, you saw the arrows. They spun around saying, wait, someone's behind us. It did not matter. And now, possibly 1v1 with Metals over towards New to win the rotation, but not going to happen. A little bit of scrap time will be forfeited here, but actually Team Notorious will spawn up more numbers at New before VVV even get their setup underway. Keza on a triple, but the help from VVV solid. Thing is, I don't think they're going to expect that this spawn's going to flip around the back. Vital now knows it, and is just about trying to find to see if there's anybody else back here. There he is.
Treading water, swimming above, just trying to keep his head above water there, but we'll get there. Find the kill. Spawns in the back still here for Team Notorious as Maple's starting to be a threat from the front. Oh my, he gets some good team shots there with Metals, and they've been able just about to clear this hard point. Vital the only one forward. He is shut down. Spawn's now going to flip. What is this going to do to Team Notorious on the map now? That's kind of the big question. They are still parallel spawns in the back, and it's all about this fast track to New.
Such a tall ask. Metals is going to have to do something unbelievable here. We'll have a chance to sneak through ruins. Long range is what he wants, and he takes down Twisted for the first. Semtex out. Joka in his way, but swapped to the Vaznev. And that will not be good enough for the kill. Maple has to force his way around the backside, only getting 1. Still, Team Notorious members trying to cut their way back through P2. Keza reads it. Stun out, Metals, Semtex behind that. That should also land. This should be an easy gunfight win for Team Notorious, and it is. That should flip spawns around. Just comes down to, can VVV hold their lives with the remaining members that are near the hard point? Vital, tested. Last one left for the team, and Team Notorious will secure the kills, and now they're in the hard point.
Oh, what a break and what a comeback it could be here for Team Notorious. They get the hard part done. Now they just need to hold on to these 30 seconds, win these battles. Metal's gonna pop the dead silence, ready to make a play, but Kez is starting to pick apart some of the Team Notorious members. Two gonna drop, Metal's forced to deliver, and while his teammates come off a spawn, they get there, and just like that, we got ourselves about a tie game heading into the next hill.
And VVV are scrambling. They're not in the setup that they want yet. They can't read where these exits are coming from. So even though Team Notorious is mostly focusing on the front, don't be aware that Weeman could possibly get around the back for free because no one's looking at this. Eric denying the trophy system. 210 to 194. Has to break, and no. Vital provides the double, and VVV set up the way they want.
Oh, it's maybe a silver lining here for VVV. Able to spawn Team Notorious pretty far away. Have control over the middle of the map, but again, Twisted can't win any of those battles. Weeman just rips his head off. And now have to find a way into the point if you're Team Notorious. Vital just trying to bob and weave. Finesse and play his life. Wait for his teammates to get here for the support, but everybody's dropping around the point. He is the last one up, and Team Notorious, they find the break.
Heroic break coming out of Team Notorious. Job's not done, though. Two more players coming around the backside while these little pinches from the front start to make themselves known, but the kills are coming out. Twisted, last one left. He drops. Vital's actually already committed to this play. He's trying to do this by himself, and he does secure the break, but there's not enough time here for VVV to win off of. So Team Notorious will rotate and get themselves set up around new, but boy, do they need to be perfect. Only 10 seconds away are VVV from seeing them at 5.
This long run from Vital needs to be successful, has to at least find one. Eric not ready for it. Vital's breaking open the hill, on the point contesting, but here comes the response. Kills coming through very cleanly for Team Notorious. They find 3. Twisted almost there for 3 himself, but it's Team Notorious still holding on, keeping them off the point, and Joker dives in.
It's so tough, though. These nades are starting to really hurt, but there's a trophy system now for VVV. There's the kills needed. 243 to 219. Maple, one of the last ones left. It has to be Metals. Needs to get here to touch, and he gets cut down. VVV looking good for the win if they can hold off this last hit, which they will, and we'll go to a map 5. Team Notorious, though, boy, do they make them work for it.
They do. They make them work very hard for it. You know, up by about a hard point that entire game. All changes around in those last couple of hills, but it is a complete war on this P1 hill. Trophy systems are just all gone. You're just trying to bob and weave through the stuns and nades as they just rain over the top. But they get there. The dub is good, and that's enough to send us the distance. We're going to see that map number 5 on El Asilo Search and Destroy.
Oh, it's going to be an interesting one. Lots for us to say about that, so don't go too far at the moment. But I have to say, man, VVV taking both hard points, that is why this squad is looking just as dangerous as we were framing up at the beginning of this matchup. Both teams are good for playoffs. Just comes down to who's going to have to face the very tough opponent in Group B, being the 4th seed in Group A, playing the top seed in Group B, or who's going to get a marginally easier matchup coming away the 3rd seed here in Group A, having to play the 2nd seed in Group B. But man, Vital 26 and 20, 20 non-traded, Keza 22 and 24, 18. I mean, across the board, the non-traded kill percentage for VVV, unbelievable. And once more, like we said after the Fortress, a nice sharing of the hill time across all 4 members.
Yeah, you really do love to see that coming alive with all the key kills around the hill too. We even saw a couple of great moments for Team Notorious when they had gotten the control through the back and have the close spawn, but still struggled to actually get into the hill. We saw that, you know, specifically around that P5 point where they were just finding critical kill after critical kill, non-traded kills even looking very solid just about across the board. And after, you know, what was 2 really difficult defeats on the Embassy and Hotel, they get it done, they bring it back, and they still have a chance to get it done on that 2nd S&D.
Wow. Okay. But now we can talk about the El Asilo Search.
Sure.
Team Notorious, I will say, not only are they super dynamic and versatile, but some of their plays have become, I think, a little easier to read because they are running a lot of the same setups very regularly. Things to look out for. The stun on defense, the stun flood through mid with 3 subs running at you. That's like number 1. They pull that all the time. And then once that starts to work, keep in mind that we often see a little outer play where like one player will run a sniper rifle or an AR and free someone like Eric Boom to run down B lane, or they'll double hit a long flank around A. They love to try to get at you early, though. That's the biggest thing, especially when they're on the defensive side. So I think if you're VVV, if you've had a chance to play these guys before, which assumingly they've been able to over the course of the last 2 seasons in scrims and things like that, you have to be aware of that, because that's the one part about Team Notorious is their defensive side is so hard to get a read on, and they are looking to take over the map quickly. You have to be able to put a response to that. Otherwise, this map just kind of gets out of hand quickly.
Yeah, it does. You have to find a read on Metals. You have to figure out what he's doing at the start of the round, just trying to get any information possible. And, also Maple, I don't even really think he put the scope away throughout that embassy. That could be a very, same story coming into an LSE, though, where he loves to bring it out. And a lot of the set plays that they have kind of coordinated is really off of Metals and Maple working off that sub-sniper duo. I'll watch over you, you hit this lane, right? Like, that's the control you have. And there was nobody through that map number 2 that ever wanted to match the sniper play either. And they started to play around it, but they never really could. We'll see what happens, but meanwhile, Aphelion Esports in this map number 3 up against Clutch Rain look to be down by about a round here as they're trying to make something happen on the defense, and Clutch Rain starting to lose numbers, but will be able to respond back with mid-map control.
Yeah, this last hit, though, is going to be pretty well read, I'd say, by Aphelion, or so you'd think. I mean, they're completely bunkered up, and Cruz takes down 2 at range. Trade is out. Furious trying to keep his life as this will be a 2v3 defensive situation, and, well, Furious does at least reduce it just down to Twiz. There is a trophy system here, though. Twiz still getting connected by a couple of stuns that make their way on. Long-range shots from Harry are good. First tick of progress is locked. Cruz denies the defense from getting through. And wait a second, this is now turned into a double stack. Second tick of progress looks decent. Furious with a couple of tags, hoping, praying he can find a kill as the second tick is locked. Third now on the way. Aphelion need to find a way to touch, reduce these members on the zone, but they are not going to be able to. And Clutch Rain looked like they were completely trapped away from the B site with no nades, no teammates, no time, still find their way in and take the map.
It stinks. The Cruz, right? Like, that 2-piece really just started everything. I mean, you see the spawns come through very, very deep in the back left, not able to get the setup that you maybe wanted to after finding the trade, and they're able just to continuously flood over and over and over again. They also nullify, any kind of play through mid there that Furious was trying to hit. Wow. I mean, we don't get to see that whole map, but at least the last, 30 seconds of it, very, very intense. And Clutch Rain able to get the job done, but still have more to do heading into that next hard point.
Oh, yeah, I'll say as much. But this has been a tight series over on, again, our We Are Clutch GG Twitch channel, if you want to watch that one in full. It's been a tight first hard point, round 11 search, and then a near round 4 that just barely comes through for Clutch Rain. So, wow, there's a look at it. Actually, I guess the Hydra wasn't nearly as close as I thought it was. Yeah, Aphelion just snowballed it. But regardless, the El Cielo search was really tight, so my point somewhat still stands. They have an embassy hard point to get to their map number 4, and then a hotel search. Again, that will be continued over on the We Are Clutch Twitch channel. But, man, I'll tell you, it's another one of those group stages where it's just like this Clutch Rain team, it still kind of feels like they came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it is. Like, it's difficult to put them away, too, it feels like. I mean, based off their record, I mean, that's just a fact, right? With all the teams that they played up against, a lot of great wins, too, over some, pretty solid teams that we have through EU. So a chance to be able to do it here again and, just being so difficult to put away and bringing maybe a little bit more flair to the embassy than we saw in the Hydro, have a shot to do it because their S&D was looking very, very clean when we were tuning into it there with the little bits and pieces we got.
Yeah.
So very interesting with a round 11. I mean, who knows where a second S&D is going to go, but have to get through this team, have to almost outslay this team in hard point, which is not always easy to do. These guys, start to pick it up, start to put kills together, get into that groove. I mean, very difficult team to slow down.
It's really interesting as well, just kind of talking about this Group B kind of in more of a broader sense. It really feels like watching the gameplay that this Group B, or pardon me, this Group A, sorry, I was already looking over to Group B matches. This Group A set of teams were just so competitive, like from top to bottom. I mean, really outside of the fact that Noctum Black only had won 2 maps coming into today, and the Atlas Lions team, who hadn't won a series, still put together a lot of great matches. It definitely felt like anybody could beat anyone at any given moment in time, and that could still exist in that Aphelion versus Clutch Rain game. And obviously, with the map 5 on the way for Team Notorious and VVV, you kind of throw up all bets and say, they're all off at this point in time because both teams are looking real solid across both those last 2 remaining matches. Group B still to come, and the top 3 in Group B, I'd say, are looking maybe stronger than maybe some of the teams in Group A overall. But I'll tell you, man, we've got, I would say, 9 to 12 really solid squads out of Europe. I'll be excited to see who actually ends up in Toronto, because that's where we're really going to get a cool look and see how good this EU region is compared to North America again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, we were even praising just like through week one, last week, like we were getting some insane like Call of Duty, like high level Call of Duty strats in the S&D. The hard points were all very close, as you were just mentioning. So, I mean, that's what it's all about, right? And how is EU going to stack up against NA? I think that's, one of the defining lines that we always love through Call of Duty. So another one of those chances to kind of prove, can they do it? Team Torres always seem to turn up on LAN. And, a lot of these other teams in Europe tend to do so as well. It's just that different level, a different atmosphere we always, relate to. But we'll see what happens. Map number 5, VVV, a chance to upset, chance to get it done. Have to find a way to shut this team down in El Asilo S&D. I am so ready for this.
Yeah, man. I'm really curious, I think, just to see how quickly does Team Torres come out the gate and try to just dominate the tempo and force VVV to put together responses. Here it is. There's that stun check. All 3 members running right down mid with Metals watching over the top, and they're committing in towards bottom billiards. Semtex lands first shots from Metals are there, and that is the exact play that we're talking about. VVV does put together a solid response, getting 2 in return, but the problem is Eric is still through this play, and that is likely what ends up being the win condition pending Vital doesn't 1v2 right here.
Ooh, will catch Metals. Clean shots there. Will be able to reset and force the 1 versus 1. Knows Eric was on the other side of the map. Only problem here, going to have to get the bomb, but he's very close now to getting the dead silence, which is going to be a nice little advantage here, potentially up against Eric, who might very well have his too, as he's camping over the site, but Vital, gonna pop it, gonna make the move.
He's going to opt to play through B lane. Eric does not have his yet, but he is about to, and he is in a great spot to read this shot. Vital instead, though, does go up top. That silence should be about to expire here soon. Here comes the play. And Eric just hard focused on the first floor. Didn't quite get the gun up in time. And a 1v2 from VVV takes the opening round in the face of that same hardcore Notorious play right down mid.
Yeah, and it's the round 1, where you don't have any trophies either. So it's not like you're protected by anything. It's just, oh, wow, we were overwhelmed. I can't move. Nades are in and I'm dead. And yeah, it is just so quick. It's just so fast, but got to give a lot of props to Vital for working through a situation that did not look like he was going to be able to do so. Good 1v2.
Uh-oh.
And, well, not sure what happened, but guess we'll get a reset of the game with VVV up 1-0, I would assume.
That seems to be the case. Will be some questions, I'm sure, about what was happening. But I have to imagine you're absolutely right. VVV should start up 1-0. So while we're waiting on that one to get reset, we'll jump over and take a look to see how Clutch Rain and Aphelion are doing for their map number 4. Clutch Rain, after winning the El Asilo control, find themselves in a 1-2 map count and an Embassy hardpoint in front of us here with a pretty solid start from Aphelion, all things told. Mythic's watching over towards New, just dancing with Cruz. Oh my goodness. Nile does get the trade, but that's a big win for Aphelion.
Yeah, it is. Just finds the shots through the truck. We'll keep the truck power position still safe, and, well, it could be picked up there from Denza. We'll see what ends up happening as still this P1 time going over. Denza looking for some shots through mid here to try to give them a bit of a swift rotation over to P2, where the setup is now intact for Clutch Rain. Trophy systems being dealt with, and Aphelion Esports trying to set up their approach now on the break.
Denza just not in a position to fully see Genesis's weapon. So he may be in a little bit of danger here as he jumps on down from the windows. It's Cruz who gets the first 2 kills. Genesis still on the hard point, but he is going to have to pop up and find some kills because here comes Aphelion Esports, even dealing with Nile around the back. The Kentast already in. Genesis stuck behind the back hedge, and there's just nowhere for him to go. Break is good. Aphelion Esports still a chance to fight for 30 seconds with the time here on the second.
Love to get this 30 seconds. Swizz just going to make the heads-up call, saying, listen, I'm just going to rotate to New, get myself set up on the AC, but he misses the jump, and, well, that's going to slow him down just a tad bit. Information gifted over to Aphelion Esports that are still feeling a bit of this pressure on old time, and Clutch Rain will be good for those remaining 10 seconds. Genesis on the move to New, will find Mythics.
But only Mythics. Denza, just throwing too wide of shoulders. That will lead to Clutch Rain now with numbers to jump on in towards the early time at servers. No trophy system down as of yet. There it is. Immediately gets popped up as it's being talked about. Lucifer, long-range shots. Harry's, I think, trying to find a way to shoot this trophy, and there it will. That should expire. Now, all of a sudden, this hit from the backside at Bridge could start to find some success. And yeah, Furious, Harry, they will find the final 3 kills. Really well done by Affiliate Esports to get a quick break.
Lucifer, I mean, look where he is. He is still in a spot to threaten this top control here where they have to deal with him before they can even really deal with the hard point. This is going to be a lot of time that Affiliate Esports are going to pick up. Still haven't really been able to contest all of that top control just yet. And now Niles even been able to fly on through to the front. Can he find the second? No, we can't. Dent is here, and it just feels like Affiliate Esports. They are just rolling Clutch Rain at the moment.
Although Cruz tries to save the play again. Now, this is all just a battle for time that isn't even opened at the moment. Still a couple of seconds left on the old hill. Twiz, Semtex's stuns, get a good read on this. Genesis trying to be the first one in, but no, just absolutely obliterated. And even though Cruz tried to save the day, once more, it's Affiliate Esports reinforcing, bouncing back, and finding a quick hit here with the early 15 seconds.
You have to find just some kind of contest here. Let some of this time go neutral. Something to be able just to bring this back. Pistol shots good for Harry. He doesn't even use his AR. Wants to save the bullets, I guess, as he is just on one of those maps where he's just shooting everything. 12-5 for him. One last fight here for the scrap time. Denza will drop. Chance for Twiz to get in, but the trades are just so convincing. Affiliate Esports, another full 60 locked in.
I like the idea from Clutch Rain on that 3-man hit at Old, but it just was not well timed. Cruz was in first, the kill was clean, everyone else then turned to the back alleyways where the other 2 members were waiting to hit. Just if they hit that all at the same time, maybe a little bit different when it comes to finding success, but Affiliate Esports quick to get the kills, and now quick on rotation. 90-point game. Twiz watching the inside of Cafeteria. The rest of Affiliate trying to force their way in through Laundry and the back end. Oh, goodness. Mythics just gets away with murder right there. It's Harry who kills his teammate, but that was essentially still the trade that should have came through in the first place. Denza waiting for regen. Semtex out. Does tag. That should be enough for him to hit the go button, but he gets stunned on return, and actually Clutch Rain are starting to put together one heck of a hold here. Well done by Clutch Rain, and boy, was it needed.
Yeah, it was needed. Need to continuously get it, and Twiz is there for another big kill for himself. Just staying alive, just trying to do whatever he can to hold off Affiliate Esports. This is critical time to get with 20 seconds left. Twiz and Genesis are there. One final attempt maybe through the mid lobby, and Mythics does break it open. Might be able to fight for the remaining 15 seconds as Nile gives it one more look, but it's just trades that come through.
That's honestly just as good as you could have expected for Clutch Rain considering the circumstances. I mean, they were down 90 points. Now they're down 60. So you got 30 seconds kind of made up their net positive on a very tough hard point where you didn't have as much of a setup as you would have hoped to have had. So a decent opportunity to kind of get this game back to more level terms. Back over towards Courtyard. No one stepped in yet as Clutch Rain are in really solid positions to watch over this hill. Just comes down to who's actually going to get into it. As Mythic starts to clean things up, was there no comm? Genesis just hard focused on the front. And that little mistake allows Affiliate a chance to get in for 20 seconds worth of time.
Yeah, that tunnel vision certainly going to hurt them. And, well, you can see it right now. Kills just coming through consecutively, 6 or 7 in a row. Affiliate Esports just getting back on their business here. P1 time going over. P2 control is theirs. And that is not the spawn that you want here if you are Clutch Rain. You're going to have to get through the map here. And there is just so much control that Affiliate Esports have.
Absolutely agree. Again, this match going on as the primary focus on twitch.tv/WeAreClutchGG. It will continue there as we jump back in towards the search and destroy VVV after the reset up 1-0. But Notorious bouncing back in pretty nicely here as they find themselves tied at 1 apiece. And this defense, a little bit more reserved, is finding a lot of success holding VVV from getting a plant, at least as them out. And yeah.
10 seconds. Maple's there. Looking for some shots. Oh, God, not much you can do there yet. Coming down to the clock, and, well, when you only have 10 seconds to plant the bomb, you got to play perfect on the site to make sure no one has a shot to take on the bomb planter. Not going to happen there. Everyone for a response, and I believe that brings us to, was that 1-1? VVV, I'm assuming, got their round coming back in.
Yeah. I think you're right.
2-1, I guess.
Yep, 2-1. Yep, there it is. Good confirmation. Maple on 4, though, since the reset. Yikes. That's not something you want to see if you're VVV, especially if he continues to find success sniping. Onto their offense, though. Look at this hit from VVV. Aggressive through B alley. Looking for maybe an early flank or cut back through mid. Door is popped open. Maple checking. What? No! Unbelievable!
Oh my, that's a no-scope and a half.
Doesn't miss.
How does he hit that? Man, I mean, we saw it in the map too. I knew something was a little dippy with that scope in Maple's hands today. 3 versus 2. Bomb is down. Twisted. Gonna have to try to clear out a lot of this in the back here alongside Vital, but this is taking a lot of time as well.
Yeah, it is.
Those work out. They'll find Wee Man, and now 24 seconds left.
Double nades, but Maple's still alive. Maple,
Oh,
dude.
man.
What? These little mini flicks, like, are you kidding me? Like, that's stuff that you would normally see, like, mouse and keyboard style, like little
Yeah,
mini,
CSGO, Valorant.
like
Yeah.
CSGO, Valorant, like Warzone. I don't know, but he's doing it with the controller. I promise you that. That is stupid, straight up stupid.
Like, look at where he's also located at. Like, he's down low in the bar behind the desk with a sniper rifle too. So it's like, you can't win at long range, you can't win at close range. So where do you win? You don't, I guess, because it's just all Maple. 6-0. My goodness, VVV did not have an answer for the scope in the map 2, and that looks to be the case here in the map 5.
Yeah. So 3-1 the round count now with VVV getting their first from before the reset. Vital looking for a quick plant. Notorious will allow this to happen, but look at Wee Man all the way around the back. There are a couple of VVV members that are looking towards this flank, but they're going to have to also focus on the front. The timing of this play from Wee Man is literally everything, and Maple, what, brother? He is just trying to feel things out. Not going to find the kill this time. Wee Man does clear off the second floor, drops down, takes care of Twisted. Numbers now with the retake. Can VVV hold this, though?
And over the top, not going to get a read on the player to his left. So they do get there. They're able to hold, and it's finally a set play that actually works out successfully. Maple's not able to find any shots. Makes a bit of an aggressive play. I think he was feeling himself there in that moment where he hits the double doors with the scope and pistol and says, I'm just going to send it. They do a good job at least of figuring him out, making sure he doesn't find any value through the back. And well, from there, bomb goes down. They play the post plant setup good enough here to grab themselves that second round and make sure things do not get too out of control just yet.
Yep. Wow. Okay. Can they put together a back-to-back round set, though, here for VVV? Defensively, this time, 2 members in through mid. Everyone else kind of staying passive on the outsides of the map. It's going to force Team Notorious to get a little bit of a read here and then likely have to try to move this defense around because they are in very safe and reserved positions.
Blood. Oh, Twisted brings out the scope. First time we've really seen a scope from anybody on VVV. And it's actually Maple he's able to deal with as Vital.
What?
He is in a heck of a spot here, I'll tell you. You're probably not going to read it. But does Eric Boom just open the door, spot him, and then take, a bit of a weird chow here? We'll have to see. Meanwhile, they might not even deal with them. They might just push through. We'll drop into a 3 versus 2. Eric Boom is now, he's got himself options, and he can attack the site from behind.
Yeah, Vital pops up. No, the shots were decent, but not going to be able to get the kill. And now they know for a fact the last player left is Twisted. He has gotten attack to work with. That silence in play. Looking to go quickly. If he can find the kill off the exit of this plant, that would be huge for his efforts. But Eric is pinned into a corner. There's the read. There's the intel. Eric steps away. Twisted knows he's dead to rights, and there's nowhere to go. Team Notorious get back to now a 4-2 overall round count as they swap back to defense.
I think that round's got to be pretty frustrating for VVV, right? They dealt with the hardest problem that they've had so far in both Search and Destroys, and that's Maple. And Twisted finds them right away. They draw first blood. They have presence inside of A, but they have no one really watching that courtyard area. That's where they make their play through the double doors and start to open up a bit of space and come around the back and surprise Vital there, despite getting some good shots and good reaction time. Not enough to finish off Eric. From there, well, bomb goes down. It's easy to play that out.
Here we go. Defense, once again, stunning early, but there is no push through this time. That is just all for early information. Semtexes will not be allowed to enter in towards A as there's a trophy down. Late stun open to the door allows Wee Man a chance to try to contest over through checkers. And actually, VVV have done a really nice job, honestly, of kind of getting a read on this. Just comes down to can they actually push through and find the kills they need. Follow-up stun is out. Keza gets out of there, though, and we stay 4v4. That is so important for VVV, but eventually you have to make a play. And at least there's a neutralization on the opening first blood. 3v3 we go.
They have to know there's a heavy stack through Courtyard
Absolutely.
right now. And Joka's just throwing shoulders. They got that stun check on Wee Man a little bit earlier on, but since that point, doors have been closed. And Maple's going to go searching with the sub. Oh, what a read! Just like a book, man. Joka's down. Twisted spotted in the back here. Maple not going to stick around for the chow. They're just looking to just burn time off the clock right now. 25 seconds left.
And it's working. Because they have to try to flush out where Maple went to. This is taking so much time. Keza drops down. Maple's just not losing gunfights! What has he done? How does he get both right there? Are you kidding me? There's just no way. First shots are good off of this jump down for Keza. He burns him. Oh my goodness. Absolutely deleted.
Yeah, Maple's, oh my god, dude, he's playing out of his mind today. Like, specifically in the S&Ds, he's just been a monster. Oh my god. 9-2. Scope sub does not matter. He can use whatever. Already earned that streak earlier on. And man, oh man, they want to put it away here. Maple back with some more flashy plays. How many more can he get? The nade comes through, but it's just a tag. You feel like there should be a quick trade, though, but no one's made a move yet.
It's both upsetting as well as just a darn treat to watch. It's just like these two teams are just so close to one another. And for Maple just to completely take over almost feels unfair. But boy, is it fun to watch. Bob planted. VVV have to go. Vital trying to clear out the backside of bar. Does well. Metals delaying the 1v1 for as long as possible with Twisted, who does eventually secure the kill. But Vital's been red. Doesn't matter. He still wins the gunfight. And that'll be enough for the defuse and VVV to stay alive. But they still have a long way to go.
3 more rounds in a row going to be needed here with that +1 before the restart. So a lot to do. Keza has not really been able to get involved at all. Joins the agency there in that round. Gets bailed out by Twisted and Vital to make sure he's still got a chance to get on the board. But this has been mainly in control of Team Notorious. I think they get a little bit fancy there with maybe some of the chows, but you can see where they were at. Maple trying to pick off a couple players right through mid. Gets a good shot on the first. Gets a good look on the second. But I think Vital playing his life was everything after that nade tag came through.
Yeah, I'll say. Okay, here we go. What ground does VVV have to work with here in the face of, again, Team Notorious can get away with so much. Okay, well, that's not a good start. Punching your teammate in the back. They'll slow things up just a touch. Nades towards the outside looking decent. They get a read that Maple is playing forward, but the counter nades defensively. That's going to allow Team Notorious to take over mid and still push forward. Maple gets one. Eric trying to cut him off on rotation. Just comes down to the timing and if he can find anybody from VVV, but all of this positioning benefits Team Notorious defensively way more than VVV at the moment.
Look at the control right now. Like, Eric is ready to battle some of these players in white. Not a good spot to be in. Twisted stuck at the back of the map, hoping for a push through, and well, now he's just lost his teammate up close. I mean, what do you do from here? Twisted would have to find Eric and then maybe work a sniper shot, but Vital across the map has been able to work for one. It's just all about what Twisted can do with 30 seconds left.
Stun land, so Eric's position is known, but the crossfire just too strong, man. Vital. Okay, Vaznev versus Wee Man on that tower. Yeah, good luck, have fun. Feels that way, doesn't it? So Team Notorious will take the map 5. They will lock in 3rd in the group. VVV will still see playoffs, but their road has just become immensely more difficult as they will find themselves as the 4 seed, having to play up against Group B's best.
Ooh, tough one. Keza drops out of the lobby. I don't know if he got a kill in that final round, but it didn't really matter. Wasn't able to get involved at all. A couple of good looks, man, but Maple, right? Like, I don't know what other analysis I need when that guy is picking everything apart. No scopes up close. He throws out a sub and makes an aggressive play. Like, he really is that Mr. Do-It-All player when it comes down to S&D, man. And he is just, he's got to be so great to play around as, like, the other members on Team Notorious, right? He's like, what are you feeling right now, Maple? You gonna bring in the scope? Okay, I'll hit a lane. You're gonna pull out a sub? All right, let's go hit something together. Like, it feels like there's a lot of options when you have a player like this.
Absolutely. This is a lot of the same storylines that we were talking about throughout Modern Warfare 2019, Cold War, Vanguard, like Maple, very well, maybe the most flexible player in Challengers. Not just Europe, but globally. Because he gets it done in all forms. And I think that's been mostly highlighted when we see him on maps like you already mentioned with the Zealous Search and Destroy, because he really does bring out all three weapons depending on whatever he feels or whatever the team feels that they want to do. And it makes this team so hard to read and deal with on that map mode combo. So here's how the series went. Both hardpoint wins for VVV definitely still leave us impressed and hopeful for their chances at doing something in the playoffs. But the 2-3-5 straight domination from Team Notorious. And that's a dangerous sight because, honestly, their map pool and hardpoint is still pretty wide. Just comes down to we had not seen them play Fortress a single time, and their last time playing Hydra was against Aphelion. So a tough opponent there, and they did not do very well against them. A chance to give us something to look forward to, though, without question, when it comes to them possibly being back on top of the European ladder when you look at this Team Notorious team, especially when they're doing that in Search and Control.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, they figure out the hard point. This team, I think, definitely gets back to their roots like we were seeing there just about a month or two ago. But definitely a great look for them, man. I mean, VVV, they've put up an incredible fight this entire season long. They've been not, an easy opponent to deal with at times. But the fact that you get this dub, get yourself that third seed, going to be good news. And now just have to put it together heading into playoffs as we lead into it. Going to be a great one.
Well, with that, I believe that does conclude all of our broadcast coverage here for Group A. All of that has now been set. Looking over the results, Noctem Black 3-0'd Atlas Lions. Oh, man, what a tough series it was. We talked about this a lot. 221 to 250, 5-6 the Search, 2-3 the Control. So Atlas Lions get 0-3'd, but boy, all three maps were as close as you could possibly get. Noctem Black still eliminated from playoffs, only going 1-4, but the rest of the group shakes out like this. The Aphelion on top. Clutch Rain still holding a really solid seat as the second team. And then, of course, that head-to-head match between Notorious and VVV was determinative of who finished third and fourth.
That's exactly it. Able to take that third place, going to be great. When we always talk about the seeding, right, and how big that's going to be, because, in that other group, things looking pretty scary as well near the top with some of those squads that we have right now in Group B. So very much up in the air, but Aphelion Esports feeling good. 5-0. I mean, again, I kind of looked at that squad and I saw Mythic Furious coming over, Harry and Denza. Oh, I can't wait for some of those Seed 1 matches when we get into playoffs.
It's going to be a fun one. But coming up next, we have a win and you're in situation in Group B. Team Strays playing up against Signs. Both teams 1-3, sitting on that 4th, 5th bubble. So you win it, you get to playoffs, you lose it, you're done. We'll see how things go. Send things to a break. When we come back, we'll frame it up for you. This is Challengers Elite. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We have already affirmed 4 teams towards Season 4 playoffs out of Group A, but this group not nearly as clear-cut, not just from the seeding, but also who's going to be our 4th overall squad in the ring. We've got Team Strays, Signs as our focus matchup here, both teams 1 and 3, and the ultimates really saying we could put together is you win it, you're in playoffs, you lose it, you're done having to get it together for either LCQ or Toronto. Here's how the group has shaken out so far. There is a possibility of there being a 3-way tiebreaker up top, by the way, at groups that could go 4-1, as Wubba will be playing Noctim White, and then Deviants is playing eFuse. So that's also something for us to consider as we look through this table here, Austin.
Yeah, it'd make it a little bit more interesting, right? Little three-way tie to the top to see how the seeding would all work out there with the head-to-heads and whatnot. So it'd be a lot more interesting, but definitely the big battle is, who is going to be the last team to make it into Group B here? Signs and Strays haven't necessarily put up the best performances, but we've seen, glimpses of what they can bring to the table. So should be an interesting look to see what they can do. Then, of course, shout out to eFuse. They played a lot of really close maps through their week one, just unable to put together some series, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's the way it goes sometimes. Hadn't seen the eFuse team in since Season 1. They requalify, but unfortunately cannot get the job done to make it in towards playoffs. So they will also just be on the bubble with the loser of this game to really kind of frame it back up to still be battling for things like regional leaderboards, but they're not necessarily in a comfortable position. So things like the LCQ and possibly Toronto could be huge when it comes to earning points for any of those 3 aforementioned squads. So that's what we've got on the board. Let's take a look and start to learn more about these 2 teams in particular. Team Strays, well, I mean, they did kind of come back through just as a mostly still same squad as last season, just different team banner here. Rafi, Pack, Henry, and Dizzy make up the squad. And, I will say that this is, again, kind of like the same thing we were talking about in the last block. Good veterans matched up with some good, I would say younger players in the mix. And even though they haven't found the same results that they would have wanted here in this season, they're still looking like a pretty solid team.
Yeah, I still feel like this team, you can't sleep on them when it comes down to S&D. I think on paper, at least, individually, a lot of these players very, very good when it comes down to that game mode. And, we saw what Rafi was doing, throughout playoffs, the last Elite. He was just putting up some huge amount of numbers. So we know they can get to that same level. It's just a matter of, will the subs, I think, be firing on the same level as the ARs, I suppose, when we come to this matchup here for the head-to-head.
Yeah, good point. We'll definitely keep an eye on that as we go through it. But on the other side, for Signs, again, this has kind of been an interesting team as well, because you've got a large French-based roster on this Signs roster, and it's been interesting because, like, that Overtime Denial team from Black Ops 4, none of them are really playing anymore. So this kind of feels like the new wave of French players once we get a chance to watch their roster.
Yeah, once we're going to take a look at Signs here, we can kind of go over, a lot of what they brought to the table. And so far, it has been, a lot of great performances, in some of the respawns that we've seen, a lot of close maps, throughout a lot of those games as well. I think we know D3 from a couple of different rosters throughout this year where, you and me, Alan, were very surprised on what he was bringing to the table. But there's also, a little bit of that veteranship, I feel like, from what you get at a Depo, who's probably leading a lot of the comms when it comes down to this 4-man roster.
And Depa was one of the players that I think we were most excited about kind of as that future French star, like behind Hydra, right? Like as soon as we kind of had Hydra get picked up, it was like Depa looks like he could be one of those guys to kind of keep the French scene going. This guy hasn't quite been able to kind of break through the mold like teammates or players from France previously. So still some things to be kind of proven for him and the rest of this signed squad. And now we jump over to see exactly how both these 2 teams have fared so far throughout their group stage performances. Obviously, the record's not all that great, but honestly, for Team Strays, their ability to do well in the search and the control has kept them competitive in a number of series. It just comes down they can never get to map 5 because they're not winning any hard points.
Yeah, that's actually kind of the similar story for both squads, right? Neither one of them really ever see map 5s, at least during this regular season as of this point. So might get one today, we'll see. But for the most part, the hard points have been a bit of a struggle on both sides, which means that it could be a little bit of, more of a coin flip than what we're used to when it comes down to this game mode for at least map 1 and map 4. However, Signs have to try to pick it up a little bit and maybe find at least one game mode that they can rely on, because if they do win, you obviously want to be able to try to make it through playoffs as well. So have to try to find a game mode that you can kind of stick with and you can show some kind of success in.
Yep, could not agree more. So some players for us to keep an eye on as we jump through and into this series. How about Pack on one side? I mean, he was, I would say, maybe at this point, definitively able to say, maybe the reason Team Falcons were doing as well as they were. and then either disagreement of some sort or just kind of a consensus that he didn't want to play with them or vice versa, he gets kind of left behind. But boy, Pack has had a great year, by far his best of his career so far.
Yeah, certainly. And on the other side, the man that's going to be matching him a lot through this series, trying to bring that same AR pressure, D3. I mean, 0.96 maybe doesn't look the sexiest, but I still feel like you always know the impact that D3 brings to the map. It's a lot of those clutches that you kind of see, you know, in the S&Ds, or whether it be in, you know, some of those pivotal moments in the respawns. You can rely on him to go big, play his life in the back, and always make the correct play.
Yep. Big comms and two big playmakers that could provide the difference maker in this series. Where again, winner makes it into playoffs, loser is done having to battle it through things like the LCQ. So here is our best of 5 map set. And interestingly enough, I am so curious to see what this map set is going to be. Team Strays has had the most like one-dimensional map pool out of maybe any team we've ever seen before. And the interesting thing about it is they're getting both the 2 hard points that they only play, Embassy and Mercado. And then the Search and Destroy will see them play a new map for the first time. They'd only played Mercado Search and Destroy before this series, where they'll have to play Hotel.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting, right? Because we're used to teams, at least by this point, where we get to, you know, 5 matches in, that they probably have at least flirted with a couple of other different maps through some game modes. But it's been very straightforward, it feels like, for the most part. But we'll see if Signs can, you know, be able to try to take advantage of it. We mentioned the fact that both don't usually go the distance, so these hard points, I think, are probably going to be the deciding factor when it comes down to both of these squads going head-to-head here for Allen.
I like the call. Let's see how it all pans out. It's a winner-take-all affair. Well, it's a winner makes it all affair. I shouldn't say take-all. Still a long path to go, as we already know who's awaiting the winner of this game in their first round of playoffs. Affiliate Esports going perfect in Group A will be the round 1 opponent for whoever wins this series. It's Team Strays, it's Signs. Let's get it on.
Yeah, I'm so ready for this matchup. A lot could end up happening when you have 2 squads that aren't necessarily the best in the hard point. Could make for a lot of flashy moments, a lot of chaos, and, well, that's what we're here for. But Signs off to a very solid start thus far. 20 seconds will be taken off of P1. You can see at least some of the control coming through from Rafi, but he's not going to be able to get rid of Depa, who is finally going to be dealt with from Henry as he finds 2.
Opportunity for Strays to start working for the P2 side of the map, although it's not with any sort of convincing fashion, as Signs still hold on to the middle. Henry trying to get around the back. Hill shooting at everything. He just hasn't found any kills. That's going to feel terrible. Maybe a little bit of that Vaznuff nerf coming into play right there. The range just not quite hitting as strong as it once was. So 40 seconds of opening time here for Signs. Really solid start, but Team Strays will get their setup over towards B2.
It's not often we see 40 seconds, but I feel like as of today, we've been getting a lot of P1 time going over to the team that controls it. So how do they get through to the back here? Looks like it's going to be basically a full flood, and Rafi is, well, he is feeling it at the moment. His trophy system putting in some overtime as he's just trying to play his life, but eventually the nades will finish him off. And now Dizzy, from kind of a weird angle, is forced to backtrack and try to play a different heady. But will his ARs kind of really light it up here for him? He needs help.
Yeah, that was a very late decision for Dizzy to get on the other side. He's still able to stay alive, find tons of damage, and now he's starting to get the help he needs off the regen as well. Dizzy looking good and okay. From nearly being taken down because of the late wrap into 4 kills straight. How about that? Team Strays find a way to get this thing back to level, and they will also hold on to that 4 spree by Dizzy.
It's a good moment there to make sure that Signs don't just run away with it from P1 to P2. They hold off, they get a lot of time themselves, and they're actually going to come out with just about a small lead. Henry pops the dead silence, making his way to the top. Here, the timing could be very interesting. Yumeko not ready for the ladder play. Roan inside orange will be able to bounce out and get the trade, so Hilltime maybe still good at least off the bat, but tons of nades raining through will finish him off.
Team Strays, though, not quite in a position to get under the hard point, and Dizzy's going to call a very early streak in. Trophy system down will deny any kills. Rafi going to be tested here at the staircase, not just once, but likely multiple times. But as he gets the first kill, he gets assistance from his teammates clearing out the middle of the map. And Signs are a little bit lost on how they're going to even put together a setup to try to break this. There's still 30 seconds to fight for. Yumeko's on one side, but the rest of his teammates just can't get into the middle of the map again.
It's Henry's spot, too. Like, he's already now threatening an early rotation here. Might be able to find a couple kills and just delay this push to New. Signs need to just try to weed them out, and they will be able to get there. Henry for another big one, but can't put together 2. Now Team Strays will have themselves a nice advantage, but Signs need to hold on here. They have a few of their numbers inside the hard point, and that's some good kills coming through for Brown for the first one, but still no trophy systems down just yet.
Yep, and that's huge because Team Strays have an opportunity to work themselves around the back. Dizzy's a 9. He still hasn't fallen since that moment over towards P2. Finally deterred from the double-digit streak. D3 still trying to wash over from the front, but the hits coming from multiple fashions, and Signs are just not prepared for this, really, at all. They tried to bunker down. Henry pushes out, getting his third kill, and Team Strays get their secured break.
I'll say it. Signs almost look a little frantic when they get like around the point. Outside of P1, you know, dealing with P2, P3, P4, it's been a little bit scattered. Hasn't always been together. Maybe that's a good moment where they start to put together some of their hits at the same time. And they're going to get a really good read on where the spawns are here. And maybe just flood it onto the map, create some early pressure to New, and start this rotation as Henry's just going to fly, give up that scrap time. And, well, all things considered, Signs do a good job getting those back 30 seconds to stay in this game.
As we rotate over towards New, Strays with the numbers. Depa, Fabron working on it. Dizzy, though. Man, what a map he's having. 11 and 5. Henry at 13 as he was trying to get over through mid. But caught with his knife out, leaves Dizzy to secure the kill. And the hard point will open up purple. Signs trying to work their way around the back. Playing over through Van's side. Dizzy getting to work, closing the doors. He will be the one person to contact this play from the side storage area. There's the stack. Trophy out. Good opening gunfight win from Depa as he turns that into a double, and Signs get their break.
Oh, that's the aggression that you love to see from Depa. Somebody that's just going to fly to the doors first for you and then just bang it open with a nice little two-piece. That's going to allow Signs to maybe even regain control of the lead, but we'll have to be met with one more push here coming on through for the Strays as they're able to put together a couple of kills. Dizzy looking for kill number 14 onto Umeko, and he will be denied. 20 seconds up for Graz. Both teams still sending a couple more subs to fight for it.
Yeah, Signs in the lead now. 15 seconds with the scrap time. Strays gonna think about this. Pack. Whoa, how does he get that little snap over to Depa? Must have been tagged up of some sort, but still has to work on deliver. And okay, well done. Pack getting the double. That will clean out a little bit of the scrap time, but more importantly, it allows him a chance to get a look at Courtyard early as Signs are spawning way behind. And whoa, Dizzy! Heck of a transfer. Just couldn't quite get the second kill, but enough for Henry to get his trade. Leaving Depa the only one who could contest the point. Pack with his third kill. Help from Rafi to keep him alive, and Strays right back in the ascendancy.
Dizzy and Henry right now with the sub combination here on Embassy, and it's just an absolute force. And at the moment, you have not had that same presence despite having a pretty close lead. Subs on the other end haven't always been there. We'll see if that changes and continue to keep up with what they've been producing, because it has been the main problem. But Rafi now 6 in a row, looking to still earn that streak, needs a little bit more points or at least one more kill. But while that's set, time going over 20 seconds, could still be going over to Team Strays here on P1.
Yeah, sure could be.
Oh, good kill.
Yeah. Everything gets traded back and forth. Dizzy looking to once again play over towards New. Deliver just having fun with him. Oh my goodness, it's a game of whack-a-mole, and the Mole is going to win this one. Deliver on the back, not done. Takes down his second. One more player that could possibly contest early. That's Henry. He gets over towards the staircase and works his way in for a double. Long-range shots from Henry gets him his third. Does he get a read on Umeko coming around the back? May not need to. Dizzy's in a position to get the read, but no, doesn't matter. Henry for 4. 5 and 6 are in front of him. He can keep his life through these Semtexes, and his teammates will help him out. Nice moment here for Team Strays.
Oh, it's an incredible moment. I mean, they're starting to really fry Signs here, not giving them really any room to work with. They are stuck in the back, forced to push through, and Pack is there again. Shots coming through for a double. Are you kidding me? And Henry, well, he collects kill number 5. Team Strays, this is a full 60, and Rafi's already threatening the balcony here anew.
Yeah, he's got a really good setup as a trophy, I believe, down to, well, maybe not. He's still halfway to his charge. I thought he'd already placed it, but stun does land, so Rafi going to be in a little bit of trouble here as there are members from both the bridge side and window side for Signs that are going to threaten, and they will get the kills needed to get this rotation. But boy, after a back and forth affair through our 5th and first hard points on rotation, that second was just as convincing as we've seen to this point, and with that, Team Strays enjoying a 70-point lead.
Signs have to put something together. Make sure this game does not get out of hand. This is where they struggled, though. It was P3, P4. See if they can try to hold on to it this time around. Still doesn't feel like there's been any real trophy systems on a lot of these hills. Tons of nades all connecting and allowing them almost free entry, it felt like. Pack and Henry do enough to break open the hill. Team Strays back on the time.
And Henry in that little break attempt did get his 7th elimination, so Cruise Missile is earned. Team Strays start to dominate across the map, and Signs are in split spawn situations now. You've got Depa on one side, the rest of his team from the front, and they need to still challenge this, otherwise the game just could be over, but Strays have a read on it. Dizzy's in a great position to follow up from behind. Yep, that sounds about right. Umeko, last one left. He gets danced with. Dizzy with the kill, and Strays will lock in the scrap time really close to putting this map away.
Get the way Dizzy's shooting right now, man. Flying. Oh, he doesn't see him go up the ladder, but maybe it'll still pay off to get him inside, I guess. But either way, it just feels like the damage is done right now. Team Strays put together another full hold here, back to back. And Signs, they have not been able to show us anything even close to that when it comes down to locking down in the first 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Good control through the outskirts to find a couple of the lingering players, but this needs to be consistent for the next 40 seconds.
Yeah, and we're going to see it when this map ends. The non-traded kill numbers for Team Strays are going to be out of this world. I mean, everyone's been on huge streaks, if not for cruise missiles, really close to it. Deliver just not quite having the game that we expected him to, as he gives a lot of damage to two different members but can't finish off either kill. That leads to the break. Yueko has to come do it himself, and okay, he does. Takes down a handful, leaves Dizzy down by himself on the other side, but again, he's just not missing! Oh, even with the stun hitting Depa in the chest, still comes away with the hip fire, and that could be the winning moment for Team Strays. Dizzy will get on to 4, and Team Strays will dominate map number 1.
Something tells me Dizzy wants to see playoffs. I'll tell you that. Oh my goodness, dude. I have not seen Dizzy play like that, since really coming into the challenger scene, really this entire season either. I have not seen a performance like that out of him, but 31-15 is where it ends. 3,200 damage coming through for the kid with a sub on Embassy. And yeah, you said it. Those non-traded kills will not be pretty, and they are not.
I mean, that's just... Yeah. I mean, it was 5 spree after 5 spree after 6 spree. It was just, dude, come on. That is domination from Team Strays. Maybe more so than maybe any other match that we've seen so far today. Signs in a little bit of trouble here. And that's the thing, man, is like, this map pool should have been pretty predictable because Team Strays have only played like 2 maps in Hardpoint, 1 map in Search, and 2 maps in Control, so you know what they like. Even in 0-2 form, Team Strays have good reps on that Embassy, and it definitely paid off there. So Signs find themselves down early with a chance to hopefully bounce back as we head over to the Search and Destroy for map number 2. But, boy, what a display that was from Dizzy. If he's shooting like that throughout today, this could be a quick series.
Yeah, I think you're right there, partner. It might be. Have to shut that man down, and, well, luckily at least it will be some different tempo heading into the Hotel Search and Destroy. I still feel like based off of, what we've seen, and again, just coming down on paper, you feel like Strays would be stronger here typically, but haven't really seen a whole lot of success from either squad when it comes down to this game mode, and well, really any of the game modes, so a lot of it still feels like either team has a shot.
Yeah, I think that's a really solid point. I think a lot of that is because the map fluency is going to be a big question mark for Team Strays in this pool, with the only exception being Mercado coming up for map 4 potentially. So that's something to kind of keep in the back of our mind. Signs definitely a little bit more experience, at least in playtime across more maps, and that could be huge for them getting into the series. Back over towards the Wobblebobs and Noctim White series happening simultaneously. This is, again, just trying to keep Wobblebobs perfect. They're back to their old rosters, and, well, so far it's worked out nicely. And, did the defuse come through?
Almost.
It did. It did come through right before the Semtex Vaznev spam came out, and Wobblebobs will go up 2-0 early in the Search.
He was so close to that, man. That was so very close. I mean, he played it just about perfectly. He throws the nade, even finishes off the player who's protecting the diffuser, but it doesn't matter. Gets there in the nick of time. Diffuse comes through. Wobblebobs able to find round number 2 as they're off to a pretty solid start.
For reference point, the Embassy Hardpoint was map number 1 in this series. Noctim White took it 250 to 241. The Noctim White team continues to impress in the respawns. Bob's up early. Cobra trying to clear things out at restaurant. Bomb is lingering just nearby inside of Rugs, but the defense is already pretty stacked for a potential B hit. They're just going to trust that Maestro down towards A will catch any information to force this defense to have to rotate.
It's breaking open doors, closing them. Nate's not going to tag, as he'll continue to try to finesse his life here, just bobbing in and out, but they could still wrap this if they want to. But it seems like Linz wants to force a way in, and this could be the way they do it through Abusa in the back line. Has to get through F-Dot, and while the glint on the scope, he doesn't see it, F-Dot able to connect.
That is all on Maestro. F-Dot hits the shot, sure, but Maestro sees him cross. It doesn't move, and there's the information again. So now, once more, the defense knows where exactly these offensive members have pushed through into. Maestro trying to back up. They may give away this plant in order to play the 4v3 retake, and that seems to be the case. F dot, look on to Cobra. Shot misses, though. Now Wobblebobs can set up their post plant 3v4.
He actually gets a read on it. Maybe gets a sound cue. Doesn't sprint through. Aroma, though, still able to take the gunfight, and now Wobblebobs in a pretty difficult position. Both players going to be on the defensive side of the map here. And Maestro, he's going to get information of it. Linz, though, good for the first.
Yeah, and the problem is Brezzy's the last one left. He only has a Vaznev, so F-Dot will go for the defuse. Brezzy has to pop the door or spam through. He gets the kill, but no, the trade is through. Doors were never open in that last gunfight. And with that, Noctum White will secure the defuse and get themselves on the board.
That was a lot closer than I think we originally expected, that's for sure. But yeah, when the doors aren't open like that, I mean, you're just predicting, you're just guessing, and Brezzy just about gets around the corner here. Doors open in the kill cam, but certainly weren't when we were watching over it. Tries to get across, doesn't happen. Aroma just hops in that bomb there in the nick of time. I think he had a second or two, if that.
Yeah, if that. Yeah, that's the tough scene about trying to play that post plant in towards bedroom side with two subs, isn't it? I mean, if Cobra gets one on the back, things are very different, but there's just no way you can cross back to try to work that bar side if you're Resi or Linz. So, good read from Noctum White. Nades early over towards A. A couple are going to connect in towards mid. Chunk takes the challenge and just destroys Cobra, dude. That is an unbelievable challenge.
Yeah, it is. I mean, on this heady, like, you can only see the top of their dome. That is it. This is a tough gunfight. Chunk tries to go for a second cross. This time will be shut down and abused. Well, he makes it look easy. Brezzy, good shots in the back. And, well, it was a great start from Chunk, but it all just collapses almost instantaneously. Wobblebobs, they find a very important round here to go up 3-1.
Yeah, a lot of that comes off of Brezzy getting that kill on the back, doesn't it? I mean, if he doesn't get that kill through mid-map here, everything looks very different, but it forces Maestro to kind of give up that bar position. And the Wobblebobs say, we've got a route to deter that entire setup around the back, and it works out nicely. So we'll continue to give a look in towards that matchup. That is just for seeding, though, so by base of importance, this Signs and Team Strays game continues to hold our primary focus as we're into the early stages of the Hotel Search 3v3. Bomb planted for Signs, but Dizzy's got a really solid look at this post plant. Dead silence out. Oh, just gets surprised. I don't think he expected Fabron to also be up top, and that leads to now a 3v2 post plant.
I think he was assuming someone had went down low, but now running a little bit low on time here. 2v2 after that kill comes through for Rafi. Pack desperately looking for where the members are going to be at. One on each side. I mean, it's such a tough... Oh, no! Okay. Does get the kill after he stops shooting. It's a little scary, and now there's no real time left. Tepa just has to wait, pop out, find the kill, and he does. Guns Rafi with the help of the Semtex.
Brother, I may have had to change my shorts if he doesn't win that gunfight.
Oh, it was close.
It was way too close. It was way too close. Actually, maybe I shouldn't be the one changing shorts if he loses that gunfight.
It's a bit of a better go check.
There you go. Sides with the first round win. Now on for their defense. A lot of players did earn a late dead silence in that last round, so you don't expect that Team Strays is going to do anything too crazy here. 2-2 split off the rip. Rafi just going to see if he can make early contact. Maybe actually get some, because Fabron is not playing covered inside of B. Full clearance of the restaurant. But as Depa very aggressively checks for information, Team Strays can kind of hold this ground and see if they can catch anyone off.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's like a 2-2 split offensively and defensively right now. The middle of the map is completely open for either team to take. But obviously not going to know that until they start to go and navigate through and start to check and peek. But Henry could very well look to make that play. Even like what they did, they've dropped the bomb, right through mid to give themselves options. They're not committed to either site just yet.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, the more they kind of just flirt with the middle of the map, the more you kind of start having the conversations. We could go A, we could go B, we could go A, we could go B. It just comes down to what decisions you make, and Pac may have made that decision for them with that double. Jumps on for the quick plant. D3 around the back, though, denies. Hold on a second. There is an opportunity for him to still win this out based on clock. And had a really good look at Dizzy flying down ladder, but Vaznev still hits at a very, very fast rate. Up close and personal, and Dizzy will take the win.
Dizzy will take it. Huge 1v1. Make sure there's no chance of the 1v3. D3 finds that, and all of a sudden he resets. His teammate was not in a position to trade, so a little bit dangerous, but Dizzy's been feeling himself so far on the day, especially after what we saw on the map number 1, but they tie it up early. I love the idea of just kind of flirting with both bomb sites, not committing to either one, and just keep the defense constantly guessing. Now we'll switch it up, see exactly what signs maybe we want to throw into this round here to try to pull ahead.
Little high-low stack down low. On the corner, cross towards A defensively for Team Strays. They're going to get some action here, too. Whoa, wow. Big gunfight win for D3. Even though Pack does confirm the trade, there's still an advantage here for Signs, who have the A zone in their control. Tags to the door, though, dissuade the plant. And that may force a bit of a rotation here as you have a 1v1 with Umeko on the other side. Semtex try to change the odds, and it will work out. Problem is, the bomb try to cut through mid, and that kill leads to a 2v2.
Might split, though, the defenders in the back. They're not really sure if the play is actually unfolding at B or back to A. Umeko and Depa both maybe looking at taking the catwalk. Umeko's going to have to clear this space out if they want to commit to this. That's going to be the difficulty. No dead silence. Rafi just sitting at the back here. And what will Depa decide to do? It's going to be an A call. And I mean, this position from Pack, he's going to be hearing a lot of footsteps.
Yeah. Should be an easy read. Shots come out, though, maybe too early. I mean, he was completely concealed, you would have thought. So, a bit antsy on the trigger leads to a kill plus the plant. Rafi now 1v2. Dead silence is already out. Can he get the reset here onto Umeko? Yes, he does. Wow, just before it expires, so the kill is out. Depa looking at a quick trade. Nade comes through. Rafi, damage in. Getting the regen next. Still down to 13 HP. Both players are low. Little pop-up. Rafi getting...
Gotta go.
Yeah, I was going to say getting finessed right now. And he's completely lost track of Depa. Depa, there's the check. Nope, he's not on. And that should win the round. And it will.
Oh. Man, this year we've had so many of those 1v1 battles, like for the desktop desk to like bottom bomb, and it's just, it is a full finesse. You never have to commit to the gunfight when you have the bomb planted here, but Depa gets very close to death. Just barely able to survive. That stun he throws out buys him a lot of that initial time there to make sure Rafi can't actually press on him once he tags him up initially. So a couple of key plays coming in, but able to wait him out. Depa, very nicely done.
Jeez Louise. Weird gunfights, though, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Very, very strange. Team Strays, all 4 members looking to hit over towards mid or A. Meanwhile, Signs defensively all stacked in and around couches here. So definitely throwing a lot of their eggs into the mid basket. But I think they've started to realize that players are sneaking through and the defense is going to have to adjust. Chance for Team Strays to rule some control here on the A side of the map.
The timing could be so interesting when they go for this bomb plant. Right now, they are here now. And oh, that's a good kill from Dizzy for Broen, about to go for that check over the top. And it's so difficult to have to clear all this now. Retaking it from the defensive point of view. 4 versus 3. 2 members on your side have to clear them out.
Yep. First blood good for Dizzy on the next attack. D3's nade does land. Depa trying to kill off the player deep, but not going to work out, and that's the end of the round for it. Yeah, decent attempt, but man, it's one of those things that often when we see a team 4-man stack their defense in towards mid, you don't just all rotate back to deal with roofs late. Usually it's like a let's wrap around their back or just take them down on this cross. It definitely felt a bit, I think, puzzling to see them all trying to rotate back around once roofs was pretty much already compromised.
Yeah, that or even just hold it, right? We've seen a lot of teams just sit mid for just about, a full minute, just kind of watching every single angle, playing off of trades. And if you can't break down mid, then usually you don't have a way of actually getting across to A unless you can get a sub through. So it'd be very difficult, but they decide to backtrack. Does hurt them. And now 2-2 the count. Another big swing round here. And moving on through, Science just still very content with this A site, but a lot of map control being gained, at least on the other end. Team Science, they have a chance to flank.
Yeah. Depa Depa trying to read this. Deliver in a little bit of trouble. Keeps his life. Meanwhile, on the back, there is only a trade so far. And Strays just hold the control. I mean, this is completely bottled up signs around this A site. Fabron, no dead silence. Just trying to take away an angle. But the defense definitely holds a major advantage here controlling this A zone.
Drone has to maybe find this kill on the pack through mid, open up a bit more of the map here. A little too much for the Strays to work with. 30 seconds on the clock. They know they're committed to the A plant. And now you even have a flank working through on the minimap from Pack. But will this bomb go down safely? Fabron just going to try to make a play. Push out through the front. He's not protecting this bomb planter, but he will get it down.
Wow.
However, that battle is won from Rafi. Not sure how he takes it, but the collapse is in. They'll find Umeko right after, and a huge one comes through for the Strays.
That's unreal. I mean, again, in a search that has been filled with wild 1v1s, that's another one that ultimately kind of is the difference maker in the round, because if you just get that W, you already mentioned it, it was kind of hard-pressed for Signs to even get the bomb planted in the first place. The fact that they got the bomb plant was already kind of a bit of a miracle. You add a 1v1 gunfight win on that, all of a sudden the round becomes winnable. But not to be here. Pack on 3 in a row. Get Team Strays to a 3-2 count as they swap back over to their offense.
I feel like they're starting to get a little bit predictable right now for Team Strays to
I think so
actually
too.
pick apart. And I think the big difference so far is that Team Strays are like willing to throw a little bit of risk into their gameplay, right? Like they're willing to throw like these double stacks in on the flank, willing to contest mid if they have to, get some early stuns, nades out, look for that first blood, get across down A. Haven't really seen maybe a lot of that same proactivity come through for Science, playing very much point of contact, take the gunfight, try to use numbers, play for first bloods, but play too standard versus the Team Strays. I think they'll start to pick you apart if this keeps up.
Yep. 2-2 split. This will feel familiar. Very similar to what Strays had done in one of their earlier offenses. And Henry is, again, playing that same position deep over towards Ruggs. Signs did not have a good answer for this last time around. With mid-map being wide open for the taking, all it takes is one piece of information for Team Strays to put this together and possibly overwhelm whichever site they so choose, but Depa's the one to get first blood, as Rafi was the one looking for information over towards Freezer.
Henry's still in a position to play for this late trade. Depa going to go for a push through, and Henry's not going to see him here. So the flank could very well disrupt everything that Team Strays have set up out front in bedroom, as Umeko able to find another big win on the Dizzy. Playmaker slowly but surely being taken out of the picture here in round number 6, 4v2 now. And this flank is still very much in play.
Yeah, sure is. There's just no way you get a read on this. Have to hope for good timing. That could help open things up just a touch. And actually, the flank kind of gets stopped. Depa had an opportunity to stop the plant. No, he still gets the kill to stop that plant. Henry now by himself. This would be a 1v3 plus an ace. Delivers up top to his left, Fabron to his right. And, well, there's just no way to respond there. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, because I think Team Strays ultimately, you know, even though there is a very huge opening through mid, it's just not an opportunity for you to just run right through. You have to find information on where the setup is defensively before you can commit to one side or the other. And Rafi's the one, I think, that gets that call. And as soon as he tries to make a play and gets denied, all of a sudden the defense just becomes so much more powerful.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're throwing shots, you know, from the back of the desk just to try to maybe rotate some members over and kind of let that B site be completely open for Rafi to hit through. So, yeah, you can definitely see where their headspace was at, but nobody budges on Signs. They're not going to fall for the trap here. They just stick with that 2-2 split. But 3-3. Back and forth, man. Signs still haven't really shown me at least a lot of proactivity, I feel like, on their attacking rounds, but the Earth mixing it up. Starting a play over by B. It is being read, though, and that first blood, again, here for Team Strays.
Whoa, big first blood win by D3. Right end to B, gonna go for the immediate plant. There is no chance for Rafi to contest this. You still have Depa, who's already actually over towards bedroom as well, and this double stack for Team Strays defensively is gonna have a hard time rotating to even get here. Plenty of noise being made, so Depa's position should be known, and wow, it's a huge gunfight win from Dizzy. Now the defense can start to rotate. We've got ourselves a 3v2.
Patience here for Rafi. He's just waited for those players to make their way over. And now on a 3v2, have to break it open. Great first engagement. All comes down to D3 in the back. For a 1 versus 3, the clock on his side. Submachine gun to work with. Dizzy bringing him the challenge, and Dizzy for 2 massive 1v1s in the round to make sure Team Strays still stay ahead.
perfectly called there. It's all the 1v1s, flat out. The first one is by far the most important. That little climb up the ladder has to feel so dangerous when you know for a fact you can hear him up there. But that win was just part of it. You get the numbers, you have signs kind of trapped, but they're still in good positions inside the site. You have to win more important gunfights over headies, and Dizzy does that as well. There's unbelievable stuff. Team Strays now in a position to possibly get to map point. Still up by 1. Signs, ultimately, you kind of want to win 2 rounds in a row here, you'd feel.
Yeah, definitely feel that way. Already losing that map number 1, down 0-2, and what has been a game mode that has not always been on your side. Yeah, definitely would love to try to get this round here, and the aggression works out. Just in and out very quickly. Not going to look for more. No need to bite off more than you can chew. Great first blood for Adepa. Now just going to back up and reset.
Yep. Perfectly calmed. But, wow, I was going to say, for a moment there, he actually may give away a 1v1 to Dizzy again, but gunfight comes through. Signs now in the 4v2. Bomb down. Strays are going to have Rafi to collect it, but he's on a trophy system, so you look to Pack to be the playmaker. Does clear out the bottom, but can't get across. All left to Rafi.
Rafi's done some pretty spectacular things here in Challengers, in S&D specifically. This would be another great one, though, with no dead silence. Sudden nade to work with. Good catch for Brone on that peak, and now his position going to be given away. And slowly, all the members going to start to collapse in and around him. Another chow from the side, and no shots come through for Rafi. Can't get a clean look. Signs. Very solid defensive round. They hold back Team Strays.
Yeah, big stuff right there. And I think a lot of that is on the first contact once again, where it's just you win that first gunfight, your defense just looks that much more formidable. Not a lot of opportunities for Strays to really work with. That little play, that contact with Dizzy over through side of the B site is, I think, another important win that kind of, again, just affirms that your defense can feel more locked into their setup. So we go to a 4-4 count. Team Strays looking to keep this a mostly all defensive affair. Signs are looking to kind of maybe heavy-handedly make their way over towards A with a trophy system to enforce. This is all about can they get Umeko across, and they will. Pack will see it. Shots did tag, but Dizzy gets kind of baited out. And that 1-for-1 trade is not bad at all for Signs.
It's not. It's going to maybe draw some more of the defenders over here to the site. Haven't seen a lot of rotations come through for Signs. They've been very committed to the site that they attack as the site that they try to commit to. But you have an option to rotate now. It's a lot harder. I think Depa was trying to look for an angle to get across. He's denied. Pack will hold on to that mid-map control here, and now you have another flank coming through for Henry.
Yep.
Through the backside, and it just feels like it's all going to collapse here momentarily, and there it is, all down to D3 again.
That's so tough if you're Signs. Initially, when you get that little 1-for-1 trade on Umeko, you still think that the offense is in a good spot, but they all kind of just, like, stop, right? Like, you dealt with the player top bedroom, you got that trade into Dizzy. Why not try to send someone else across? You can't just be sitting here petrified that Pack is going to catch you on rotation through mid. Just commit for it, but Signs kind of gets stuck in the mud on the backside of the ace site, and then, of course, you already mentioned that Henry's flank is just essentially a huge difference maker, but they kind of allow Strays to make the defensive adaptations that they need to, even though that initial 1-for-1 trade seemed to favor Signs based on the ability to win the ace site.
It's been mostly a defensive affair here, too.
Yeah.
So what do you do on the attack? Why don't we send a aggressive play over to B? They haven't really hit this as like a 3 or 4 man unit. This is one of the first times, and they also don't have a 2v2 setup like we've been seeing through just about the majority of their defensive rounds. So Brone gonna have to hold. Stun coming out. Nade going to follow. Will he be able to play his life? Rafi able to get him out. First one down, and well, Team Strays, they're in the site.
Brone did not play that well. There's no trophy system there. You have to toss your nades and get out of the site. You just are not going to survive through all that offensive play. But that said, Signs still have the defense in the spot to try to respond to this. Depa just runs right into the fray. Bold call. Henry will punish. And now D3 is completely stuck. Pack is going to be on the outside if he moves behind this little waterfall. Bomb will be planted. And the double stack inside might be even more dangerous as there's no dead silence here for D3. Does catch Pack, though. Hold on a second. He has Rafi isolated in the corner. Whether or not he knows that is a different situation. He'll get to work trying to clean up these angles. There's the shots initially. Oh, it's clean from Deliver, but not clean enough. Strays will take the offensive win. And that will be the difference maker from them seeing around 11. And now Azed being 2-0 up.
Yeah, so back and forth. I mean, just about, round for round, the entire way through. The defensive rounds really paying off here for both sides, but finally we get a bit of an aggressive play. No longer are they looking for these little 2-and-2 splits, trying to get a little cute with it. It's just all about just flooding in, nade stunning them out. They want to sit there and defend it. Let them. We'll find a kill with the Semtex. We'll take control of the site. Do a great job of it, but very, very well controlled S&D. I know it's close, but it felt like for the most part the proactive plays and a lot of the key moments really coming through there for Team Strays.
Yeah, I think on the other side too, there were a couple of critical mistakes from Signs in those back-to-back final rounds. The first is, again, that 1-for-1 trade into Umeko. Him being able to just get that position locked out, even though it takes his life to garner it, still should be one that Signs should commit to in my mind. And often, that's a play that we see on every form of competitive COD, from the CDL down to Challengers, is like, once you flush out that player top bedroom, send someone else in towards bedroom offensively. And then there at the end, I think it's another one of those moments where Fabron, I mean, by yourself, no trophy, you got to read after you're getting shot at initially down that hallway that there's going to be some players on the way in. I think you got to toss a stun early if it connects, toss your Semtex after, and then just get out. There's no reason to try to hold that into a possible 1v4 with no trophy down.
Tough scenes, but overall, a lot of players coming alive. Henry has a great map. 10 kills come through there for him. And Signs, with that said, put together a couple of very nice performances through the hard point in the S&D. The hard point being the more pivotal one, I feel like. Because now we go to an Expo control, where you feel like at the moment, based off of what we've seen here, Alan, that, Team Strays might be good enough to get it done in 3. You're predicting that, Signs would have to be the ones to kind of show up, and they haven't really shown us enough, especially through that map 1. They were very much outplayed, very much outslayed. Right. That's going to have to change on a map like Expo.
Absolutely. And, again, the records for both these two teams are not all that great, but if you were to kind of compare the controls on this map, Signs have played it twice. They're 1-1 on it, but overall, when they got beat bad. Whereas for Strays, they won the single instance that they had played on Control. It took them 5, but Hack popped off. He had a 2.2 KD on the map, so that's going to be a problem that Signs have to have a response to. Meanwhile, though, while we're waiting for that one to start on up, we'll keep an eye on this Wobblebobs and Noctim White series. Wobblebobs did take the search and destroy. I believe it was pretty convincing as well, if I saw it right. Yes, 6-2 was the hotel search, and they currently find themselves up 2-1 on the hotel control, although Noctim White looking good for the A zone right off the bat.
And we'll be able to get that extra minute. Lots of time to play with here. Chunk also trying to work through the back. Nice shots there on Debrezi, but will be quickly traded out there from Abuza, who will continue to hold on to that back flank, and that means that back spawn also going to be secure for the defensive side. But now, reapproaching it, they're going to try to flood again, and Brezi is in the right position at the right time to at least get one, and we'll get a read on the remaining 2 players.
Yeah. Just comes down to putting together the response, because Noctim White have numbers here when it comes to trying to push through. Opening shots pushes Brezi off. Abuza is just holding a corner, waiting for a chance to maybe take away an angle. But all of Noctim White's offense kind of relies on this play. And Semtex did not get in where it needed to either, so Noctim White still forced their way forward, and Abuza just denies anyone from making the play in the main lobby. And now with numbers, Wobblebobs will start to move across the map.
Yeah, that's one of Europe's best slayers right there, and it's just reasons like that. Puts together multi-kills when you don't think there should be a chance to do so. Minute 18 now on the clock, and Abuza looking for kill number 6, but Maestro will be able to find 2. Clears out a bit of the bedroom, hasn't fully cleared it out. Still have presence here from Cobra. To find this, though, you have a real good shot at getting on the zone.
Wow. It's Abuza and the rest of Wobblebobs starting to light things up, though. Lynn's just trying to feel things out through mid. Contact made, but Roma, wow, good prediction after he gets the first. F-Dot now floods on forward with his elimination. That will stop the clock at 51 seconds. 17 plays 17. Cobra is currently out of the play, but he could rotate back in through this back alley and try to take players off the zone. Cruise missile off the wall. Doesn't find the kills needed, but Wobblebob still defensively take care of the offensive players on, stopping it at a midway point through the second tick.
John can make a big play here. Find a couple of the players through the back, and all of a sudden you could maybe force out some peaks from the players that are posted up in bedroom right now. Cobra's still very much alive and well. Chunk, though, he's going to make that decision to fly on out. We'll find Brezi. Could he turn and put together a second? Good shots, but can't finish it off. Cobra and Abusa able to get some clean shots in together. They'll find 2 of the 3, and now they just got to post up. 15 seconds left, have to go.
Chunk, whoa, stays alive. Hold on a second. They can still work through this. The problem is Cobra's around the back, and yeah, he's the one to really kind of turn things the defense's way. So, no, second tick of progress will not be made. Wobblebobs, on top of that, of course, just win off of the defense alone. So, 3-1 the count here in the controls. We jumped into it in progress. Wobblebobs now up 2-1 in this series, where if they win it, they find themselves first seed. Noctum White would be third. Tiebreaker situation between all 3 squads, pending Deviants beats eFuse, which should happen. I'm not really sure what happens then in that order, if I'm being honest with you, but it definitely puts things a little bit more up for grabs.
Yeah, makes it a lot more interesting for sure. We'll see what ends up happening there, but she'll have to get it done. Noctum White, difficult team to put away. We've learned that over this season, but take a look at what's happening as we jump in. B-Zone already captured. A on its way. This is a very good start right now for Science. We'll get a contest that comes through. T3, can he play his life? No trophy system to keep him safe.
And the problem now all of a sudden becomes the life count. Even though it was a really good start for Science based on progress and capture, it was an expensive endeavor as they do not get the second tick, and now they're down 6 lives with Team Strays trying to control street side. If Rafi gets another kill or 2 here street side, Signs are in a lot of trouble. There's not a lot of time left, so someone like Umeka or Depa's going to have to make a play from the front. But you can see how anxious they are about trying to make this play. Depa does confirm a trade, but back and forth allows Team Strays to, again, use this street position. Dizzy turned aside. Last 6 lives, though, for Signs with 15 seconds to go.
They'll have a chance to touch for Brone. Very much alive, close to the zone. Teammates coming out of spawn. Have to buy a little bit of time, but can't wait too long. Brone now forced to go. Making his way down the steps. Would have to touch. Might be able to put together a second. Gets a read on it, but that's a turn for the zone. And Team Strays, they do manage to hold on here to their defensive round.
Oh, yeah. So, man, it's one of those things with Expo. At a certain point, and I think that we've seen that some of the top teams have really made this up, where it's like, okay, offensively, the last thing that we can let happen is to get spawn trapped. So even if we don't find the success we want on towards the zone, let's just make sure we're not continually throwing away lives. And, well, maybe Depa didn't get the message. 1-8. Not a good start from him, as Strays just take over the map after losing the B zone. Win a critical defense. Looking for a 3-0 and a place in playoffs. Onto the offense. Dizzy throws nades towards B, but is actually focused on mid-map as the rest of his team actually get on towards A very quickly. And now Dizzy all of a sudden is kind of playing off of both zones at the same time. Depa has to back off. And with that, this is going to lead to some very free progress on the A zone.
First tip looks like it could come through, and it will come through. They're able to finish him off here through the front. Still got a lot of defending members, though, that might be able to get here in time, and that will force Henry back, and he's going to take some of the high ground here, reposition, try to find some of the spawners. Great first read. And you get a read on Umeko, who's running around the outside of the house. Won't be able to find it, but the position is everything. And now we maybe start to see some of the members shift over to B. That will be the case. 3 members now for Team Strays looking for a stack.
Yeah, and D3 is the only one who could really try to put a foil to this by playing up top. Gets the peek push on the door, just trying to scout out anybody from inside the zone, but no one's giving him an offer. Hack gets the shutdown. Turns for another as for Brone will drop. That'll be the extra 60 seconds. And Dizzy's already on rotation to help his teammate Henry, who's already on A. And Science, the only rotation they can put together is through the outside by Sauna. Dizzy gets behind the play with Dead Silence, but doesn't actually tally any kills. Science on the way to try to recover. Henry gets his third. Nades will start to land, though. And Depa should have had the kill, but missed it. Henry nearly wins it by himself, but eventually D3 gets the kill.
Yeah, and you can see D3 has to kind of throw himself on the point. They have to deplete this third tick. One more good wipe, and you can still very much end it here. He's going searching, but searches in the wrong directions. Rafi, can he put together 2? No, he cannot. Umeko there to play defense. And we'll take a quick pause, but Pack's position now as he looks to get through. Trying to get behind enemy lines will be denied. The defense holding on here for now, but they got to do it for 1:30.
I just don't know how you pull that off. It's just too many cards stacked against you. Dizzy on. Depa has to slink forward to try to contest. Pre-fires in, but doesn't actually land. So Depa will clear for now, but the follow-up too good. And Team Strays now a round of control away from making it to playoffs.
I mean, that was so quick. They even had like 3 defending members there on that last little play, but no trades come through. Depp is the only person to pick up a kill, and he gets a really good look at Rafi here in the kill cam, but doesn't have enough in the tank, doesn't have enough health, I suppose, to put together more than one, and it just collapses, and it almost feels like that Signs in a nutshell right now. Depa 3-14 hasn't been able to keep that same tempo and pacing we've been getting out of him almost this entire series.
Yeah, agreed. Definitely a tough look. And a must-win matchup. Good opening shots from Deliver. Actually turns that into 2. That should lead to a stack here at A. No focus towards B at the moment here for Signs. Just happy to hopefully get some progress done offensively. And this 3-man stack very well may lead to the whole A zone going. Is there not a trophy system down again for Signs? Bro, you've got to be kidding me. Never have trophy systems, and that leads to the clear. Oh boy, not what you want to see.
No, I mean, 2 ticks, I guess, you know, a little bit of copium, but it's definitely been difficult. And now have to fight out of their spawn. Stuns and nades coming on through. First kill not going to be good. Need trades to follow, and trades are there. Yumeko, Deliver, able to get 2. Now we'll see if they can try to move in for what could be a touch, but have to find one more. And Henry just bamboozles them.
I don't know, man. Just a mess here from Signs. They will get the... Well, hold on a second. They don't get it yet. Oh, boy. I was about to say they're about to get the A zone, but okay, those kills will allow them to finish off the progress, surely. And they do hold a life lead amidst what was a very chaotic start. Pack up top. Rest of Team Strays bunkered up in the backstage here at B. Hit on the way.
On the way, Rafi looking for an angle on anybody that would dare show up in front of him. Finally able to put one down. Quick trade here for D3. Again, trying to stay alive, the last one up, and really needs to hold this position. Find 1 or 2 members kind of, you know, through this little area up top. See if you can come behind the play or just keep them pinned to the back. You need something here to give them a little room to work with on B.
Yep. Okay, those kills will provide some openings. The only defenders are in the front side of the zone. They both get dealt with. Okay, here you go. If your Signs, all 4 members are on. Second tick is surely going to be locked. Rafi and Dizzy will have to make some sort of a miracle play happen. And, well, they'll both drop. So, okay, much better from Signs constructively over towards B. Good rotation. Good transition. Better cleanup. They're on the board.
On the board. Depa also getting a little bit more involved that round, too. Starts to put together some more kills. What you need from him. You need a lot more from him, though, to keep it going. Yumeko, nice transition here. Finds a couple of nice kills there on the old point. Right into the new one. So, all right, not out just yet. Have a very tall task ahead of you. Not only do you have to reverse sweep this series, got to reverse sweep the control, but it all starts with 1. Let's see what they can do now.
Henry's just frying the series, isn't he?
He is.
Good to see. Quick hit. In towards A. Pack first blood. Read on the Deliver. Goodness, how did he even see him? Are you kidding me? Plus the hip fire on the Fabron? It's just feels like everything's going Team Stray's way, dude. I mean, what is that?
The hip fire shots? I have no idea what that was, man. Pack is feeling it too. And Dizzy, look at this. Just threatening the respawners right away. Might be able to put together 1, but the teamwork is there to find the first kill cleanly. The problem? Well, the zone is gone. And now they're going to have to put up some kind of defense over at B.
Yep. And the problem is kills off the exits are not actually going to stop Team Strays from already getting on towards B. You do have Depa behind Dizzy, though. He's aware of that. Help is on the way, but honestly, Signs are doing a really nice job of getting in towards this main lobby area and not giving away too much through on the back at the same time. So all it takes right now is just finding contact, winning your ones, and so far, so good.
So far, so good. Have to do just a lot longer here for about 1:40. And if you can keep this tempo up, this is exactly what we need to see in order to get ourselves to a round number 5. Depa on 2 in a row. He's really bringing it back at the moment and might be in a good spot to put together some more. How about it? Kill number 3 is in. Teammates starting to find some of those key 1v1 kills. Yumeko in the back. Huge 1v1 onto Pack and just guns him down. And this is the control we wanted to see. Signs keeping them pinned to the back.
Yeah, perfect control here from Signs. Not just because that's the mode we're playing, but they're not going too far. They're not testing too much. Get yourself in good positions. Trust that you can hold angles. Force the offense to come to you. A little bit of clearance here for Team Strays, but the offense is down 5 lives. for Bronestone, a really good spot. Bottom hallway to at least control the backside of the point. And yeah, that gunfight win furthers the point. Henry not able to do too much from the top windows. And it almost feels like kind of a last chance here for Strays. But with Rafi on and Kill starting to come through, Signs have kind of folded here in their setup.
Yeah, Umeko is the only one really behind enemy lines now. The rest of them going to have to come through mid or come through the back. On the time again is going to be packed. 2 over the top for him. 16 and 10. First segment looks to be locked in. Have to try to make a move now if you're Signs. Have to break. Need it now.
And everyone's watching these tight corners. Henry clears out the elevator, bounces right back into the zone, comes back to where he was previously contesting to get more. Henry, no, not going to get his 4th straight kill. But the third tick of progress is already done and dusted. Team Strays get it done on the 4th round offense to take the series 3-0. We'll see you in playoffs.
Tested, but they show us the resilience. Great battle back there at the back of the spawn. I mean, you could see it. Signs had them in the spawn trap, not giving them any breathing room, struggling to even find some of the kills we saw there for about a minute, but not enough in the end. And that means we have our 4th team locked for that group. Big congratulations to Team Strays, but take a look at this one. Global Bobs, they might be looking to put it away too, Alan.
Dude, Abuse is 22 and 13 with nearly 2 minutes of hardpoint time. What? And then Linz just drops underneath Chunk to get his 6th straight kill. Holy smokes. I mean, Linz is on 6 in a row. That means that before this, he was 8 and 14. Meanwhile, his teammate is 22 and 13. Cobra's 19 and 12. Brezzy's 17 and 12. I mean, Linz is just chilling.
Yeah, he's big chilling, man. He's having a great time. Want me to get on the top? I'll get some time, and then just quietly goes on a bit of a spree. So love to see it. This is the Wibble Bobs that, you know, we wanted to see stay together, you know, through the end of the season. I'm glad they are back, and we are seeing why. Knocked him white, chance to hold on, but one more good break for 13 seconds. That's all the Wibble Bobs need.
Yes, it is. The thing about it is on the other side, like, sure, Aroma and Maestro aren't having great games, but like no one's playing particularly terrible. That would lead you to believe this is over a 100-point game. But Cobra on 5 nearly just won the game right there. Still 35 seconds to fight for it. Knocked him white will have the enforcement with a little bit of numbers to help out on this hold. Roma Semtex delays it a little bit further, and yeah, Knocked him white in a really good setup to try to hold on this back 25.
Yeah, I think you're going to start to see a lot of the respawning members just start to rotate now. 2 more members going to maybe give it a hit, but it'd be pretty hard-pressed to break this open. Knocked him white still have 3 defenders on the point. And that means that they do hold on to about a full 60, but you can see Wibble Bobs. They've already made their way across the map. They just need one good hold for 11 seconds, and they got this all locked up.
And the play for Knocked him on rotation was not fast enough through mid, so all of Wibble Bobs still spawn at this new hill, and, well, the kills come through. Aroma down low. We've got F-Dot on the way, but no one's going to get here in time. What a set of hard points this was from Wibble Bobs. I mean, what? It's just, man, maybe we just need to ask the question, like, what caused them to break up in the first place? Was it just some people, you know, because, like, none of them went to Dallas, I don't think, so that couldn't have been the reason, and I don't know.
I don't know either, but I'm just happy they're back.
Yeah,
That's all I really got to say about that, but I'm with you. I think we were all very puzzled, you know, when they were splitting up, going to different teams, and then, you know, not finding that same success well all together. So, glad the boys are back in town, that's for sure. But we take a look, we keep on rolling through. And, well, this is also, you know, a pretty important win here Deviants to be able to get. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do it here overall, but they're in a pretty good position here so far, 186-76.
Yeah, I'll say. Disarray having a good game, so is Kel, so the subs are doing well. But Deviants on the other side, everyone's doing well. I think that's the major difference maker at the moment. I mean, everyone's got, you know, not everyone, but Gizmo's the only one who really hasn't been in the hard point. Everyone else, though, is well over a minute. And objective play for eFuse seems to be not quite fully there against this very strong Deviants team. Lucky cleaning up mid-map. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. My goodness.
Shut it off.
Oh, my goodness. He almost got all 4.
Yeah, he did.
Almost one clipped all 4. Are you kidding me?
This one's going to pad the stats a little bit, I imagine, when they come out of this series. But pretty good. Pretty good. That's about all I had to say at the moment. eFuse just not enough in the tank at the moment here. Haven't really seen them put together, you know, any key wins, unfortunately, through the regular season. But have played a lot of close maps. This one, maybe not one of them. Chance to set up here now. And, well, with the early setup, they could put it away right here on P3.
Yep. 3 members on for Deviants. Defuse trying to work from bridge side. Good first blood from Runner. Opens up the floodgates here on the back. Vortex in position, though. Well read. Help from Journey, and the subs will get it done. One more in through the cross. Not to be. At Deviants, just 10 seconds away. BB Connor would have to essentially wipe everyone from the point. He is not in a position to do that. Last chance to touch. Not going to happen. Deviants will take a convincing Embassy hardpoint. They will win their series and hold on to the number 2 slot.
50-90. Great way to end your last map of the day. Close the series out in 4-1 fashion. Or 3-1 fashion.
Yeah.
Not playing best of 5-6s. I don't know where I'm at there, but either way, 3-1. Get it done. Very clean across the board. I mean, the slaying was just... I look at it. Like, look at Lucky and Journey, man. These guys were just running rampant on the map, finding everything that they would need to set themselves up for a dub. Pretty swift series.
Yeah, seems that way. I think the results pretty much went as expected, considering how good that Deviants team was looking in their first couple days of group stage. But really, this whole block was focused on who our 4th team is going to be. Team Strays taking the series 3-0. We'll lock that in. So with that, we have all of our matches done and all of our 8 teams from Europe ready to go for playoffs starting tomorrow. We started off already knowing who our 4 teams from Group A were going to be. It was just a matter of who was going to come out on top for the number 1 seed and who was going to be 3rd and 4th. Here were those results. As this is Group B. Wobblebobs, with their win, lock in a 15-4 map count. Unreal considering how good Deviants and Noctim White were. And then, of course, the big matchup was Team Strays versus Signs. That win for Team Strays gets them into playoffs.
Yeah, they get in with that 2-3 record. Nice head-to-head. Great matchup for them. I mean, they also do it, in convincing fashion, as I was saying. So I don't think you can sleep on that team. I mean, after what we saw last season, I don't think you can really ever sleep on a team that has Rafi on it after putting together, what they did. But going to be pretty difficult to do so this time around. Don't have the same roster. Still a chance, though, to make some magic happen. However, I think Wobblebobs, definitely the team that we have our eyes on. Can they put together similar performances against the other squads that we have in Group A?
Brother, I am at a point right now where I would legitimately pay to see an Wobblebobs versus an Aphelion game. I think that those 2 teams are going to square up so darn well.
I like that.
They're both going to be coming out of their group the number 1 seed. Both of them have looked really dominant from start to finish. Both of them have the same map win-loss count. Sure. So I'll say, man, that Aphelion team's looking pretty nasty, especially considering how I think this Group A was the harder group, just based on how it got put together.
I agree.
That Atlas Lions team is better than 0-5. I'll say that much.
Yeah. I mean, even the Noctim Black team, it was pretty good based off of, what we were seeing in some of those maps. So this is, one of the more difficult groups for sure. Team Notorious, Clutch Rain. I mean, Clutch Rain with some big surprises. They even had a chance to be able to potentially tie up today with that 5-0 record, but weren't able to get the best of Aphelion Esports. So yeah, this one, I mean, I've been very amped about this group just mainly because of these 2 teams that we kind of have at the top. I think we know what to expect out of Team Notorious. Those guys are typically going to show up. It feels like they're getting better based off what we saw today. And that VVV team would also be a little bit of a dark horse. Who knows what happens as we get ourselves into playoffs. They were looking pretty solid through their games today too.
I'm here for the chaos, especially if you're throwing out little predictions like that. So with that, we are now at the end of a very quick EU block. Goodness, it's not even 5 o'clock here Eastern time. So with that, we have an hour-and-a-half break. I think it's the first time we've actually had that now between Europe and North America, who will be on with the same exact format, their last day worth of group play matches. And the results still have some opportunity there could be some major moves that are happening here in this final day based on not just where the group standings currently are, but also what the matchups look like to finish off our final season worth of regular group play action. Playoffs will be kicking off tomorrow, though, so if you're looking just for Europe, be back here an hour earlier than normal. It's a 1 p.m. Eastern start time with 3 matches to kick us off for playoffs. Otherwise, if you're looking for more Challengers League action today, stay tuned. Keep the tab open. We'll be back at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time for North America and their final rounds worth of group play. Till that point, we say farewell for now. See you in a little bit.
Welcome everybody here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for some more North American action as we get some teams out of the round robin stage and into playoffs. I'm Infinity, on my right is Proper. I'm not going to try and do hand signals today for the directions because I sometimes always fail at them. Animate, you're looking good.
Oh, thank you so much. You're looking just as fine as always, Birdie. I gotta add that as well, and I did justifiably so, not wanting to point any fingers, but the one thing that we do have to do today is point fingers to the relegation side of things. It's the final day of group play. Some teams will not be making it to that double elimination bracket.
Yeah, as is always the case, we've got to say goodbye to some folks. And actually, I'll be honest, mate, you know, as I always say, I love my permutations Wednesdays. It's really boring today. I got up and I was just like, well, everything's already sorted. We already know kind of everybody, more or less, who's going through apart from one of the two groups. Let's start talking about that, though, before we talk about Call of Duty Challengers Championships. Here are the groups. Group A will start off the conversation with that group, as is always the case. As we said, Omit and Hive have already qualified at the top of the group at 4-0 and 3-1, respectively. At Boston Academy, while it does look like they might go 2-3 and be stuck in a head-to-head scenario here, Andy, mate, they have already qualified as well due to having a head-to-head, a potential head-to-head win over Rocker ESG. Treaty 1 Gaming, regardless of what happens here, cannot qualify at 0-4. So the only two teams really still in the race for that last spot are Convoy Gaming and Rocker ESG.
And it all comes down to the final day of groups. Gotta give a quick shout out, especially for HiveX Street Mob Gaming. They go through one of the craziest changes, of course, Snoopy going to Boston Academy, and they completely reformat their entire rosters and roles, and they look just as good as they did towards the end of last season. But towards the end of today, yeah, it mostly comes down to Convoy. They gotta beat Boston. Rocker obviously need to beat Treaty 1 as well with that head-to-head that we keep talking about.
Absolutely. So big victory for Convoy on the cards here, especially again when we talk about kind of the framing of Challengers Championships right around the corner. You do not want to be falling out in the final elite season at the group stage because pro points absolutely matter at this stage of the year. For Group B, I'm not going to lie, things are quite boring. We look over towards Group B because unlike Group A, everything is already basically decided beyond the realm of seeding. Decimate, Millennium 7, Orbit, and Anarchy Gaming all qualifying in the 1 through 4 spots. Outlast Gaming and Neednorg, unfortunately, no matter what happens today, cannot get through. I think the biggest surprise coming out of this group has to be the new look Decimate Gaming, right? An overhauled roster after last season's failure, and they've been looking great.
Yeah, that's an understatement of the century right there. Again, 2 players from the former Decimate roster, and then 2 players from what was Boys a Liar with Trey and co. That was Bink and Noisy, who then joined Estriel and Flames for this Decimate roster. And they're looking fierce. I mean, you see it right there. They've only dropped 2 maps. One was a control, one was a search and destroy. But Tyler Noisy is playing out of his damn mind. And this Decimate roster is just a force to be reckoned with. They already took down former champions there of Millennium 7 in the opening match. It went to map 5. Orbit and Anarchy, of course, being settled in as far as what seeding 3 and 4 looks like out of Group B. It's going to be a little bit of a toss-up towards the end, depending on how today shakes out. But, yeah, that's your Group B done and dusted. Sucks for Outlast as well as Neednorg, but we'll be seeing you, especially towards Toronto.
Yeah, and of course, for those teams fighting for survival, fighting for scraps at the end of Group B. But what are all these teams fighting for as we approach the end of the season? Well, I think it's important to clarify the current scenario with the champs coming up, right? We're reaching the very end of the season now. Challengers Finals is right around the corner. And it's an expanded Challengers Finals. That's the big thing coming into it. We're going from 8 teams to 16 this year, and there are a variety of different ways you can qualify. It's not just LCQs anymore. I think most notably, Andy, as we approach the Toronto Open in a couple of weeks now, which feels like it's so close, 2 teams from that event are going to make it straight into the champs.
And that's been the entire conversation, right? Is that you can end up being like one of those top 10 teams from the regional leaderboards. If you end up placing first or second in towards Toronto Open, which more than likely will happen, well, then you're going to go straight to champs as well. There's already some teams that are clinched as far as champs are concerned. Rocker X ESG are one of them. I saw the Team Notorious are also one of them as well. Towards the end of the year, we can end up seeing a little bit of a hodgepodge to make a super team as far as those pro points are concerned. Excuse me. Those LCQs are always a good time to be able to see what these teams truly do look like at the end of the road of the year.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to be interesting, of course, to see APAC and LATAM, how they kind of configure into the entirety of the things and such. We'll see, man. I'm very excited for Challenges, Championships, especially with all the regionality of it all and seeing Europe versus North America, all those stories. It's going to be a great conclusion to the year. But let's talk about this matchup then. Boston Academy taking on Convoy. Really kind of set it up right. Two teams that actually are in the running for those champ spots at the end of the season. Boston are pretty high up on the challenge points list. Convoy Gaming, I think they're around like the 10th or so in North American region. And that really does just kind of raise the stakes for them here to actually win this match and get themselves into playoffs. But let's start up with the fan favorites, shan't we? Boston Academy. This roster has seen many faces this season so far. Snoopy, the latest to join the lineup.
Yep, Pentagram joining in late towards, what was it, like at the end of Season 2. It just feels like every single time that Boston are on our screen, we see Sensor and Shawnee, they're playing with two more individuals. And honestly speaking, for the amount of growing pains that this team has been going through, Coach Magic, like, he's got his work cut out for him. I'm sure he's got a lot of headaches that come along with it, but he's getting the job done. These boys are looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, for sure. I will say one thing is that I think their Season 1, or their Day 1, excuse me, was a little bit disappointing at first, right? They were 0-2 at the end of the first day, but we said it, when we were casting those North American matches, Andy, that's not the end of the road for Boston Academy, because we know from all the way back in Season 1 that is not a situation that they're not able to climb out of, and climb out of it they more or less have now. Coming into this, they're now 2-2. They won the couple of matches on Day 2. So Boston Academy, they're still, I think, one of those rosters, and I think we've had this conversation multiple times, where they are just such an annoyance for teams. They're one of those bubble teams that can absolutely just turn up whenever. They can beat pretty much any team on the right day. And that's really one of, I think, the good things about this Boston Academy team is their determination, I feel at least, is unmatched in North American Challenges.
Yep, absolutely the case. Here's going to be the team on the opposite side of the lobby. That is Convoy Gaming. Again, to see a lot of recognizable names and faces on this roster. Most importantly, Dylan Nero. He's on the bench for the Boston Breach. He comes down here into Challengers. It's kind of interesting when you look at Rex Persini and Gunless, who are the core three for Convoy. They move away from playing with Classic, who was the fourth player for this team, even towards the end of Texas and the latest season of Challengers Elite. They were going to be playing with Vivid. Vivid gets called back up. You switch two SMGs out from Boston Breach main roster and towards the bench, and they go straight to Convoy Gaming, baby. I mean, this team, within its own self, Rex has been undeniable. There's been so many different instances where he has confirmed to be one of the higher statistical players when it comes to North American Challengers. Persini's looking to be in championship form. Gunless is back to his devious ways. For Nero to step on in for the objective role for this roster, I think that it all on paper looks really good, but they've truly been struggling as far as the season is concerned.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a weird one for sure, right? And I think the alarm bell started ringing as soon as their very first match went down. They had to go to a Game 5. Ultimately, they did reverse sweep Treaty 1 Gaming. But that was like a sort of, okay, what's going on here? Is this Convoy Gaming? Because albeit, I think we should probably put the kind of the asterisk in there that they did make that very last minute roster change, which I don't think they were quite prepared for. The initial plan, of course, was to have Vivid on side. Still, there are kind of those question marks to be had about Convoy Gaming. And Andy, I think the vast majority of those question marks come down to the hard point in particular. We'll talk about that here in just a second. But Boston Academy, you look at the stat lines across the board, and that S&D does not look pleasing.
No, it does not. I mean, when you start Day 1 going 0-4, again, 2 map 5s for Boston Academy in their opening day, they lost all 4 of those search and destroys. Then they turn around in day number 2, and they win both of them. I mean, talk about an immediate turnover. Now you have a week off to be able to really kind of brush up on some of these strategies, make sure that you know what you're looking for on all of these map mode combinations. And the search and destroy is going to be a main focus for Boston. I mean, when they were playing with Dan, when they were still having Kremp and Beans on the roster, I mean, search and destroy was always kind of a namesake for this team. We kind of saw them kind of falter from that grace, if you will, in that opening day, especially on their Fortress search and destroys, their decision-making, their cohesion. It just was not all there. Their hard point of control, they can slay out as far as respawns are concerned, which makes it the entire conversation very funny for the opposite side, because Convoy, historically great at hardpoint, they're only 2-6 coming in towards this series, not able to click it all together, have yet to lose a control, and their 50% win rate on search and destroy very much so could be a 2-3-5 stipulation for Convoy to take the series.
Yeah, the trade-off just isn't good, right? You talk about kind of the loss in hardpoint going from an 11-3 team in Season 3 to a 2-6 team here in Season 4. Their search and destroy has not improved by a marked amount. That it is that the trade-off is there. So Convoy will want to fix that hardpoint coming into today. How are they going to do that? With some good darn players. And one player for Convoy Gaming that has absolutely stepped to the plate here has been Gunless. It's kind of funny, right? Because whenever we've talked about Convoy Gaming, Andy, we've always had the conversation about Rex being that player, just having a season out of his mind. But Gunless, I think, statistically speaking, this season, in Season 4, has turned up to the plate in a way that he hasn't done so far in 2023.
You know, if we're going to talk about one vet on one side, we got to talk about the other on the other side. Say what you will about Shawnee not having as high statistical advantages when it comes to hardpoint and search and destroy, but it always feels like that Sean's in the right place at the right time, just overwatching a lot of these plays that his SMGs have really started to collaborate when it comes across all of these maps. But you're right to call out Pierce. Gunless has never looked better as far as the season is concerned.
Absolutely. Well, those are the veterans then. We'll see if they can step up to the plate here for Boston and Convoy, respectively. What do the map set looks like for this one then? That's the question we have at hand. We've got a Fortress, Mikado, Double Hotel, and then an Embassy to close out this series. I don't think there's anything too egregious here. Nothing that I'm going to pick up any players on, Andy, but anything that immediately jumps out to you?
Probably the Mercado Search and Destroy, most importantly, when it comes down to Boston. You know, they played it twice. Those both happened in day number 1, where they lost to Omit 1-6. They also lost to Hive 2-6. So I think that map number 2 could very much so be a focus point. But all hard points are going to be the focus when it comes down to Convoy. Again, 2-6 for hard points is not necessarily where you want to be. 5-2 for Boston, definitely looking to get a early headway in this series.
Yeah, this has to be a victory for Boston, you got to imagine, but for Convoy again, they've spent a little bit of time in between last week and this one, probably going over what's going wrong in hardpoint at the moment, how much of a difference has Nero made to the team, any given away over Classic when he was on the roster, just picking up kill time for the side. We'll have an answer to all those questions as we move in towards this one. Off the start, though, things going pretty well for Convoy Gaming. The majority of the time off the back of P1, Gunless starting on 4 in a row as well, and as Snoopy tries to make his way across the middle of the map, will be cut down by Nero, who looks to double up and will be shut down by Shawnee. With kills being made by Boston Academy, but not much headway in terms of that rotation towards Nick.
The last bullet from Brasini's magazine gets the kill top maps. I mean, Boston are trying to give themselves a good shake to maybe try to cut across that P1 lane, but not going to really upset the spawns. Not quite yet. Convoy, though, having those close stable spawns, should at least have the senses tingling that they're under threat from behind. And just as soon as Boston battle for the P1 area, they get inside of Art, they flip the spawns, they're in the hill.
Yeah, spawn coverage wasn't great there from Convoy Gaming. They lost it immediately after Shawnee got the street spawn and overwhelmed all the players inside. Shawnee also providing some value pretty much right off the rip here as they look to hold on as he picks up a double. Trades galore at the moment, mostly in favor of Convoy Gaming. Nero sitting inside, though, will quickly find himself overwhelmed by Snoopy at a 7-3 start, trying to make that 8-3 is going to be denied by Pristini. Off the back of the last 20 seconds here, Convoy Gaming, they're reaching pretty heavily into the scrap time. They want to try and take this away from Boston. As Rex falls now, I think you're going to see Pristini just scarper away towards the middle of the map and try to catch some of these players on scorn. And actually not going to be able to, but Pristini and Gunless go down there. And now players over towards the rotation here. Nero and Gunless could be facing quite a lot of pressure as Gunless goes down. Nero now left up alive, and he falls as well. And I've got a feeling those two players moving in towards the scrap time might not have been positioned well for the rotation.
Not an easy gunfight to take if you're Gunless, but he takes down Snoopy. That's a big kill to have for yourself. Now it's just Doug inside the hill itself. Not getting chowed quite yet. They finally comes through. Boston Academy gonna get broken up just as soon as they were trying to turn scrap into initial. It was so close. Now Boston are from the outside looking in. It's down to 35 seconds. This is when you need to start asking yourself, if you are Boston, do you try to break this one more time? It's gonna take about another 15 seconds, and you're just getting belittled with bullets upon entry.
Yeah, this has been a really important hold, I think, just generally speaking, for Convoy Gaming. We always talk about E3 being that stronghold hard point that gives you a ton of time. They've got the vast majority of it. And now as we move towards rotation, Brastini is here early and might catch Pentagram off guard. Pentagram, though, he's looking around here. You can see it in the hesitation as he ran up those stairs that somebody might be hanging about the joint, even with the kills being made by his teammates in the middle of the map. So Pentagram will pick that up. Now we'll have a moment to breathe here, a little bit of calm before the storm. Our Convoy looks to traverse the middle of the map. Fortunately enough, they don't have anybody to contend with as Shawnee does go down. Mid-map will now be clear. You can see Snoopy in the top single angle, looking to provide some coverage around the middle map, and now Pentagram also picking up the first kill. Things looking pretty good from the outset here for Boston Academy in early control. Pastrini trying to take a look up top, and while the movement there from Snoopy will overwhelm Boston Academy for the first 20 seconds, this has been good from them.
22 kills between the ARs right now for Convoy. When you get in a situation like this for Boston, this is where Snoopy can shine. And you're right to point out both SMGs, 13-7. Snoopy's on a 4 spree, looking for some favorable timing. Almost got the kill on a Brasini, but it's a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Convoy. Last player is going to be Pentagram top rails, and he makes a very strong argument for it. But we're just down to about 15 seconds. The game just about even. It'll be a very marginal lead that Convoy have over Boston's head ahead of the rotation for Blacksmith.
Convoy looking to get themselves over towards the rotation. Early on, though, Pentagram already challenging and making them feel uncomfortable. How about that for a second kill? Christini, I think, still looking for this big kill to make as it opens up space, and Pentagram just will not allow that space whatsoever, and he is going to be a consistent annoyance that will be at the back of Convoy's mind as they try to break through. Yes, they've got 2 players, 3 players over towards this map side, but Snoopy will eliminate 2 of them. The third not that far away, to be fair. Christini hasn't exactly been spotted out, but Shawnee will clean house, and what a way to deal with all threats simultaneously.
And when you look at Boston for their 5-2 hardpoint success so far throughout Season 4, I mean, Snoopy, you just got to talk about the kid. I mean, playing all the way through Hive, he gets 2nd place through stage 3. He's coming into this with a 1.11 KD that's leading his team with about a 60% true engagement success rate. They'll come into the second set at 15-11, but it's a very small lead that Boston have over Convoy. Convoy going to be spawning over towards the ring so far, going into the second set, not in a bad place, not by a long shot. The cruise missile might just keep them a little bit further honest as it is being called in. Rex is going to find 2 off of it. Now the middle map's taken by Convoy.
Yep. Cruise missile utilization now. Boston Academy just 20 points or so up, and Convoy Gaming in control for P1. Already those early gunfights starting to go down for munitions control, and Center will lose the first. Nero going to double up there with his last few bullets down to 1 HP, but he's perfectly fine to take the gunfight versus Pentagram. You gotta be careful here if you're Boston Academy. Yes, you currently have a lead, but that is about to move away from you. Convoy Gaming looking to get the back 30 seconds off this hill, and they've got control of P2 as well. Pristini hasn't had the best game so far at 9-13, but if he starts to heat up in the middle of this map, Boston Academy might find themselves in danger.
And you can just see, I mean, as far as the stat line is concerned, Boston's SMGs, yes, they're absolutely frying again. 17-14 for Snoopy is no easy feat versus Convoy, and the reason being is because Gunless and Rex are just having their ways. Had a good luck to be able to get that 9 spree, but a streak was earned by Gunless nonetheless. Nero with the turn and quite literal burn on the Snoopy is going to be good for the kill. Boston didn't really care to hit through the old hill. They're actually all coming through stables. Very scrappy for the entrance for P2.
Ooh, that was snappy from Pentagram. Lovely. It's an entry. Shawnee not able to double up. Some windy shots, unfortunately, there. I think it might have just been, like, tagged off or something by a stun coming his direction. But it's okay, because Snoopy will just find 3 inside munitions. Lovely. Why don't you make it all 4, Snoopy? Why on earth not? 22-15, Snoopy is having a heck of a game and single-handedly passes control of that hard point to Boston Academy. But look at this. Some early jousting for positioning over towards New. And this might well decide this game. Shawnee has a lot to do over here. Players approaching from the front, and Nero will be dealt with. So now he knows all his threats around the backline, and Gunless wins that particular battle. Back and forth we go here in this game as Convoy fighting for control of New. They're not out of the woods just yet.
No, they're not. I mean, Snoopy's just a force to be reckoned with. Again, where they were struggling, when Boston were in possession of the rotation first, Convoy were really struggling to uproot them, but Boston's struggles really came through in their potential to break. I mean, Snoopy off of that 4 spree was integral for the amount of time that Boston were able to accrue over by the Gallows. And that's what it allowed Shawnee to be able to take such a forward approach and maybe try to win the rotation over towards 3. But they lost the returning gunfights. Convoy will be in for the initial time. Good luck for Boston. They got to break this hard point, you'd feel.
170. Control the game back in favor of Convoy here. And the shots that are being put down by Rex and Gunless at the moment might be just too much for Boston to handle. Never mind. Shawnee just swings wide, pick up the double. Gunless is here, though. 26-14 again. This is the Gunless thing. We'll hype it up, and he's going to make it 27-14 with that double. That's 3 in a row for him off the back of this hill. Boston's starting to pressure around the backline, and the call should be made for Gunless here to react, and indeed it will be with a drop shot. Ristini also there, the former United teammate, will double up for the remaining scrap time, and Convoy going to start to put a dent in this game. A 30-point gap between these two teams as they're already heating up the middle of the map.
Again, look at that fantastic help there even at the end. Pristini can stay alive P1 cannons because Rex is overwatching him the entire time. Of course, gets traded out, but Gunless off yet another spree. You're going to start feeling the damage, Preston. That's your teammate. Let's calm down here, brother. But Boston going to be in for the initial time here at P4. Convoy really struggled to break this in the first set.
Yeah, this is where Boston got a ton of time, and Snoopy was a big reason for that. His SMG presence is so frustrating to deal with, and immediately Pristini getting in a joust with him will take him down. Now Pristini still needs to do a little bit more here. His teammates died, and Shawnee hasn't reacted to him whatsoever. Pristini from behind. Shawnee was much more preoccupied with the front of the hard point. Pristini able to fly on through. It's okay, though, because Snoopy is there to pick things up once again. Convoy Gaming will continue to bang this drum. They will continue to try and hit this hard point over and over again. But as you start to approach the last 15 seconds here, you might be better served just starting to focus on that rotation.
50 engagements for Snoopy. 204 to 214. Again, Boston off of P4 are just a force to be reckoned with. Pentagram and Snoopy could just continuously just maneuver around top rails, through top single, in and around of munitions itself, and just lay on the hurt. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you can close out the game. Nero's got dead silence. He pushes right into Pentagram's face. And now he has the read on where the last two players are located at. Takes down Sensor for good measure. Convoy Gaming in for the initial time of 5.
Again, though, they're never far away from danger, are they, Convoy? Snoopy now challenging Sensor as well. I mean, that nade is lovely. It will take Snoopy down, but Sensor and Pentagram still problems around this hard point now. It is just the former of those two. Sensor, what can he produce? Well, actually something of value, to be fair. He picks up the first kill against Rex and will put Boston back in here for time in which they could finish this game, but Pristini, Gunless, they're going to triple up inside. Now Convoy back in control, and Nero follows up with yet another frag. Boston Academy here, though. They have the leader's advantage. Convoy can't finish this here.
They can't finish it here. Neither can Boston. Not anymore. Which makes Pentagram spawn out all the way to the backside of P2 so much more influential. Convoy, they're not fully understanding that they're trapped on this side of the map till Gunless throws a shoulder, finds himself on another 3 spree. 33 kills to Gunless's name.
Yeah, that might well be the play that closes out this game unless Shorty can do something special, and he's gunfight versus Pristini. Brings it all the way down to 6 HP, but he gets that gunfight from far away, and now the door might well be open. If Snoopy and Pentagram to do something here, 249 to 234, there it is. The last player can't get inside, but Shawnee, oh my goodness, he opened the door there in the closing moments for Boston to do something crazy.
A miscommunication, maybe. I mean, you had to jump on the point if you are Snoopy in that final moment, right? I mean, he gets lined up. I think that was Pentagram that unfortunately had that team kill, as Gunless was just laying prone, holding down the trigger fire. But he, nonetheless, man, yeah, Shoshani gave himself a real good shake at that to be able to try to get himself inside of that hard point, if not try to get his teammates closer to the hill. Simply not meant to be. A close shave, the Convoy take map 1.
Crazy, and again, we talk about kind of the hardpoint woes that Convoy Gaming have encountered this season of Challengers Elite. Well, that's a pretty good way to deal with that as they take that map #1 victory, an all-important one as well. But this is also an important match for them. Ideally, they want Rockery SG to lose this one, so even if they lose versus Boston, they don't have to be concerned by any head-to-head scenarios. And right now, Treaty 1 Gaming, they're putting up a real fight here, Randy. 212 versus 185. Siski, as we move towards the generated hardpoint, is on 4 in a row, and Rockery SG spawning around the back line. They want to push straight in towards this one and try and take this time away. Godorex and Panda, they will double up. That team nade from Real is not going to help, but it's okay because they will grab that last 10 seconds.
23 to 191. Real just playing with doors as well. Going to find himself a double weapon setup to boot. This rotation is everything coming through for Rocker X ESG. Prada's going to be up on the God Rock, up on the bridge. Has to give up the positioning for now. Rocker X ESG gotta be somewhat aware that this play is gonna be happening, with so much distractions coming in the middle of the map that I don't think Rocker are gonna be fully aware of it. The answer is no. Prada jumps back up over Pipe Dome. The break is in. Treaty 1 can close here.
Right up. Still looking to fight here versus Real. Keep these guys at bay, but as he falls now, his spawn trap is reliant on Juju, who does fall over by Ruin's side. Got Rex and Real picking up those gunfights. Now it's Rocker SG back on through, and this is still a dangerous position. Do not get this twisted. Yes, 3-1 are 16 points shy of victory, but they are on the wrong side of the map. We find a way to conclude this game, and they're about to lose their initial conclusion. Siski has taken the long route in from behind. Now those points will not be enough to close out this game. Siski needs to do something.
Points in. I mean, Siski's gonna pop out of the water. He's going to be able to at least find the break, but we're down to 5 seconds. Now you got to try to break up this fortress that is P2, and Siski's flying. You also have some assistance from Prada at the front of the hill. Real, 26 HP, can't get the gunfight he's looking for. Comes down to DC in the back.
Holy no more. Siski just flew out of that water for that kill. 3-1 looking to close things up. Rockery SG, can they get it done? No. How about that for some simultaneous gunfight? Last player left alive. Real not going to be able to do anything there in the play. And Treaty 1 Gaming open things up with a real fork in the road for Rockery SG, because I don't think they expected that start to that series.
No, not at all. I mean, it also needs to be said continuously throughout this stage so far for Rocker Academy. This is a shadow of their former self, honestly. And it's going to be tough shoes to be able to fill continuously. I mean, you know, big shout out to Kevin Fame, obviously getting his shout when it comes down to Minnesota Rocker, playing in the CDL. He's been looking pretty darn good, but it's kind of been like a toss-up for this Rocker X CSG roster. What a crazy world we're about to be living in, that say Treaty 1, if they do win this, which they looked absolutely stellar for that map 1 is concerned, what little we got to see of it, now we're going to end up looking at a playoff where both Rocker X CSG and or Convoy will not both be in that playoff bracket. only one of them can make it, and it's just so strange to think that RockerX CSG, such a fall from grace, if you will, going through so many different roster changes, role changes at that, still trying to figure it out.
I mean, you gotta hope it's an elite-only thing, right? I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm just making that up. Maybe I'm just making excuses for the RockerSG lineup, because in elites in the past, they haven't exactly had the best placements, right? I think last season was a top 10 as well, I want to say. I don't think they made playoffs, and then the season before that was a winners round 1 finish, I think it was, or losers round 1 finish. I think it finished in top 8 for that season, so it wouldn't be the first time that elite has not gone well for them. They've just got to hope that if this does not end well for RockerSG, which, again, still not good for a roster that was previously considered the #1 team in North America and very close to cementing that with a LAN victory, which has eluded them. They've got to hope that it is an elite-only thing and that they can fix things before online. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Maybe RockerSG can still win that matchup versus Treaty 1 Gaming, and again, they then for hope that Convoy do still lose versus Boston Academy. There's a lot of ifs and buts here in the situation for RockerSG, and I think the bottom line is, at least for me, Andy, I don't think you should ever be in a situation, given the previous history of this RockerSG lineup, fame move or not, that this happens, that you're even considering like, oh, we have to have XYZ situation occur before us to even get in the playoffs. I don't think that's really good enough at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes with starting as hot as possible. You know, that Map 5 loss versus Hive, the boys from RockerX CSG were immediately going to Twitter just saying we didn't play the best Call of Duty. It was close, albeit the hard point that they won was just by a single point that even forced that map number 5. They got blown out of the water in the LSCLO Search and Destroy. Again, Hive are not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. This is just the pedestal, if you will, that RockerX CSG find themselves on. I mean, 3 players on that team historically all year long have been a force to be reckoned with. You bring in DC, he ended up winning the Raleigh Kickoff Open on that LAG Academy roster. I genuinely think that this team has all the pieces of the puzzle. It's just about figuring out the picture that it presents itself with. But we'll continue to give you updates as far as that Rocker Treaty 1 matchup is concerned, because it does have playoff implications, especially for this one that is our main focus. Convoy need the dub, and they started off fantastic by taking down Boston Academy in that Fortress Hardpoint, albeit as close as it was. Now we go over to Mercado Search and Destroy, where you feel like both teams should feel relatively comfortable.
Yeah, especially for Boston Academy. It's funny, right? Because we always talk about Boston Academy. Mikado is the magic map for them, because on raw statistics, this is not a good map for them. Like, for some reason, they always seem to be like 2-2 at the end of a season in this map. It's kind of middling, but it's always the place in which something special happens, and Boston need it right now. Good start from them for Pentagram, and even better start from that snipe from Rex, which will not land whatsoever. So Convoy now down a man here on this effort to get in towards A, and the biggest problem that they face is Pentagram just sitting in that tunnel. That's something they need to deal with, and, well, first 3 shots against Sneepy are good for Nero, but past the first 70% of that gunfight, ooh-wee.
Yeah, I mean, the cover through the middle of the map, he felt like it was mostly on for Rex. You saw Nero even there, top Cantina balcony, was just watching it, but just going to get swarmed sooner rather than later. Rex is going to pick up sub, and that's all he's going to do in the round. Boston Academy take a very definitive opening round, and it mostly comes through with what you were talking about, Brody. We've been seeing so many teams, especially as far as round 1 is concerned. You put one of your more lurking, very aggressive SMGs. Just so happens that Boston have 2 of them on their roster, just to send them one up through the middle of the map. No trophy systems to keep themselves safe from nades, but it becomes a non-benefactor when nobody from Convoy even look towards the middle of the map and allow Pentagram to get that angle for free. Boston Academy just completely swarmed Convoy once they knew they were in Cantina.
Boston Academy, great start, as you said, Andy, mate. Nail meet head. Those round 1 strategies, always love to see a variety. Now we're seeing the normal, straight over towards A we go. Trophy systems and nades galore, and while the trophy system will not be good enough there as it goes down, Gunless' nade lands onto Pentagram, and that's going to be him down for the round, but there is a trade coming on through. Gunless does fall to Sensor, so 3 versus 3 now. Convoy Gaming find themselves entrenched into the Cantina and now overextending as well as Pristini and Nero follow up with kill Sensor for a 1v3. It would be magical, but there's no magic left.
Dude, if he held that angle top Cantina for just like, what, half a second more, he would have gotten that chow. He had the centering for the headshot on Nero, but a weird corner the second we hopped into Doug's POV. Like, how'd you even get there? How do you walk away with a kill regardless? Sneaky beaver. Boston are going to answer back with a round of their own. So now we're going to start talking about adaptations. Remember, Boston, through their last defense, they found a lot of value with just sending one of Pentagram through the middle of the map. The rest of the Boston Academy members just mostly lurking around hedges. Convoy going to give themselves another shake all the way through A, and the response is just to send 3 players through mid themselves. I love it.
Yeah, and it's threatening enough, isn't it? Boston Academy, their reaction is to hold off for just a moment here. Trade going down. Pristini, it would have been nice if he didn't just run straight out towards the middle cut there. I don't necessarily think you ever expect Center to be watching that. And as such, he does go down. And now for Convoy, the reaction is to try and garner some control over Cantina. That doesn't go well either. And now for Rex, it's a 1 versus 3. And that's just not to be, as you don't exactly expect a player to come flying out that door at that time.
Again, as I loved it, it's also just super one-dimensional and very easy to read if you are Boston Academy. I mean, worst comes to worst, it's the second defense. You go all in for the A defense. If you have to go help out Sensor over by B, then you could just quickly rotate back around and maybe stop that plan from happening. But, I mean, Boston were just stacked around hedges, stacked around Cantina, that by the time that Convoy went for the first challenge, Pristini found at least the trade. You're just going to get pinched almost automatically. It just felt like that even when Nero went up top Cantina, it wasn't without any sort of assistance. Boston with a 2-1 lead, taking the virtues back to A. Very fast.
That's bad for Nero. Convoy feeling pretty confident, but they haven't actually gotten in control just yet. And Pentagram is trying to garner some kind of kill. Trades elsewhere. Jordan and Snoopy going to contribute here to making this now a 2 versus 2. Rex and Gunless versus Snoopy and Pentagram. If Boston still have their heart set on getting this bomb down over towards A.
It's ARs versus SMGs. That's why you see Snoopy at least trying to find one off the corpse of one of his teammates. But, I mean, what a call from Gunless. He starts pressing up off the damage from Snoopy. Pentagram's also one shot down low. Now it's just Snoopy up in a 1v2. They know he's trapped inside top green.
Yeah, I thought Snoopy was about to just fully fly there. I don't think he's got many options here. Stuck between both of these players. Rex will be tagged up, but surely, yeah, other player will just take him down in that scenario. Convoy coming out on top again. Man, these A hits.
I mean, you almost feel like that something's gonna give almost to see one of these teams who's gonna go to B first, who's gonna start really this giant game of mental chess so far. Because, I mean, as far as both these two teams are concerned, it's basically seeing who can get more nades over top of Cantina. It's like the whole Mercado Los Almas Search and Destroy Tango that we've been seeing all year long. We got to see something cool, at least round 1 is concerned, with Pentagram hitting up the middle of the map, but not a whole lot of value has been found since then. So Convoy, again, still looking for a response as far as their offense is concerned. Going back for this 4-man hit over towards A, but a delayed peek is going to be coming through from Pristini mid-map.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Rex has actually put away the sniper to try and join his team in this ensemble. Mid-map gunfight being won by Pristini, and this time around, Sensor has not immediately traded it out. Instead, Pristini now in from behind. The read is good from Shawnee, but the headshot multiplier is better. And now players for Sensor and Pentagram here completely isolated. Sensor, I think you just got to try and join Pentagram as quickly as possible.
Pentagram's that sound's going to run out before you can even make a play, and Sensor is still thinking that the bomb very much so can come over towards B, and he's not wrong. Especially now, because it is coming over here, and, oh, Doug, he's going to stop. No! Gunless did Doug dirty. What the hell was that? Man's out here playing Assassin's Creed. He's just jumping around, parrying melees and stuff, and just slashes his throat. What the hell?
All I can think about is like the Jesse Pinkman, Aaron Paul. He can't keep getting away with it. Because he can't. Just a Sensor, man. Jeez Louise. I mean, like, to be fair to Sensor in that situation, once you are in a head-to-head with a knife, it's very hard to get out of because it's fast. Let me tell you that much. With the tac sprint with the knife. Still, though, some of those shots were a little bit shaky. Yeah. He just got, like, what was it, Goomba stomp? You know, what's the Mario thing I'm going for here? He just got stomped on. I don't know what that was. Regardless. 3-2, Convoy Gaming off the back of it. That's a big win for them. Sensor could have really put that play off, and indeed, he will not be allowed to. Now 3 versus 3 in towards this round, and Boston have some control over B.
You gotta respect this if you are Convoy. You lost your sole defender. The play's mostly for Pristini around the back, and I don't like that shot out of Gunless. I mean, maybe he could find the kill. He would have been traded regardless, because Elephant Room control is pristine for Convoy Gaming. And speaking of pristine, does Pristini have that silence? He needs to start pushing this pinch.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's holding him off for the moment. Yeah, no dead silence to make the play. I mean, maybe you just make it a little bit faster with all the kind of the noise that was going down from Rex there, but this is just falling apart. Pristini trying to find the angle here that he hasn't been spotted out. I still think he might have been there by Sensor, and yeah, the call being made for Snoopy to come on over. Shots out for Pristini. Snoopy's a better, and even if he wins that gunfight versus Snoopy, Sensor should trade things off. Great round from Boston.
Yep. Again, you know, we always ask when it comes out of Mercado, who's gonna be the one to break the mold? And it comes down to be Boston to go over towards B very quickly. Sole defender over there for Convoy just got swiftly dealt with. I mean, when you're running in towards Elephant Room, there's a couple of attacks to keep in mind, and then about 2 players are going to chow you through the big door as well. Just no immediate response to come through for Convoy. A lot of isolated chows as well coming through from Gunless and Rexo, at least trying to find that opening pick, but without Brasini having dead silence, much less even waiting for it, it just meant that Boston had an easy round.
3-3 now. Carter search and destroy is ever close, are they? First early control here on towards Cantina. Not going to go in Pristini's favor. That's okay, though, because this might be a bit of a bait play for Convoy Gaming. They are at least somewhat looking for a B push, but they haven't pushed it just yet, and I think the timing might go against them if they do choose to do so.
Suns are going to be playing tight in this corner. I mean, without seeing anything over by A, besides a couple utility thrown by Nero, this is the right call for Boston just to try to reinforce his B bomb site. Gunless, even dropping down there, he's making a lot of noise here. Doug's got to be sweating for this kill.
I would just not move if you're a Sensor. You haven't revealed your position so far. If you hold your trigger, or you might get more than one, but he's not going to. Just decides to get that kill versus Gunless, and now that will isolate Rex inside sight. Nero, maybe he could use 1 kill over by A. It would be okay, but now it is just Rex here left up in a 1 versus 4. He's activated his Dead Silence, maybe a little bit prematurely so, because he's about to get swarmed by players, and that Dead Silence, I don't think is going to get anything. Surely not. He doesn't get a overkill versus Snoopy. Okay. No kill to be found there. Boston, they do win out. I think down to Sensor again, just being that surprise player.
Yep. That's all I got. Just yep. I mean, it's such an easy first blood for Boston. I mean, Sensor, he's not seeing anybody cross over pretty early. He's hearing noise sounds coming through over by Forklift. And even off of that first blood onto Brasini, I mean, the only player that was making noise over towards A would have been Nero, who was just throwing utility over there, and Pentagram was just waiting, as far as the sole defender is concerned, to either try to wrap pinch or just try to stop the push regardless. Boston, ISO adaptations coming all the way through. Now we're going to butt our heads together for this A-bomb.
Shawnee trying to garner control of top Cantina. Shots out to Rex. He's going to have to back away for the moment there, but that is a lovely Semtex straight towards the face of Shawnee. Another one to produce against Snoopy as well. And after all that chaos and carnage over towards A, it is Sensor now for the 1v2, and I love this reaction. Just getting the bomb down fast over towards B before you can be threatened.
Doug's got a trophy, though. The ability to clutch this round becomes a little bit more head-scratchy. He's going to plant the bomb. He's going to try to full wrap this around the back. Did he just make the 5-head read? Oh, it doesn't matter because Gunless smokes him. Wow. Oh, man, that's tough. I mean, for Sensor alone to be the last player remaining, he even had the read, the centering, but the headshot multiplier goes brr.
Yeah, yeah. Just unfortunate, isn't it, when you've got that, like, the pre-aim on there, and he didn't do anything wrong, right? He would just, he made the right call. Someone's probably going to come from Banana. Let's pre-aim it. And just the headshot multiplier, man, there's nothing you can do about that. If you land that first shot through, which is exactly what happened from Gunless. Bit of a misnomer if you ask me. Comes out, makes this a 4-4 in the search and destroy. Back and forth we continue to go. A crucial map for Boston Academy to try and answer back what happened in map number 1, but as we go towards this round, it feels like once again a slow push over towards B. This time a little less heavy in towards A, and Brasini off the back of that play call is going to catch Pentagram off guard in the middle of the map.
Here we go. Here's the push. Rex thought about drawing outside the lines. Nobody's over here in the cut. Sensor's that sole defender yet again, but again, no information being thrown over towards the A bomb site. All 3 players that are alive for Boston are here to try to stop this.
Yeah, Tennis got to be the guy right now. Doesn't want to get too crazy with it. He's got an AR after all, but this Dead Silence, excuse me, has been activated now, and I don't think they're going to call him from behind. There's one for Sensor. Can he get any more than that? But that's okay. Picking up that first kill will unsettle those last 2 players, and Brasini is so far removed from this play.
Yeah, but does Brasini have Dead Silence? You always got to ask yourself that. Gunless is still going to hang out top Elephant Room. You got Nero that's down low. So long as you can funnel all this information to Brasini, who does have Dead Silence, he pinches it from the yellow van, finds one. Now his teammates need to collapse to try to get this bomb planted.
Big plays being made. Brasini does something with his life before falling. And they still don't feel comfortable enough. With 15 seconds left, I'd be very careful about how you play this one. Nero is trying to throw out a wrap for the middle of the map, and I think you did find out Sensor in the play. And might have heard Shawnee as well. Doesn't matter. Nero runs right head first into him. Shawnee wins that engagement. And now Gunless for the 1v2. Once again, trophy system player. Gunless has not really got a lot to speak of in terms of this. Boston They've got the time. He's going to play it slow. Jordy on the other side of the wall. Gunners to win that gunfight. Can he escape? Sensor. No! Surely not the knife again. It will not fell him this time.
I thought it was going to happen again. Part of me wanted it to happen again. Because I guess I'm mean like that, but I just love the chaos. Boston, though, like you said, I mean, they had the timing just to play with it. As far as the retake is concerned, 2v1, just trying to isolate the players. Sensor says no, appears not 2 times in a search and destroy. And again, Sensor, as far as a B defender is concerned, he makes the play again. I mean, even having Dead Silence over there, all of the information, throwing a shoulder, was still alive. Pops Dead Silence, flanks around Big Door. Like you said, Convoy had no idea that it was happening. Bristini's flank, albeit good, again, you just felt like that you wanted him to be able to find that kill and somehow get out with his life. Not being able to find it means that Boston up on that point here.
Such a back and forth search and destroy. Boston have actually struggled to get control of Cantina, and it feels like that same kind of outcome is going to happen again here. But Bristini goes a little bit too far forward there for Snoopy. Sorry, going to be Pristini in the kill feed. Now it's Gunless who does trade things out. Pentagram is that player that moved forward and does get taken down. So now it is Snoopy off the back of that first kill, looking for the 1v2, finds that deletion against Gunless, and now a 1v1, Rex versus Snoopy, superstar players.
Rex have an AR just playing on top of the dumpster. Snoopy's 10-6. He's got 2 weapons. It comes down to the opening shot. Snoopy gets the info. No damage on either player. Rex barely even moves.
They're making that movement over towards Hedge. Yeah, shots out for Snoopy and down to 38 HP. That's going to be enough to send him for a run. Chooses to go back. Wrapping back. Has the timing been enough to throw off Rex? The answer is no. Rex is standing here resolute, but Snoopy did just see him, and I don't think Rex knows what's up. Snoopy on the other side. Rex putting those first shots through. Snoopy does not fall to the knife this time around. The new kid on the block here will take down Rex. That 1v1 will hand Boston the win.
And that was just really cool for a lot of different instances in that final 1v1. I mean, whether Rex was going to be able to hear it or not, I mean, I can probably confirm just sitting behind him and just watching him play on LAN. This dude definitely has his Astros cranked. But, I mean, nonetheless, I think that you're probably looking for Snoopy to do what Snoopy does best in Search and Destroy. He thrives. 11-6. He pops open the barber door, tries to bait out the sound cue, pops Dead Silence, and then plays in that tight corner, expecting for maybe for Rex to try to chase and chow. I'm pretty sure Rex in that final moment had a trophy system with an AR in hand. You also saw him go towards the knife at the final few moments and maybe try to catch Snoopy off guard. Snoopy's not going to give you that one for free. That guy just lives, eats, and breathes Search and Destroy, playing with a lot of the greats when it comes down to SMD wagers and tournaments when the night is right. 11-6 for him, almost 1,100 damage. Shawnee was just laying down the hurt continuously. Even Rex, I mean, 6-7, 4 assists along with 1,300 damage almost. It just mostly came through Boston Academy's proactivity from round to round. Their adaptations were always so sublime, just making sure that they kept Convoy on their toes. Even by the time that they tried to throw a wrench into the system, try to go over towards B themselves. I mean, chat's not going to like it, but I'll go ahead and say it. Sensor was undeniable over the B bomb side. He was just making sure that Convoy never had an easy point in to try to get that bomb planted at B.
Yeah, especially in those early rounds, right? I think there was maybe one round where he allowed Pristini to make one of those flanks occur, and Pristini did actually manage to win a crucial one, but even that, I think, was kind of intentional because a play, I don't remember who it was over by the hedge and was ready for that particular engagement. So, yeah, Sensor providing great coverage there in that search and destroy. Of course, Snoopy slaying out, gives them the victory. 1-1 now in the series. An important map victory for Boston. Again, when we go back to that search and destroy record, it has been something that has been a problem so far here in Season 4, and they look to have bettered it as Mikado Search and Destroy continues to be an ally for Boston Academy. Next up then is Hotel Control, and for Convoy Gaming, they'll be feeling pretty confident here. They haven't lost one yet.
Just as a quick little housekeeping, so that way everybody's aware what's going on around the block, as we have 3 matches happening simultaneously. Rocker XCSG were, in fact, able to even up the series versus Juju on Treaty 1. They won the LSELO Search and Destroy 6-3. Omit have also found themselves even Stevens with HiVex Street Mob Gaming, as they took the LSELO Search and Destroy 6-4 after losing the Mercado Hardpoint 250-218. And hey, speaking of that, easy segues. Thank you, production. Over towards the LSELO Control we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Omit and Hive jousting it out at the moment, I believe, for the top seed here in Group A. Omit, a team that's been hanging around as kind of a top 4 North American team since the end of Season 2. Now looking to try and even things up here on LSELO Control. Right now, looking going to garner control of B. Every single gunfight pretty much that they require is going in their favor. Players from Hive spawning out, coverage being provided by Yeez as well, and the double stack coming through. I mean, there are nades going over the top. I don't think there's a trophy system just yet to prevent that. It doesn't matter anyway. Nobody's touching in time from that double stack.
And I think just all off of the score line and how we got here, I mean, not unless Hive somehow closed it out on kills, which very rarely happens on LOCLO, but I think we're all going to be even up offense for offense. 12 seconds between the two teams. And as for two teams to be more even than that, I suppose, for Omid and Hive. Again, this is not necessarily a playoff contention matchup. Both of these two teams, they will be in playoffs regardless. Mostly just comes down to maybe Hive can knock Omid down a page, and honestly speaking, could honestly be the first seed for Hive if you want that. 11-9 for Vale. 5-12 for Mach here for the offensive opening grip. Going to be taking their Virtue Stay first.
Certainly trying it. I'm now trying to make their way on towards the point. Purge, unfortunately, not going to be able to defend that point as Thresh takes him down. That's top coverage now for Mock, as he will double up as well. And I think as that kill comes through, the smart thing for any given team in this situation would just be to completely give away this point, set yourselves up for the rotation.
Yep. Don't want to lose more lives. I've only been able to add 60 seconds onto the board by dropping a single member along the way. 12-8 for Phantoms. Better hope that your ARs can also be on point on the back end of this. Phantom's going to be the first player up on this party. Blockheady, and Wolf Vale's just going to rip him to shreds. And Thresh finds one on the back end, so now most of your defense, if you are a mid, well, it's on the wrong side of the map. Purge needs to go big.
He's probably hearing Thresh just jumping around just outside. Yep, there you go, acting on that formation. I don't think he's going to expect Velox to come that fast as well, though. As he picks up that frag now, it's Omid pushed back towards their spawn. Can Mock catch them off guard from Pride Rock? Yes, he can. It's time to throw Simba out the window. And, well, he'll only pick up one. Nice trades coming through from Omid. Again, this is not convincing enough just yet. Omid's still hanging around and could potentially ruin their day. Throw a wrench into the works. Reaper, though, as that double comes through. I think that possibility now might be out of the window. It won't be long before Mock joins him for a little bit of a go on this point. Shots through the tarp will make Phantoms weak enough that he's not going to be able to do anything. There will be one more touch coming through here from Omid. Third tick now, not that far away. Mock just going to be waiting for somebody to get aggressive here. Players coming through from Omid, and it just is not enough. This continues to be just capture after capture after capture here. Offense after offense after offense. This is now 2-1.
It was a really fast offense.
It was.
How much time was left on that? It was like a minute 20 something? What the heck? That's what happens, and especially in Control Modern Warfare 2, baby. When that opening rip so convincingly for Hive, it just came through with like a couple of gunfights. I mean, I think it was like, what, both Thresh and Vale looking pretty darn cozy. Found a kill top party on the Phantoms. Those ARs dropped so quickly. It just called for Purge to be able to go huge inside of Tool. So much easier said than done. Hive found themselves on that B zone so quickly. Now Omid need to answer here with another offensive round win. Can we go 4 offenses in a row?
And that is the question, isn't it? It feels like that's just been pretty much the way things have gone so far, right? This time around, things not that convincing for the offensive side as kills start to come through for Hive. One more player threatening that outside, and it is going to be Phantoms who does fall. So now Omid going to have to redirect their pressure through the middle of the map. Win will be the first player moving forward. The tip of the spear for Omid, and well, that spear has just been cut in half as Omid going to fall once again here. They do have a lane, but they haven't quite accounted for players push through to their side of the map. Rupro, one of those players, another one up top is going to be Mock, but Omid now looking to start capturing this B zone. They have to rely on that pressure from Purge up top.
Oh, no trophies. He's going to get obliterated. Not the weapon you want for this gunfight if you're Purge, and Thresh will let him know. That's a TAC 56 gunfight. Then Velox just picks it up top party on that block. Even you look at the transition from B over towards A, no segments were gained for Omid. And even if they want to try to transition over towards A, look at the minimap. Black's already top tower to watch this.
Yeah, I think this is the good thing, I think, for Hive. Good decision making at the moment of just making sure they're not fully committed to defending this point. And Omid, I just think they're still just kind of very singular in their attacks, that they aren't fully prepared for that defensive play from Hive, and now even less so as Hive have garnered full control of the map in all angles. Omid got to find some way to puncture it. and they're just not going to. Velux now on 4 in a row, making it 5 with that bloody drop shot. That is insane. Looking for number 6 will be shut down by Yeez, so streak will be denied. But again, the problem is Hive, they've got backstop after backstop. They've got so much map coverage. I don't know if there's even a chance here for players to touch the point. Purge will be the last chance, and he's just not going to be able to. Hive, after 3 consecutive offensive victories, they find a very strong defense to cap things off.
I mean, that is, from when we hopped in, where we just closed out, that is a convincing amount of opening breaks for Hive Extreme Mob Gaming. I mean, that is just so punishing when you're looking for Momit, that they're constantly trying to play off the back foot, try to find these picks, try to find some of these players overextending. Hive are not going to give you that. They found the kills. They constantly had themselves set up. Back over towards our main focus as Persini is just keeping that right thumb, I guess, as loose as possible. That was jarring, to say the least. They won their opening round. It was on defense. Needs to be said, Convoy undefeated in control this season so far.
That's the big thing. Boston aren't too shabby, to be fair, right? And they're 3-1 in control overall. It's really not like their control record is anything to sniff your nose up at. But Convoy, again, they have been flawless in that game mode. It's been an improvement they've made over Season 3 with Nero joining the lineup. Of course, he's been a pretty good control player in the CDL as well. Not a surprise to see that. Here on Hotel, Boston Academy putting their early efforts in towards A. Bit of an unusual play, I think, for any given team, considering B is the harder point to take. But as the player around the back line, Gunless, is going to be shut down now. Boston relying on a push through the front. And Nero and Rex, they will produce for 3. Convoy Gaming now, a chance to transition this into map control.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love just that discipline coming through. Be able to retake that A zone entirely. It was realistically just Shawnee there. And you saw his stats. I mean, this guy has been trying to put in the work. You could use some of it, especially with Doug only being 1 in 7. You need more kills when it comes down to control. Need some trades. Sensor drawing angles around Dylan. Rex will get traded by Gunless nonetheless. Top catwalk. That just means that spawns will be parallel. Pentagram's going to encroach a little bit forward. He's the only one here trying to get this B zone for his team.
I was going to say, I mean, there isn't anybody from Convoy to actually stop this inside bedroom, right? I mean, they are just reliant on getting the kills on the point, the mid-map coverage as well. And as Gunless falls now, can Nero replace him? No, not is the answer. Snoopy will double up, and as Pentagram picks up number 3, Convoy Gaming, they will get the close spawns from Spark. So perhaps a chance to try and stop this B capture from coming through. There's a slow capture also going down simultaneous on A as well. So you might want to get yourselves moving here. If you're a Convoy on the defensive side, because the kills are being made. Yes, the numbers are good for Convoy on the defensive side, but those numbers just continue to diminish. Shawnee will pick up kill after kill. There is Snoopy and more of an effective trade. And oh my goodness me, how quickly this has fallen away from Convoy. Just one more kill, and that will cement it. Jeez Louise. Boston just completely turned the tide in that round within about 15 to 20 seconds.
The hell just happened? We always say, like, especially on Hotel, which does have the highest offensive conversion rate, it really only takes one good hit, no matter the map that you're on. But I've never seen that happen where, like, one good hit through the middle of the map just sends all of Convoy to the black screen and just back towards the respawn, where both zones were being tacked over simultaneously. And it all started with Pentagram just pushing up towards the double desk, finding a lot of space, gets helped with Shawnee along the way, and then Snoopy became unglued. 13 and 8, 6 spree at the end of that last round. Unless he's running score streaks, he's already got that cruise missile in his back pocket. Well, he'll have it now regardless. Goodness me.
Oh, dear. Convoy now looking to start making some early progress on B. Try and answer back what Boston just did to them in that round. Gunless want to keep a grasp on it. Has help on this point, not just from Steenie, but Rex also. And well, as Rex picks up that gunfight now, Gunless has the opportunity here to move forward onto D2. This is the problem. Sensor's got to win this duel from the help desk, got to take Gunless out of his position. Boston Academy, they're positioning themselves for mid-map control, but at this point, I think as the stack starts to come on through, I would start positioning myself to defend A.
Yeah, they chalked it. That is gonzo. You got 2 minutes on the board. Convoy, with somewhat of a life lead. It mostly just comes down to Nero's play, and Persini on the back, but Snoopy has slipped the net. I don't think that Nero's aware of this, nor Persini. The pinch is in from behind. Nero gets the better of Snoopy, but loses running mate from Pentagram from the cat room.
Yeah, Nero's still got to do some work here to try and clear house. He's already done pretty well, to be honest. Surely not number 3. So it's just a knife for Shawnee, but it's okay because I'd imagine Pristini should be able to get the better of him here, and he will do. And this will spell disaster here for Boston Academy. They've fully lost control. Snoopy is the only player in proximity to do anything about this, and the call has been made for Pristini to take him down. There you go. That's going to be all she wrote for Snoopy here. Boston now relying on a pinch play once again. Pentagram over towards Kitchen. What can he do? Is Pristini really starting to heat up here on 3 in a row? Pentagram has to move fast because all 4 players have stacked the point, and it's not fast enough. Offense for offense we go as Convoy Gaming find a way to fire back.
I mean, production's going to have to double check on this because we hopped in towards the end of that round number 1. But I mean, if we went offense for offense, I'm pretty sure it's all been segments along the way. The hell is going on? Well, if it's anything, I guess if it's much like how the Omid and Hive series, I guess now Convoy just have to win this upcoming defense. Is that the script? Someone hit up Visions. He's the script writer for Challengers. But I mean, it's just such a fast and easy transition when you look at what Nero was able to put together. He knew that he had to get Kitchen back in his favor, and even finding those 2 kills being traded meant that Boston's defense was lacking on that side of the map. What does this opening rip look like for Boston? A lot of focus, especially through the side door. Nero's going to open up with the first. Shawnee, at least for the trade. All of Boston are here, but the numbers aren't at least convincing. Finally, Pentagram takes down Pristini. 2 players on the zone.
Yeah, and for Convoy, this is very early on to just fully give up this point, so you got to imagine they're going to go at least one more time. Got to hit this correctly, though. Nero, Gunless, Rex, all of them have to go in. There you go. Nero going to pick up the double. Rex going to follow in a little bit late, but that late hit is good enough to take Shawnee down. Trades are good, and they only lose 1 segment of progression, and that trade-off is great because now they've got full map control.
Yeah, I mean, it's much like how we saw in the previous defense from Convoy's perspective, right? Except it's that first segment that only comes through instead of the second. Also, the biggest difference is that Nero is over there guarding the B control zone. You lost Pristini, who was playing over inside of couches, so now you know, if you are Boston, the majority of this defense for Convoy, it has to be around the A control zone. It's just Nero to try to hold the line, and he's throwing some shots. He has Pristini's help as well, and that just gives Convoy so much time to try to reconvert through the middle of the map. Finally, some kills come through. Boston through the middle of the map. Gotta start rushing over towards B, but Convoy are spawning here.
Yeah, the only thing I would be cautious about for Convoy in this situation is, well, they've been here before, right, where they've given up full control of A and then lose both A and B simultaneously. Boston going to continue to butt heads with Convoy over towards B, though, and if I'm Snoopy in this situation, and Shawnee too, just go to A here. Just try and get some stoppage of the clock. It's been a late hit coming down. Defense of B looking pretty good if you're Convoy. Boston, gotta try and capture this point. Snoopy will land the Semtex sensor, will take Steenie down. And now the double stack starting to come through. Second tick will be good. And I don't necessarily know if Nero and Rex have the autonomy to stop this one, and they indeed do not. So an extra 60 seconds we will now have on the board.
Nero, oh, the timing of that challenge just so awkward. Runs into Shawnee playing on the backside of the sidebar. Now it comes down to Pristini to try to pick things back up. Can't tell if that was body shots or not, but we'll go along with it regardless. For Pristini, finds that kill, and Nero's locking things down on the back spawn. He's more than aware that there's going to be another player on the back of Chandelier. That's going to be Shawnee. He gets his long-lost distant cousin of Sensor to join him. 2 ARs are on the back, could be brutal, but Nero, aware of it, takes down the first.
Yeah, and I think the bigger problem that Boston have in this situation is a minute might sound like a very long time sometimes in Call of Duty. It's not a lot of time, I think, to try and get something going to establish yourselves properly in for either a flank or a push through bedroom. You've got to do those with 2 or 3 waves of gunfights, and you just do not have this luxury, especially with how solid the defense has been thus far. A 14 versus 5 is now what we're facing. Make that a 13 versus 4. Convoy look poised to take this one. There's a couple of kills that do come through, and I mean, it might give them the opportunity here as we hit the last 10 seconds to do something. At the very least, they will contest the point, but Snoopy needs to be inhuman here in the play, and even the Frog cannot get anything done in that situation. Pentagram for a 1v10, got to hop on the point. Rex should land a Semtex that will close his dreams. Convoy Gaming continue to be flawless here in control.
Yeah, shout out Visions, man, for riding the script. Again, we go offense for offense, and then finally got to win that defense when it comes to this tries over, like, within, like, a 10-minute span between Omid and Hive and now Boston and Convoy. It's just funny. But, yeah, again, you know, just a very stellar opening break and a quick realization coming through for Convoy that attack, again, was mostly going to be coming back over towards A. They hold the line. They get a player inside of couches, make sure that they don't push all the way inside of kitchen, and just make sure that middle of the map was at least contested. And That's realistically all you have to do when it comes down to Hotel, when you got Nero that's locking down the flank, even when the A control zone does get tacked over. Boston just struggling to get some semblance of numbers, trying to get themselves those trades, trying to find where these SMG players were located at. By the time Nero pulled out that third AR, he called game. Finishes off 24 and 18 with 2,500 damage. All right, Nero, we get it. 15 and 14 for Rex, as uncharacteristic as it may be. He is still leading the lobby for damage. Like, this boy is shooting. And keep in mind, for 15 kills, he also had 15 assists.
Yes,
like,
yeah.
Like, come on, man. Like, he's setting up his team continuously for success. And realistically, on the other side, I mean, Soupy made a hard bargain for it. We got to hop in and see that crazy spree as far as that offense conversion was concerned for Boston, but everybody else was lacking. It felt like, again, there was a lot of disjointment all off the kills that were being found through the middle of the map. Obviously, Sensor going 8 and 18 with only 1,500 damage doesn't exactly help out with an AR in hand, but hey, Convoy, they undefeated in control for a reason this season, and I think they kind of cemented that point here versus Boston.
Yeah, there's only so many ways you can kind of criticize Boston, just generally speaking, considering Convoy are just that good of a control team, generally speaking. But what went right for Boston in that control, I think, particularly when we look over towards the offensive round, which they won in round number 2, right? It was just kind of the simultaneous attack, just not able to produce that whatsoever. And maybe I think a little bit of decision-making that didn't go right, I think, in terms of making the decision to jump ship on towards A at the right time to give themselves enough time for the rest of the round in that final control round there. Maybe they'll watch back, they'll go and kind of bod through that and see kind of where they should have played things differently. But certainly, as you say, mate, the damage of the KDs just do not help there for Boston at the end. And, well, it means they are now 2-1 down in the series. Convoy Gaming just one map away from ensuring both they and Boston will be in playoffs. Boston, of course, regardless, will be there. For now, though, let's take a look over towards Hive and Omit. Omit are currently looking to force a game number 5 in the fight for the first seed out of Group A. Street, we did just see one in the hands of one player there.
It's also, you'd have to be surprised, especially from Omen's perspective. They came into the series 5-1 on Hardpoint, undefeated as far as record is concerned. They lost at Mercado Hardpoint to this Hive X Street Mob Gaming, 250 to 218, and it's just the flexibility that this team has to offer for itself. Mach is on a forward spree, 15 and 12 with an AR in hand. It continuously sets up for Velux, but again, the conversation for this Hive team is that Ripper's now running this up. But as far as scorelines are concerned, this looks pretty justifiable for Omid, and especially for the hardpoint prowess that they showed this season so far.
Yeah, not a surprise that this Omit roster has been pretty dastardly in hardpoint, just generally speaking, since their formation, a real threat to be tangled with. I want to try and extend their lead here, but in towards parking lot, it is Gwyn around the back line. It is the last remaining player, just trying to play pretty well here. Shots against Velux from afar. Phantom should be able to close that one up, and Gwyn, well, he's got his own problems on his plate, and Mock is that guy. Gwyn will lead him up. Omit now back in control here for the last 20 seconds. Gwyn getting highly egregious in towards that scrap time. Rupert down on 1 HP off the back of that, and I don't think has much of a choice here but to just fly a little bit prematurely. That timing is okay, though, because he wins the gunfight against Phantoms regardless.
Again, just Omid and hardpoint. I mean, they have the highest differential as far as hardpoint is concerned. Well, second highest, I guess, behind Decimate, but they have a boasting 60-point-plus differential. Ivor looking to at least knock that down a peg. This rotation over towards P3 will have Thresh getting the last lap. Does have that streak in his back pocket should he need it. But the way that his team is spawning up through the middle of the map, they will get that line of sight for free. Tennis courts soon after. 4 dead. Hive can soak up more time.
Hive now looking to try and even the odds here in this game and perhaps take the advantage. Good news for Omit, though. They're on the better side of the map for the rotation towards the next hill. Want to be careful how aggressively they do hit this time. Still 30 seconds worth fighting for. Thresher's in here, though. He is ready to go. Rupert also there. And it's okay because Rupert will double up despite the fact that Thresh did go down. Trade's good here for Hive. And I said it, right? They've got to be careful about how heavily they push that back 30 seconds because now Hive have already got players in towards the next hard point. And if they win a couple of gunfights, they will be good, but it's okay. Trades are okay here for Omit as they get control of administration.
Dude. Rupert has 43 engagements with 1,020,000 of OBJ time. Like, what? That's flying, man. Not to say you wouldn't get that with the old Hive roster, but I mean, this guy has truly been let off the chain. Rotation over towards Nuke. Gotta be broken up pretty quickly if you are Hive. If you lose these opening gunfights, Omit could get a full 60 here.
Yeah, gotta be careful about how you play this one. A lot of control up top right now being Started for, and Velux, I think now just trying to take Phantoms out. Yeah, shots through the wall will identify the fact that there is a player sitting in those corners, and now it will be enough information on Thresh to act on as he comes through with yet another double. Velux and Rupa more than happy to close shop here inside administration. With 30 seconds, once again, Omit have no choice but at least to send some forces in towards this hard point for this valuable time. Yee's not going to be able to do anything, neither is Purge, neither is Phantoms, all of those players going for naught there. And again, it's a late push that allows Hive some form of progression over towards the next.
Yeah, again, in the amount of time that was left on the hard point, regardless, it's a good break for Hive. Again, it keeps this game just about even. It'll be about a 13-point advantage that they have going in towards P5, and they already have players in position. You Hive to try to threaten this early. And Omit, this setup is very defensive. You're forced to be turtled up inside the kitchen.
Do you get ready for Mock, though? I don't know if you do, and Mock's already caused some problems there with that first kill. It's going to make Yee's nervous sitting inside. Has to rely on the coverage from the other side. He is solely keeping an eye on this side, and, well, there's the first kill coming through from Thresh. He's now weak for the gunfight. That regen is not going to come through. Down to 10 HP he goes, and what a well-timed nade to make Thresh weak for that gunfight. Yee's more than happy to double up as Omit do continue to maintain control off the back of the cafeteria hardpoint. Purge now trying to provide some coverage through the middle of the map. Love the advanced movement coming through here from Omit as we hit the last 20 seconds. Hive now, I think, just going to have to start to give this one up.
Purge's transition from the beginning of this season of Modern Warfare 2 all the way to this point in time has become so much more integral for whatever team he's playing on in Hardpoint. 25 and 23 now. Looking to catch more players off guard. Doesn't have that silence, but he's flying around. Thresh, I mean, I thought there for a second that Purge was going to take him down, but it's a 1-for-2 trade that Omit will take with a smile on their face. Middle of the map might be theirs, but even more importantly, they also have top paper and bottom toilet.
Just 18 seconds shy of victory now, Omit. That's been the most convincing hardpoint we've seen out of any of these teams thus far in this game from the moment that we've jumped in. Put a real dent in it for Hive, who will now need an almost flawless control over the back of this hill, and they just don't have control of the power positions as it currently stands. There is a bit of resistance coming through from Velux and Thresh. Velux, though, does go down. There's Thresh as well. Omit able to get the seconds required to put themselves from 10 points of taking the victory here on this map. Purge, once again, with the SMG, starting to heat up and trying to keep these guys at bay. There's a lot of different opportunities for Omit to close out this game. Can they get it done? Here is the question. Those kills come through. They might have to go to next.
Yeah, Reaper has to chow just to try to deal with those players for Omit on the hard point itself, and they're going to be able to at least extend this towards another rotation with these gunfights even more integral. 2-for-1 trade. Numbers are here for both of these two teams, but Hive have no idea that Purge is inside of the hill. Omit are going to close it out here.
Nicely done as well for Purge with that early challenge. Oh, okay, those kills do come through at the end, but it's not enough to keep Omit out of their kill. And we said it, you know, Omit looking to force a game number 5. That is exactly what they've done here, Andy, mate. Oh, what a hard point from them. And for me, again, I kind of mentioned it as we got away from that hard point, but it was the most convincing hold we've seen at either of these two teams as we jumped in at like I guess 2/3 of the way through the game. Yeah. It was Cafeteria that really, I think, just put a dent in the kind of the game plan for Hive, especially right as they were, 15 points away from victory after that hill.
Well, even when we hopped in, like, towards P2, like, they were early rotating, they were getting players in position to try to cut down more space, and even inside P5, that was a scary situation. It mostly just comes down to Yeez to find that 2-piece, and he did for, what, about 50 seconds off of P5. No easy feat. We'll see you in the game 5 of Mid and Hive. Back over towards ROKKR ESG versus Treaty 1. Again, a must-needed win for ROKKR ESG if they want to have a hope to get into playoffs.
Yeah, you've got to have it, right? You really do have to have it if you're ROKKR, just for a variety of different reasons, obviously primarily, as you say, to get into playoffs. And I think just to really establish yourselves as a threat to actually be concerned about in North American challenges, because right now it doesn't feel like they are. In a while since ROKKR ESG have been a name on our tongues as the team to be concerned about North American challenges. Right now, though, here on control in round number 5, defense is a little bit shaky, just generally speaking. They've allowed players to get control of A, and nobody up top in that red tower. That is something to be concerned about.
Yep, sure is. But I mean, Treaty 1 are still split across the entirety of the map. Numbers more or less over towards that south lane. As you were saying, nobody for ROKKR could get in position to try to contest that top tower. The only player that might be able to make an argument for is Riel, who is just threading the needle for these bullets, finds the opening on a Proto. That last segment is looking pretty darn juicy to be tacked over. DC is here to try to assist these gunfights. It's just Mirage down low to the knife, tries to go for the drop shot. Does not work out. Albeit Treaty 1 still having close spawns, still trying to get themselves this last segment, and Juju gonna find the last two. Rial late to the hit. Might be able to find a couple of exits. Treaty 1 had 60 seconds on the board.
Now, these transitional gunfights, not good though for Treaty 1 at all. Siski's the only player who's managed to slip the net, and well, the net's just fallen out from under him. Nicely done. Rocker ESG now fully back in control of the map. Now they've got a player up top. You can see him on the minimap number 1, Diamondcon. He was up top in that red tower position. Also players push forward towards the football field as well. But Mirage will unearth one of those players in Real. And that's good news for Treaty 1 as a lane has now opened up for some breathing room on the map. They've got time to make this happen. But their first few gunfights need to go in their favor, and things are going pretty well. It's just Godorex up top in AC left to deal with. Godorex will put himself out of position, and yeah, that reposition does Siskian.
And it allows player number 4, look, Pander's on the flank. He's all the way through the football field. Player number 5, Juju, I don't think that he ended up seeing it. Could be a noise cue that comes through. Proto gets the turn, but the trades are all good for Rocker, who can set up this B control zone again, and even taking down Juju. Real, bottom checkers is going to mean that the map can once again stabilize. The only thing that Rocker don't have going for them is that they don't have a player inside of white. But so long as you continuously play the trade game, you can whittle down these 40 seconds.
It's just trying to take these guys out of the power positions, right? Create some kind of opening, create some space in which you can exploit. And the problem for Treaty 1 so far. Once again, it might continue to be so here. Juju made weak from that initial engagement, wasn't ready for the fight against Diamondcon. One player in from behind, Kinsiski upset and did not have his weapon out for Godorex. Puts enough damage into him to take him out of position, but that is not good enough here for this round number 5. Treaty 1 now sent Scarpering. Have to find a way through. Panda getting aggressive here through green. Real is the player watching the middle of the map, and those are the players you do need to be concerned about. Siski takes down Real, though, as he puts himself out of position. And now an opening is here for Treaty 1. 5.8 seconds on the clock. Have he dealt with the flex in from behind, though? Diamondcon able to take down 1. Numbers technically favoring Treaty 1 on the point here, but not so much in the game. It's a 3 versus 7, making it a 2 versus 7. The kills are there. And for Real, as Real goes Q, simultaneously, the nade and the Fastnef will close things out. Treaty 1 almost looked like they grasped victory from, well, defeat there, but it just does not happen as Real closes the door.
Yeah. I mean, that came really close. And I mean really close. I mean, there's been so many different times where we're casting a control. I don't care the map, but it's like a odds stacked against the offensive team. They have no respawns remaining, and they somehow still walk away with the offensive round win. 32 and 31 for Real, going back to his old devious ways with 4,000 damage. 25 of those 32 kills are not traded. PU. Real, man. I mean, there's a reason why we keep on talking about the star-studded roster is really around what he's able to manipulate on that map. At the beginning of the season, he was just running around like a chicken with his head cut off. It was working. Teams started adapting. They were utilizing their nades. Now he's valuing his life so much more and is making so many good plays around where his ARs, both Diamondcon and Godorex, are located at. I mean, that is just a crazy stat line to have for yourself. 22 of those 32 kills, by the way, were on the defense, casually. Even on the opposite side, there was a massive argument to be made for Siski, who outdoes Real as far as his stat line is concerned. 37-28 with 4,600 damage was not enough to help Treaty 1 get across the finish line in round number 5.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think Treaty 1 should be happy with the fact that they're challenging Rocker ESG at this point, right? The way that they're playing, I mean, they were pretty tenacious in that final round that we saw, right, Anime? It was just like hitting time and time again. And as you say, a lot of that is produced by Siski, who is constantly just the route man for the roster, just being annoying, getting in from behind and causing those problems. For Rocker ESG, though, their defense looked really good there in that final round. And that's something that we've always kind of been happy with when it comes down to control for Rocker ESG. One of the stronger teams in control in the 2023 North American Challenger season is that they are pretty well put together on their defensive right. They've got a lot of trust in one another. That's kind of the advantage of a team that's been together for a very long time, and that does bear out there in a round number 5 that goes their way. So Rocker ESG just one map away here from securing a victory versus Treaty 1 Gaming and putting themselves in contention for the last playoff spot. But again, it is worth noting that that is not good enough for Rocker ESG. Going 2 and 3 does put them in a situation where they might be in a head-to-head against either Boston Academy or Convoy Gaming. But a reminder, if they put a head-to-head against Boston Academy, well, they lost it. They lost to Boston. If they do face Convoy Gaming in that head-to-head scenario, though, they do get the victory. So they win this map. They are just fully reliant on what happens with Convoy in Boston.
Yeah, there's a lot of hope that you win and hope that you lose, hope we win types of situations coming through on both series, realistically. This could very much set for itself up to be a Game 5 in between Treaty 1 and Rocker X ESG. This is going to be the 5th time in this season alone that Rocker X ESG have played a Hotel Hardpoint historically. The 4-3 players have looked very good on mixing maps like Hotel Hardpoint, but this season in particular, they haven't exactly found good footing, let's put it that way. Lost to Boston and Omit. going over towards this Hive versus Omit roster. This is map number 5. Hive with already a 2-round lead, or Omit, excuse me.
Great start from Omit. Again, a team in Search and Destroy that's just been getting better and better every single time we've seen them. Hive, on the other hand, still a relatively fresh team in Search and Destroy, we'll say that much, so I think they'd be forgiven. As a team that's been put together only a few weeks ago, they do end up losing this, but still, they want to get the victory. Put their foot down as the #1 team to come out of Group A. In this round, they've already lost 1 player. Omit, of course, do also have player number 3 in the form of Yeez, moving all the way forward towards bottom bedroom, but they do get dealt with by Velux. And this round is just completely flipped on its head as Omit look to get themselves with the bomb down. Now their choice to do that taken away from them.
35 seconds. You got to allocate 4.5 just to get that bomb planted here at A. And Maka, he can just chill bottom luggage. Reaper's going to confirm Phantoms is very much so still over by double desk. Maka's going to give up the positioning. Phantom's going to start encroaching forward here in this 2v3. Can't plant the bomb quite yet, running out of time.
Yeah, Omit not really with much autonomy here in this round. Gwyn, though, great coverage. Yeah, Phantoms just gets taken down. There's only so many different directions that Gwyn can actually look at there, and he was already preoccupied with the first gunfight against Rupert, so this one feels like it's done and dusted unless Mock does something stupid. Please don't do it. Okay, he is free of an Infinity Roast.
Oh, man, Mock's been around for a long time. You think he's going to chow that?
I've seen stupid things, okay? I've seen very stupid things this season.
Yeah, in this season in particular, specifically on Fortress, but that's as far in depth as we need to go. Yeah. Omit, going to be scratching their heads about that one. Tough for Gwyn. I mean, you have to essentially cross-eyed yourself to watch over Phantoms in 2 different positions. Now an offense for Hive. Can they string 2 rounds together?
It would be good to just build some momentum in towards round number 4. That's a great start. Purge gets hyper-aggressive in towards Statue. Reaper's like, buddy, what are you doing? This is our area of the map. If you want to just get out so kindly, and we'll just put him out of the round. Overextension coming through over by Jewelry, and that's Gwyn who will pick up Fresh. So great reaction play from Omit, and that does, again, close out the options somewhat for Hive here as they look to get this bomb down. But mid-map coverage is great, as is coverage of top bedroom for Rupert. Very quickly, Phantoms finds himself alone.
1v3 coming through for Phantoms. I'm sure he probably has a trophy system for this round. Shots already coming through from Couches. He'll be dead to rights regardless, even versus Rupert. There's also a flank being manifested from Velux. And the kill will finally come through. Yeah, I mean, look, this entire setup, when you're coming through defensively, you can't really fault Purge too much, right? Because you get that fast flank to come all the way through very, very swiftly. It's just a heads-up play coming through from Hive X Street Mob to be watching that entire flank from P2, from the lobby, all the way past Chandelier into Jules. That's an egregious hold when you want to try to execute over towards the A bomb site. That when Gwyn found that trade on the Thresh, you could almost expect for Gwyn to almost be anywhere. He chows from the cuts, gives away his life, and that just allowed Hive to fully cement that they could just execute over towards A. 2 rounds in a row tied up here in round number 5.
Omit looking to garner control of bedroom. And it's Yeez who's getting aggressive here in this defensive round. Of course, Purge over by Bugs as well. Might be able to produce a second kill. I don't think Ruper's necessarily going to expect him to be in that position. Either way, Rupert, I think, knows that his turkey is well and truly cooked. And, well, there you go. Turkey gone. It's burnt. It's out the oven.
Well, 1v4 for Thresh. He's going to get triple chat.
Oh, dear.
Jeez Louise. Omit with the authority in that round number 5 will take it again. It mostly just came through the aggression we know Omit for when it comes down to their search and destroy. A lot of S&D prowess just in this lobby alone. But Omit, I mean, even when we saw them through, Stage 2 qualifiers, through the Texas Open, they were really handing a lot of teams a lot of difficulties when it came down to search and destroys, because their ability to be able to flip in between playing very stagnant, very aggressive. They know these timings like the back of their hands. Break the monotony of Hive piecing together 2 rounds. Hive, as far as offense is concerned, flying through the middle of the map.
And of course, they did meet Purge last round here in the middle of the map, so they thought, hey, we'll just meet you with all 4 players this time around. But Purge has not given them the same game plan here in round number 6. I'm now going to have to reposition and think about how they want to approach this one with very little information. We'll say that much. I think they've seen Gwyn, and that is really about it. So maybe just trying to Draw blood from a stone. Take Omit out of position. The Thresh is even going to be denied an engagement with Purge.
Purge has to have dead silence where he's just flying in and around by the side door. I imagine that it's probably running out. And the last time on defense that Purge did this, he lost his life to Thresh. Thresh expecting that free challenge again, but elsewhere, you're still trying to encroach forward on the A bomb site. Thresh under pressure. Purge finds first blood under Rupert.
I was going to say, I think Thresh there should have been able to enact on the information that Purge was there, but it was Gwyn that was providing the correct coverage. And Gwyn is going to be even more of a superstar in this round. Yeez will pick up kill number 3. And Mok down for what would be a miraculous 1v4, but there are no miracles today. Great reaction and really great adaptability out of Omit, I think, generally speaking, especially after what went wrong last round.
Absolutely. You feel like that every defense going forward is going to be like the mental back and forth in between Thresh and Purge, because Thresh, historically, hell, even in the CCL, when we see St. Edwards play this map mode combination, Thresh is always that guy trying to at least watch that long flank to come all the way through. It's such a heads-up play because it could also be a long flank through the middle of the map with an AR in hand. So, always expecting Omit to utilize their throwables to find where this information is located. It's worked a handful of rounds in a row. Back towards the middle of the map. Hive expecting for the challenge to come through, but Omit are splitting the map 2-2.
Oh, Purge! Sometimes you just
man.
find yourselves in this situation where early on you're like, you see somebody and there's like split second where you're like, well, I'm dead. And he knew in that situation as Thresh takes him down. And Omit going to have to find a reaction. And again, this is better from Omit. I like this play. They've got some modicum of control over Bedroom. There is a good reaction coming up from Hive. They know that somebody's going to get aggressive, and that player is more likely than not going to be Yeez. And you can see that on the map. But it does give them enough control to get the bomb down. So it's about what the post plant looks like. And as Rupert takes down Gwyn, that does, again, close a lot of angles for Yeez and Phantoms.
Sure does. Bomb is planted, though, so win condition is set. It's about finding where some of these players are located. I mean, you could just tell both Yeez, Phantoms, they are so isolated from one another. Phantoms. Sugar disappointed. Maybe he put his controller down. I'm not too sure. The 1v4 post plant, like, that's a good luck, have fun for Timmy Phantoms if I've ever seen it. But the ultimate focus for Hive defensively to at least swarm the middle of the map. These make sure that Purge cannot flank through to open up that B bomb site. Works so well. They worked that first blood. Hive find it. And then the sleeper hold of the defensive round came to an unfortunate conclusion as Hive bring this back within 1.
Was Velux playing the floor is lava? Very end. Was that what he was doing?
Maybe.
It's when the round is already over, you're just waiting for your dead silences to refill.
I mean, there's nothing to do pull-ups on, and anything that Velux does, I mean, he's definitely cozy. If he's cozy doing floors lava there at the end of the round, I'm all here for it.
Yeah, I tell you what, mate. If there's anything to do pull-ups on here on Hotel, these players will find it. These players find the weird. They find televisions to sit on. They'll find the pull-up spots. Trust me. In towards round number 8 we go. It is Hive barreling towards A, and the first blood is good for them. He's overwhelmed inside luggage. See you later, Alligator. Urgent Gwyn now. Got to find a fast reaction. Gwyn might be able to take Velux off the post plant, but as that stun gets thrown out at the wrong time, I think that's pulling away from him.
Yeah, good read, at least for Rupert. That's Bedroom, at least back in your favor. But again, I mean, the last 2 players alive for Omit, they're splitting themselves up, and Purge had a good luck to at least find 2. Now it comes down to Gwyn. Pops dead silence. Double weapon setup. He's going to take this to clear top Bedroom. He's going to run out of dead silence before he even thinks where these last 2 players are located at.
Yeah, it's just the fact that Hive is so far removed from this situation. I don't think they're stupid enough to give Gwyn too much to work with. Even if Velux goes down, for example, Mok is just going to be like, well, I guess I'll check the bomb. A little bit late. Gwyn can maybe get away with something in this round, but Mok is just going to send him chasing. Geese and Velux will finish things off. So Hive send us to a 4-4 scenario here. Again, the fight for the first seed continues to be close between these 2 teams.
This is so tense for a match that is all about seeding. But Hive, I mean, just continuously find a way to answer back with 2 rounds of their own to Omit winning 2 rounds in a row. That fast hit over towards A was just so impressive as well. I mean, it's just easy days, easy reads for Omit, or for Hive, excuse me, where Omit were lurking at. Now Omit, back towards the offense, back towards this 2-2 split, but it's very delayed. Instead of joining Phantoms over by the A bomb site, Gwyn's going to start clearing mid-map. It's all off of the point of contact what Purge and Yeez find here inside of 1.
Looks like B hits have been... Have we seen a single B hit so far? I think we've seen one attempt, and it went wrong. I think the first blood didn't go Omit's way. I think it was Thresh that got it. We haven't seen a single one so far, and even now, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, as Omit have kind of split their bets here. Between points, Purge is looking for something, spotted out Mok, and that information is good enough. I think Mok might have seen him as well, though, so for Hive, they're okay with this.
Phantoms. AR versus Sniper. Oh, the crab walk peek for Rupert. Need a lot of bullets to the tum-tum. Also be able to stay alive nonetheless, but still, I mean, Hive assumed that this bomb is still wrapping over towards A. Phantoms is the one with the bomb. We're running out of time here. You got to commit to something.
Yeah, a lot has been made on that 2-2 hit. And Gwyn will at the very least take out Rupert from position. They knew where he was previously from the round. Now the bomb will go down. Gets even better as well as Thresh is out of position. There goes Velux. And this has been so fast and furious. Mok did not actually get spotted there. Just seeing Purge fly out the window. Yeah, Mok's not doing anything in that situation. But Mok must have been like, I guess I'll surprise you here. But the surprise is not that tasteful.
Yeah, Purge even finds the last kill as well. Jesus, man. I mean, he had, like, it was going to be such a small pixel that he would have seen with Mok over top of that doorway, top bedroom like that, but I thought he saw it once, which is why he ducked back in towards, like, the lobby area of the bedroom and then jumped back in. That was just something special. Watch him swan dive all the way to info. Map and series point here for Omit. Purge 9-6 so far. Hive going back towards what I assume is going to be a very delayed hit through the middle of the map, trying to play for this pick.
It would be nice if they could get it. Hive. Very heavy on towards site. They know that somebody's going to be down low. That nade should connect. I don't necessarily think it did. I think the players might have moved themselves so far back that it didn't even touch them. Regardless, though, the nade does move them both. Now they know the primary threat is going to be through luggage. Nice reaction from Velux. Even better as well as Phantoms goes down. And now Yee's forced out of position and throws a nade at the complete wrong time. It does stop the bomb front from going down. So that's something. Nice posthumous play from Yee's, but I don't think Purge is going to be able to produce much here. He's being battered from all angles.
I mean, he had the read on both players. One through double arches, one all the way back at Jacuzzi. The biggest issue is that Rupert was just berating him with bullets. Back Jacuzzi with an AR. And Thresh was just pinching it on the opposite side with his LATAM homie. Tough scenes coming through for Omit just to not be able to stop that offensively. I mean, for Yee's found so much damage through the door. There was no way that he was going to expect that those wallbang shots meant that he was getting really forced for the engagement as the player was just running up the stairs. Got caught with a Semtex, at least found the kill on the Velux, but it was not enough. Round 11 we go, and a map number 5, the battle for the first seed comes down to the wire.
Here we go. One round to rule them all. I've not even seen Lord of the Rings.
You can't say that, then.
You can make the references from here on out, bud. But regardless, it's a very important round. That's what we're trying to say here. Hive. Looking for the first blood. Once again, it will be a nade that lands and pushes Omit back. But this time, they don't move. They just eat that nade.
Yep. He just eats it for dinner. I mean, the regen comes through. But Purge gets pushed up towards top stairs. And, I mean, that's tough. A team kill gets forced, but 3v3, this is weird.
Oh, Velux gets drawn out, but it's okay. Wins the big 1v1 against Phantoms. Omit now know they need to keep control of bedroom. And Velux with the dead silence here might just catch Yeez off guard, depends on the route he takes. Gwyn gets taken down around couches. And now for Yeez, he's just got to hope that he doesn't get caught out. Kill against Thresh, but it is Velux up top. That's the problem. No dead silence to speak of here. So Yeez has really got to just thread the needle in terms of the play. And he's just gone right in a mock. Velux will take him down, and just like that, Hive snatch away the first seed in Group A. What a storyline it has been for this Hive roster, hey? The roster changes, I don't think any of us expected after last season's second place to come in and take away the first seed in the group. That is quite something.
I mean, look, Snoopy wanted to go play with Boston Academy. Infinite didn't exactly have a good showcasing when it came down to grand finals. I'm more than confident saying there's no bad blood, but a change needed to be made, and this Hive X Street Mob 2.0 are looking absolutely fierce. Again, a little bit of a role adjustment coming through for Rupert to be that second SMG behind Cozy Vale, and you can just see just how well it works out for this entire roster. Mok, you just feel like that anytime that he's not playing with longtime duo of Hollow, it brings a tear to your eye, but I mean, nonetheless, this team is something special. Taking down Omit the way that they did, handing them a hardpoint loss, round 11 in a map number 5 to solidify themselves as the #1 team in their group. is definitely a big thing to have from himself. Even in that round 11, it was weird, right? Because, I mean, team kill aside, how did nobody at least convey that Velux was going up through the staircase, much less try to reinforce Purge in such a position? Just to trust that Purge is going to find that gunfight and nobody be in a position to try to find that trade is unfortunate, to say the least, for Omit. They are still playoff bound, still a lot of time to try to study up here on the Hotel Search and Destroy. You even saw there at the end, Velux 10-7, having his way. That kid is coming diffy this season.
Yeah, and we will say this much. This is par for the course for Omit. Ignore what it says on your screens right now. It's not Omit that won the series. It is, of course, Hive with that round number 11 victory. But this is par for the course for Omit, just generally speaking. They have been, I think we both consider them like a top 4 team in North American challenges, right? Where they sit globally, I think is going to be fully dependent on what happens in Toronto. But yeah, this is kind of them finishing top 4 at the end of the group stage. Not bad whatsoever, to be honest with you. A consistent threat that a lot of teams are going to have to deal with. And indeed, we'll be keeping an eye on them as you go into the playoff bracket. But for now, it seems like Treaty 1 Gaming able to snatch away the hard point from Rocker ESG. That means we're going in towards a search and destroy on Fortress No Less. A successful map mode combination for Rocker. And here is why Diamondcon able to double up here. Brings down to what was an advantageous position for Rocker ESG. Now no longer the case as Mirage will find 2 of his own.
GutterX in the 1v2. Oh, Dead Silence has a frag grenade to cook up if he wants it. He jumps out this window. He's dead to rights. Mirage is watching this. Oh, he gives up the angle. Adam's going to take it. He finds the damage. Busts open the door. Goes for the rechow almost. He has completely broken the mental angles of Juju. GutterX still wants this kill. Cooking up the nade. Is it a medium rare? Bounces off the corner. The damage is good. Finds the kill. Does he expect Juju for the flank?
Oh, shot's good! Oh, it's GutterX. Oh, goodness me. There's a reason they call him GutterX, you know. 1v2, an important start to this S&D.
Also, in case anybody was wondering, Treaty 1 were able to win the Hotel Hardpoint 250-169. That is a definitive scoreline nonetheless. And the Convoy Boston series did come to a close. Convoy were able to win the Hotel Hardpoint 250-193. So they're going to take that over Boston 3-1. They didn't let us in the lobby, and they just played the hardpoint. So, yeah, that's why we didn't get to see that map number 4. But here in this map number 5, for some responses more out of Treaty 1, a lot of mid-map presence being spoken about. Big 2 kills to come through.
Yeah. Rocker ESG very quickly have lost control of this round. Panda now in a 1 versus 3. Of course, they don't know about the conclusion of Convoy in Boston, so they'll continue to play this map. The intention of a victory. The intention of qualifying for playoffs, even if that's eluded them. GG. Going to take the shot out and we'll finish things off. Treaty 1 Gaming now going to tie things up.
Yeah, again, you know, that opening round offense coming through from Treaty 1, just immediate focus to the middle of the map. I mean, Rocker, as much set up as you typically are, again, you spawn just looking at that mid lane. The majority of them were all looking over by that A-bomb. The player that was kind of tasked to watch over by top single was just overwhelmed with just so much pressure from the P1 cannon side. So I love that little wrench in the system for Treaty 1 as far as an opening offense is concerned. Keeps things evened up in round number 3.
Yeah, just to clarify, by the way, Rocker ESG can still qualify, of course, with this victory now. It does make this map actually a lot more important. Got my wires crossed there for a second, but it's okay. Rocker ESG now need to win this to get into playoffs. Rhoda picks up that first blood. Things going to be tough for them. Treaty 1 putting a lot of pressure in off the back of that post plant. They've already got players in from behind. Rocker ESG, how quick is their reaction? Proda taking some early shots out. They will not connect. The information is good off the back of Mirage's death. He knows that GutterX is around the back line and does actually react in kind. Proda still playing his life so annoyingly. Real gets caught out and overwhelmed. What team play this has been. And now it's Panda left up in a 1 versus 3, and that's some premature shots.
I mean, it's premature shots, but the bomb is planted on the complete opposite side. Juju just hops it, 3v1. Yeah, it just mostly starts and stops with where the bomb is planted for. I mean, that bomb itself, the way that the round did develop, that if Pander goes for the full wrap back through stables, albeit not having the information that there was nobody over there for him because Juju gave it up to try to swarm over by the gallows, that is where the bomb was actually planted for, but man, it's just tough. I mean, the way that you just have to deal with Mirage in the back, he's just being annoying. Proda as well, just everybody keeping their lives so wonderfully for Treaty 1. Kept Rocker on their toes in that post plant.
Yeah, Treaty 1, again, not a team to be trifled with. Really just upset Rocker ESG here in their final match of Challengers Elite. attempt to get the bomb down on a contestation from Real. Elsewhere, Panda's attempt to get in towards munitions has failed. Down a Juju, and that bomb will therefore go down. Things just go from bad to worse. Maybe Diamond can do something here, but as Real goes down, it's a tough lot here for him to have.
Oh man, Mirage. Just holding dub steps, expecting for DC to reach out P1 cannon. GodRx, 1v4. Can't even win the initial one. It was a 1v5, honestly. The first fight was against the mantle of the P1 truck. The second was the player just holding it top boat. And it's Treaty 1, again, that come out with such an impressive offense. And it starts and stops with some standardized setups. I mean, again, you deny Pander that red control like you were talking about. Just no entry inside of Arc. Couldn't get behind enemy lines through P4. And then Real also recognizing that he has an AR. Just playing that line of sight underneath the closed archway. There was nobody in a position to ultimately collapse on that damage that Real was even finding for themselves. Rokkr, again, off the back foot. Find themselves 3 rounds in a row for Treaty 1. 2-round lead.
Looking pretty good in the search and destroy already. Rokkr ESG needs to have a good start towards this one, and I like the fast-paced aggression, just getting the bomb down straight away. The call being made from Treaty 1 that, hey, the bomb is down. Now the question becomes, what does the reaction actually look like? Diamondcon, the player to deal with around the backline. Proto has the better heady, though, on the stairwell. Real's reaction is pretty good, as is Panda's. So now numbers in favor of Rokkr ESG once again. Real is flying at the moment. The speed of light at which he is traversing around the map is something that has not been contested with. And Mirage now faces a 1 versus 3. Makes it a 1 versus 2, but time not on his side.
Nope. Not even a little bit. I mean, Mirage can get closer towards streaks. That'd be probably good, but both Pander and GodRx are not going to give him anything. The Adams playing as far back in the map as you can possibly find for yourself, but GodRx down to 10 HP. Pander, about your teammate. Mirage down to 60 HP as well, and he will be cut down at the end of the round as the bomb detonates. Rokkr are going to be able to answer back with an offense of their own. Finally stopping the bleeding there from Treaty 1 Gaming, and it mostly just all comes around from Real just having dead silence with the Vaznev in hand. That is what we've come to expect for Real for, what, about a year and a half now.
Yeah, just to clarify again, I'm going to flip-flop here, mate. You know how I love to flip-flop. We are British after all. You're not, I am. Rokkr can't qualify, regardless of what happens here. Just worked it out. Combo Gaming with their victory, now at 3-2. Boston Academy at 2-3, and because of the fact that the head-to-head is there for Boston over Rokkr ESG. Even if Rokkr go 2-3, they are done. They are out. So we'll talk about the implications, I guess, for Rokkr ESG at the end of Season 4 of Challengers Elite in just a mo. But all of this now is completely fruitless. They can't qualify regardless, even if they win the Search and Destroy. Still, though, they want a good end to Season 4, to the final season of Challengers Elite here in 2023. This has been a good start to this round.
Yep, sure has. 2v4. Bomb dropped in a very precarious spot. And all of Rokkr x CSG are just set up around maps. You got player number 3 of GodRx. He's top of the horse statue. Pick your poison, Juju Mirage. How do you want to try to retake mid-map?
It's just the bomb being down right in the Hornet's Nest, right? There's no way you're getting away with that without being stung. As soon as that call is made. Surely not. Okay, you know what? They've got their anti-sting medication on, apparently. All right, Real's going to come through to try and take them down, and there you go, last player not going to be able to do anything. So yeah, Rokkr ESG, if they didn't win that round, I'd be concerned.
Yep, and instead, comparatively to their last defense, Brody, they all play around maps, around Blacksmith, GodRx top horse statue, just expecting for the challenges to come through top and bottom single, and while Treaty 1 deliver, they lose those first 2 kills, and that just allows all of Rokkr x CSG just to set up continuously from this map. Real was the only player to maybe try to take more space away. It was just going up and down from top boat. It's all easy pickings for Rokkr x CSG. If the aggression defensively did not work out for yourself, might as well just play it rather passive. Tie things back up here, 3-piece.
And look at this from Treaty 1, just getting themselves straight in towards the A site. Very much entrenching themselves in here and closing out the options for Rokkr ESG. Yeah, well, that's one way to open up some new ones, as Siski not going to quite expect the aggression from Real.
We're close. Needs to be opened back up for that nade can come through. But elsewhere, I mean, GodRx, Pander are just delivering on all the kills. Last player over inside the open archway. Blink in the trades came through. Kills soon to follow. And Real has just become unhinged. 6-5. Found that first blood. Just waiting for a jump back out to take down Mirage. Almost felt like that if the door was not closed and then Nade was able to come all the way through. If Real could find that damage, he would have been out there yesterday. But, woo, what a change of pace this is for Rokkr. I mean, defensively, they're taking a very passive approach, at least for the last one. And that previous offense was a much more aggressive approach, coming through from pillars and inside of munitions. What's the response going to be from Treaty 1 this time around, knowing that Rokkr are probably going to be looking for that pick top single again?
Treaty 1, they've been very successful with getting the bomb down in the past. Did that Nade just happen? No, it didn't. Okay. Nade just landed right in front. Does not connect, but Real will get the headshot multiplier regardless. Stops the bomb from being planted, just a sliver away from that going all the way through. Treaty 1 now going to have to start contesting for Real. He was on 5 in a row.
And again, now you could just snake these stairs. Real actually overextends just a little bit, holding that angle. He loses his life. 3v3. Bomb still patty caked on the stage itself. Dark's is going to get tagged with a nade, so it's going to call Pander to try to help out from that angle. Now all 3 players, Diamondcon, Pander, GodRx, is all looking through close. Munitions could be open. Juju's the only player in here.
Yo, Juju gets away with a kill as well. That's big, but again, now they know where he is. Reaction even better from Diamondcon. Rokkr ESG, they are refusing to go quietly. They're going, Andy, regardless of what happens, but still looking to go out of a bang.
There's just like a giant wad of like aloe or salt that you could just rub on that wound. You're just like, oh, I'm gonna pick up the salt for sure. That is so you.
I'm British, mate. What can you say?
I mean, look, Rokkr are gonna be at champs regardless. Should they hold this 4-player roster and like nothing crazy happens, but just again weird that it was either gonna be Convoy or Rokkr that were either gonna be in or out from that double elimination bracket. Regardless, though, you definitely want to finish with a dub. You're either of these two teams. Series point here for Rokkr x ESG.
Rokkr ESG want to close things out with a victory, at least something sweet. Oh, and a sour to close out the season. Looks like they're being forced into a sourful situation, though, because Panda now finds himself in a 1 versus 4. Bomb is well out of his purview.
I was about to say, if you win that opening gunfight, we could start talking about some things. If you are Pander, seeing this man clutch up a lot of rounds in his decorative career here in Call of Duty, but not going to get the better of Mirage, who was playing all the way back by Side Maps, who finds his 10th kill in this Search and Destroy, brings us back within 1. And that round was mostly flipped on its head because of the way that Treaty 1 started to take their way defensively all through the middle of the map. They all came bottom P1 cannon and just completely uprooted from Rokkr of any setup that they were once hoping for over by the A bomb site. It's going to be the play call offensively. Again, Rokkr x CSG have been having their way just by playing these very passive angles and just waiting for the picks to come to them.
Yeah, Treaty 1 have been relatively successful so far about actually just getting this bomb down on 8. And the problem, I think, for Rokkr, generally speaking, it was a problem they had an answer for in that prior round, and that was Real, of course. Real gets shut down at the start of this one, and as such, Rokkr ESG need to find another solution to the puzzle. I'm not sure they have all the pieces. Shots against the back. Siski will survive that onslaught, and I think now for Rokkr ESG, can they get anything around the front? Can Diamondcon get anything around the street side? Treaty 1, they look like they've got this one locked up pretty tightly. Siski, though, has given up bomb site control. Diamondcon around the back line will be able to get one, but no more than that. And now for GodRx on this retake, I think a 1 versus 3 might just be too much to ask for. Shots against Juju, even that gunfight just takes too long.
Just tough. I mean, you lose that first blood, bomb gets planted, your retake is mostly just setting up and trying to coordinate themselves in between 2 different areas of the map. I mean, you know the post plan is all the way to the backside of this pallet truck that when Real takes such an aggressive approach early, he loses his life. If he goes 1 for 1, that's fine. You force out the 3v3, but just hopping up top boat and losing his life as quickly as he did is the reason why I've been putting so much focus on talking about Rokkr's ability to close out defensive rounds by being more passive, playing reactionary, rather than trying to force the play. It has not been working out. Juju's 9-5 now. Up on a 4 spree, round 11 offense for Rokkr x ESG.
Here we go. Round 11 for Rokkr ESG and for Treaty 1, really, for both of them to end this season on a positive note. Utility out for Treaty 1. It's better for Rokkr ESG, though, certainly, as it sends Mirage away from the play momentarily. Rokkr ESG now retreating towards the backline.
They're trying to force their way. Proto's going to take those shots on the trophy system. Closest player is going to be player number 2. Pander's just laying prone top rails. He's just expecting the Chow Pro to jump through. Pander?
Oh.
No way! Loses the gunfight. Mirage. Siski all able to find kills on the back end. Up to DC. 1v4. Gets caught with the pistol. And Siski for the final few kills. The collapse is in. The 5-3 curse is true. Treaty 1 take the series versus Rokkr.
Oh boy, a treat for Treaty 1 to close out the season after what has been a not so nice elite season, we'll say that, right? 8-0-4 coming in towards this matchup. Rokkr ESG, of course, only had 1 win under their belt. They needed this one to even have a shot at qualifying. Of course, that was cruelly snatched away from them by Convoy with their victory over Boston Academy. But nonetheless, Treaty 1 Gaming, what a way to close out the season with a win that was much desired. It was much needed because for Treaty 1 it was a roster that I think a lot of people had written off. I think rightfully so, just given how stacked out this group was. That Treaty 1 definitely felt like the odd one out, and I think that did bear out in the results ultimately. But Treaty 1 coming out here and proved that they are still a roster not to be trifled with that victory over Rokkr.
I mean, your last series ends in a dub if you are Treaty 1, right? You already knew that this is the end of the road. You're looking towards Toronto to maybe try to get that top 2 placing, try to get top 10 global as far as pro points are concerned. They went to Map 5 versus Convoy for their first series, Map 5 versus Hive in their first series of week number 2, and then they beat Rokkr x ESG in a Map number 5 in their final group play match. I think some respect has to be earned for Treaty 1, who came out of that qualifier looking pretty damn good. Again, that Pulse roster was also something that you could not bat an eyelash at. Treaty 1 were able to beat them. They were also being able to take close top teams to the absolute brink in that upper bracket run that they're also putting together. I think that this is a good confidence boost for Treaty 1 Gaming heading towards Toronto. That's where their sight lines are definitely set. But for Rokkr x ESG, I mean, we got to talk about the elephant in the room as we take a look at Group A.
Yep.
As Rokkr x ESG and Treaty 1 will be seeing you in Toronto. But those are your top 4 teams when it comes down to Group A. But Rokkr x ESG, I mean, they got to figure it out, man. Because if this is going to be the roster going in towards champs, I'll keep it a $150 with you, Brody. This is not it.
Yeah, it is concerning. It has to be, right? And it's almost annoying in a way that we didn't get a LAN Major 4 for challenges, because I think that would be a kind of a better temperature tester for where Rokkr ESG are actually at, because we know that for the last 3 seasons, their elite placements have been awful. I don't think there's any other way to describe it. I'll just call it how it is. I think it was a top 8, top 12, top 10, and now top 12. I think they would still be, they'd be top 12 because they lost the head-to-head to Treaty 1. That's why they're sitting at the bottom of the groups. That's not good enough. That is just not good enough for a team. And yeah, they've placed well on LAN. They've done well this season. They've been a consistently, I think, early on in the season, in the first half of the year, a problem for a number of North American teams. And yeah, again, I'll add the asterisk in there that I think that is probably the group of death here in North America. Group A was, at least in my mind, significantly tougher than Group B was. So they were facing an uphill battle. That doesn't excuse that. And I think Rokkr ESG, like, we don't need to sit here and say this and we don't need to be like, oh, Rokkr, what are you doing? I think they know that as well. They'll walk away disappointed, and they'll certainly walk away knowing that they've got 2 weeks to fix it. They've got 2 weeks, which is not a lot of time to make sure that Toronto goes well, because yeah, they might well be locked in for Challenges finals if they stick, which again, I mean, you kind of feel like you're forced to at this point, right? You kind of have to. I don't know if you can really make a change. It's not a lot of time, I'll be honest with you, Andy. I know teams have turned things around in that time period before, but it's not a lot of time to fix. I don't know if there are like cemented issues at this point. I don't know. I'd have to go for a more deeper analysis and take a lot more time to kind of describe what the situation here. But yeah, it's a lot to fix, I think, in 2 weeks.
Look, just to end this on a happier note, if you are Rokkr x ESG, again, we'll see them in Toronto. They're going to go to champs, depending on some other roster mania that could have coming through. They have so many pro points that they've been able to accrue. We have seen the skill ceiling for the core 3 of this team, and even DiamondCon as well. I mean, we know what these 4 players are capable of. I think that Toronto will be quite telling away from the online type of idea, and even towards champs as well, what this team is actually going to look like. Again, they have some of the greatest back of house you could ever ask for when it comes down to challengers representation. Again, Rokkr x ESG, very good teams to be able to overwatch what these 4 players were able to produce for themselves. I'm sure that they will be very disappointed on missing out on another playoffs in the Challengers Elite season, but they are veterans within their own right. They know what it takes at the end of the year to hit the nose to the grindstone, get the job done, and just try to get out there with the best possible outcomes that you could possibly find for yourself at the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Rokkr ESG, look, we know the talent on side, as you say, mate. We know they can still turn things around. It's just whether or not they can do it by Toronto. That's going to be the real question for us. Challengers Finals is the ultimate goal for a lot of these teams, and for Rokkr ESG, we will not see them until Toronto. Now neither. We will see Treaty 1 Gaming who's finish things off here in the group stages with a positive note for Group A, though. We have our teams coming out of that group. Now we just got to decide the teams coming out of Group B. Newsflash, folks, we already know who's coming out of this group. So really what's coming up next is going to be seeding matches. Our focus is going to be on Millennium 7, the Season 3 champions, going head-to-head with another team that's fighting for a spot in Challengers Finals, Team Orbit. It's going to be a good one. Catch us on the other side of this break for that. Welcome back, one and all, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We looked over towards Group A to kick off the day here in North America. It's time to close things out with the ever so wonderful Group B, filled with some great folks and teams that have already qualified. My name's Infinity. Joining me in the desk, as always, is Proper. Anime, it's, I would say normally in this situation, time to get some teams into playoffs, but they're already there.
Yep, things have already settled itself out as far as Group B is concerned. The top 4 teams in said group will already find themselves in towards playoffs, so everything is just about seeding. Needham Org Outlast Gaming, as hard as they had fought through their combined 7-map wins, they will not make it towards playoffs on such a stature due to head-to-heads. Anarchy, Orbit, Millennium 7, and Decimate will find themselves in the playoffs. And ultimately, I mean, the story really has to be with this Decimate roster. They have been looking so good this entire season so far. If you are a proud member of the Tyler Noisy fan club, your stonks have never looked better.
Yeah, for sure, right? And again, I think it's been a surprise. There's always that one surprise team, right, to see them come out and perform in the way that they have. And there's actually been 2 this season. I would argue Hive is like #1 surprise with the roster changes that went down. And then #2, obviously, is this new look Decimate roster. Estriel and Flames back together again, and as you say, Noisy, there's a lot of fans of him out there, and Bink too. A bit of a weird, I think, compilation of players to come together, and they seem to have really figured things out pretty much right out the gate here in Group B with that 4-0 start, looking to go flawless at the end of the day. For Millennium 7 and Orbit, however, the teams coming up in this next matchup, I already kind of laid this one out, laid the groundwork out, as these 2 teams are currently in contention for some of the spots for Challengers Finals at the end of the year with auto qualification via Challengers points, and of course what could happen at Toronto and the LCQs as well. These guys are contenders, right? And the big reason for that is they are 2 of the only teams to, from Season 3, Andy, not have changed their roster coming into this season.
Yeah, I mean, why would you if you're Millennium 7, right? I mean, this 4-player roster in particular have been sticking together all the way towards the end of Season 3. They were your champions after all. It's nice to see some familiar faces playing with one another again. Proloot, Neptune, Mohawk, and Spart. And the core 3 of this roster, really Proloot, Mohawk, and Spart, we have seen on the grand stage, especially for challengers in most recent memory. Mohawk, 2-time Mo, Money Mo, whatever you want to talk about, took some time off in between some stages. Now he finds himself back along with AR duo of Spart. And Neptune and Proloot work so well together with Coach Faded and behind the scenes. This Millennium 7 squad is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and that has borne out in the results for the most part, right? I mean, the only roster that has actually given them any concern is Decimate, and that's the only roster they lost to. That was a game #5 loss. For the rest of the matches, a 3-0 over Outlast, a 3-1 over Needham Org, and then, of course, the 3-0 over Anarchy as well. It does, for the most part, feel like the Millennium 7 have transitioned that so-called dominance, I think we'll say in air quotes, because they did technically lose to Decimate, in towards this season. Certainly, I think this composition of players is still, you know, that story of just like, well, I mean, you've got the Challengers Championships on this roster being brought by Mohawk, Proloot, and Spart. For 2021 and 2022, it's just like, well, obviously this roster is going to find success, and it's wonderful to see those players back together again alongside Neptune. There's a ton of storylines to talk about in terms of kind of players trying to get back into the CDL as well, and for all that, you've got a recipe for success here with Millennium 7. So they've been looking pretty good. We'll see if they can close things out pretty well versus Team Orbit. But Orbit, as I said, another roster here that have been together since basically the end of Season 2. There's only been the one change to speak of, and that was bringing in Wiz for Wardy back in Season 3. But since then, this Orbit roster have slowly climbed the ranks. Texas was a bit of a weird one. Obviously, they didn't have Gravity for that event. Prophesy, shout out to him. I think he was the one to fill in for that roster. But top 6 in Season 2, 4th in Season 3. These guys have been slowly but surely cementing themselves as one of those top North American rosters to watch.
Hell, even Lau has been one of the hottest players to watch, honestly, as far as challengers concerned, formerly known as Jimbo. You remember back on that Team War roster, that's where Lau really became unhinged, right? I mean, he started just flying through the map, old SMG style being played by Lau, just in your face, pulling out a lot of these different timings, angles. He's also been sniping a lot too, which is hilarious that we haven't seen Lau snipe as much through his tenure of Call of Duty competitive scenery until this very moment of time. But I think the conversation is mostly around this AR lineup. You have a veteran, to say the least, of Tom Gravity, had some stints inside the league, has been always bouncing around top challengers teams. But Geo has been stepping up in a massive way.
Yeah.
And he's really that AR that works in tandem for Lau. That AR flex just so potent for what Lau's producing on the map, just making his play stick out so much more.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful storyline, I think, for Gio in particular, right? Because he's a player that this season has really stepped up to the plate, from Aphelion Esports to this team. After 2022, when his biggest stint was on the Red Wolves, I think it was back in Season 4, that roster didn't do that well. This has been the season for Gio, and he does so much for this roster to speak about. But as we look over towards Orbit versus Millennium 7, what are the storylines in terms of head-to-heads on map counts and the like? Well, for Millennium 7, currently flawless in control and certainly very strong in search and destroy. Those are the only things to speak of for these two teams. Is Orbit 50-50 across every single mode, Andy?
Yep, 100% win rate and control for Millennium 7. Their 2-3-5 has always been a bread and butter for them to be able to win series and, well, really just to be able to stick out for a lot of teams here in Challengers Elite. Their hardpoint, albeit at a 50% rate, I mean, their differential is so positive, so it's something to walk away with. But when it comes down to Orbit, the way that this speaks volumes, 50% win rate across the board, is that their wins have only been against Needin.org and Atlas. That's the bottom two teams in this group. They lost to Anarchy 1-3, and then they lost to Decimate 0-3 in a pretty devastating fashion, albeit very close. 235, 250, the hard point, round 11 for the Search and Destroy. I think that this is going to be a big test for Orbit. Again, both these two teams are going to be in playoffs, but Orbit need to start playing these top teams in the group and in the Elite a whole lot closer, if not being able to take map wins off of them.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Again, we talked about kind of how Orbit have, again, slowly been creeping up that ladder from top 6 to 4th over the last couple of Elite seasons. And it does need to be said that they are going to have to start taking big wins against big teams. And Millennium 7 is one of those teams they need to win against. Here's a look at the map set then. Or sorry, in the head-to-head player between these two teams. Two players that have two very interesting stories between Neptune and Lau. I think for Neptune, I think in particular, right, whenever he dips into challenges, it always seems to be the case that he just reaps so many different players, just goes through them like butter, mate.
Yeah, I mean, 1.24 overall KD. Everything speaks volumes for itself. Both of these two players between Neptune and Lau sitting there at even control KD as well. These are your playmakers. These are your showstoppers when you're going to be looking across the mini-map, trying to go for these egregious timings, go for these egregious plays. These are going to be the two players to more or less watch out for between these two teams. And yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll agree with you to a certain extent there. I mean, every single time that Neptune is down in Challengers, it feels like it's a mismatch. But when he gets brought back up to the CDL, it just feels like the Neptune is, I wouldn't necessarily say lost, but it always feels like wrong team for the right place, if that makes any sense to you. Down here with this roster for Millennium 7, Neptune has the coverage between two ARs that work well in tandem with one another. Prelude's going to be selfless, so allow Neptune to constantly fly throughout these entirety of the maps. It's just for Neptune to find consistency, I feel.
Yeah, and Lau on the other side, of course. I mean, you already kind of mentioned his storyline earlier on right there. I mean, I'd argue Lau has never looked this good. Maybe like Atlanta FaZe Academy in 2020 would be the last time I could think of a team that he's been looking this good on. So a real, I think, promising start here for Lau for Orbit. But let's take a look at the map set then for this best of 5. We've got a Fortress, we've got an Embassy, and then, of course, we've got a triple treat on Hotel, or rather a triple threat for one of these two teams as we approach that for the back half of this series. Andy, I mean, the Embassy Search and Destroy, this is one of the best, I think, for both of these two teams, so it's good to see it here, I think, Millennium 7 and Orbit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to see a really cool duality as far as strategies are concerned, counterplay, adaptations, more search and destroy words when it comes down to that Embassy Search and Destroy. Most importantly, just the sniper battle in particular. I think the Fortress Hardpoint, this is what's going to really set the pace for this entire matchup, right? You played it 2 times this season. If you're Millennium 7, you are 1-1 on it. On the other side for Orbit, and take the stock as you will, their only win is against Needin.org. They 100-point club them, but this, again, will get your gunny warp. Let's see how these two teams look like against each other on the day.
Is Chimbo using the MP7?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, okay. Is this new?
Sounds so cool.
And Gravity's got the Lackman out as well. Hell, okay, right. So, look, I know you said to me that I'm not going to do this. We actually said this. Obviously, we have a lot of conversations off screen. You said to me, Brody, don't mention the patch notes that just came out today. I'm going to do it anyway. Obviously, the TAC and the Vasnef, they had like a little bit of balancing. Like, I did wonder whether we'd see something special coming out. But you know what? Maybe, we're seeing these weapons coming out early on from Orbit, just trying to throw Millennium 7 off a little bit.
Well, you can throw off the team a little bit by weapons, but doesn't necessarily mean you're going to walk away with the kill. Spart's going to help out their affairs, though. Going to take that Neptune by way of fragmentation grenade. So middle of the map has been opened for Orbit to start encroaching a little bit further forward. Kimbo now with the Vel 46. This thing sprays bullets, but you got to get in close proximity to really stick.
Yeah, for sure. And Jimbo is the kind of guy I think that would absolutely get himself in a position. Oh my god! Headshot multiplier still looks pretty good if you're using the Vel 46, it would seem. Gio's now the last one left standing, and he's got the Lackman in hand. Goodness gracious. Orbit experimental team if I've ever seen one. Getting the headshot multiplier there on towards Mohawk, but the trade's looking pretty good if you're Millennium 7. Ultimately now, as we hit the back 25 on the scale, Orbit, I think, going to start to consider this rotation a lot more, and they are just now starting to look for these transitional gunfights.
Yep, and again, if you could find a couple of contested kills from the front of P2, it's not going to be good enough. You have to try to break the monotony that is the spawns there for P2, which Orbit were never able to do. It's about to be a 60-point lead for Millennium 7 going in towards P3, but it's legitimately just that. It is P3. Jimbo holding the P1 cannons with the Vel 46 is at least able to find a couple, but it still at least does not do well for Orbit to maintain spawns into the back. Geo's left by and zones some, and well, he has some assistance as Jimbo just flies through maps. That's a 4 dead in the feed for Orbit. They can get themselves some time.
Dude, these weapons are no joke, especially with Orbit. I mean, look, I know they're down at the moment here in this game, but I mean, it only takes one good P3 to get back in towards this one, and Orbit right now well positioned to do exactly that. Jimbo sitting inside, you got to be careful how you peek this one, because it doesn't take much for a player like Neptune to take you down, but the coverage is pretty good from Geo and Wiz. Neptune, the only player positioned to do something. Jimbo, very confident to peek at that point, down to 49 HP. He will pick up that gunfight regardless. And as we hit the back 20 now, Orbit, their objective changes. It shifts slightly to try and escape this hill and get yourselves over towards that street side. An early push does not work out, but Orbit, job is done. They get themselves right back into the game off back of P3.
That's what you needed, especially the response from Millennium 7's time that you were able to get off a P1 Prelude. Tough gunfight versus Geo. With this Lockman 5.56 is just really making it look like a staple if you ask me, but also needs to be said, Jimbo's on a 3-spree with the Vel 46. That thing kicks like a mule, but Jimbo's got it down pat. Neptune Mohawk able to find the opening 2. That'll be initial time here for M7.
At Orbit now, of course, we get to see these weapons, the Vel 46 and the Lackman in action inside this hard point. Gravity with the Lackman not going to tag around the back line. Inside, though, Jimbo was threatening. Neptune up top, though. His Fastnef, the classic ways here on Modern Warfare 2, just a little bit better. Won't be inside just yet, though, from Millennium 7. They want to get a couple more frags before getting themselves back in towards this hill. Orbit, though, close spawns will continue to threaten Jimbo, the closest player here from the Orbit side, to do something, and do something he will. He only momentarily removes one player from the hardpoint in the form of Neptune. Millennium 7, once again, will be back on through. Orbit continue to knock towards this hill for some post-hill kills, and Mohawk will now be the last one left alive. We'll actually double up over towards Gallows. That creates some space for his team. And ultimately, Millennium 7 do not get all the time they desire off the back of P3.
I gotta get Gravity out of that position. Nice shot, Spark. Understanding you can wallbang all of that. Jimbo, tough shots at range with the Vel 46. Just comes down to Geo up top. He will go 1 for 1 in that matter, and now you gotta be careful if you are Orbit. Millennium 7, they're blocking spawn to the backside of Gallows, where they got players inside the hard point. Millennium 7 look to keep Orbit trapped on this side of the map.
Oh, Neptune doubling up, though, will keep Millennium 7 in control of this hill for the moment. 11-9 start for Kim. He's about to be overwhelmed by Geo and Jimbo, though, and indeed they will do exactly that. More kills now as Geo will double up for yet another 2-piece. Lose control, though. Kills now starting to overwhelm, and Millennium 7 will continue to spawn up over by P3. This overextension for Prelude is absolutely huge. He chooses to go back towards the old scrap time, though, does not want to give the time away from Orbit, and yet still, I think, does just go straight back to what he was doing previously, trying to manipulate these spawns, be a problem for Orbit, and they know as well. You can see the arrows, you can see Wiz, you can see Gravity. They're on the hunt for Prelude, and it just does not matter the way that Prelude is flying around munitions at the moment. This is his building.
I mean, Tom's trying to find him. But I mean, the way that silence is just working for Prelude, it's just so much space being found for himself. He's still top rails, by the way. Up on a 4-spree, going in towards the second set. It's a 30-point lead that Millennium 7 hold or over Orbit's head. Now to the AR, TAC 56 on a 5-spree. Prelude looking for kill number 6. Jimbo's going to give him the tower. Geo, excuse me. We'll find a 2-piece on the back of that. So shuts down the streak potential coming through for Prelude, but still trying to get themselves out from this main gate. Jimbo's 2-piece be able to do just that as Wiz is creating more space and Ruckus through munitions.
Yeah, Orbit, they've got a couple of things to do here in this scenario as Wiz looking for some post-hill kills. Will only pick up 1, Spark the trade. Now a 40-point advantage between Millennium 7 and Orbit, and I was going to say, you know, they do need to flip the map. They do need to make sure they maintain the spawns for the next hard point. They have done exactly that, but step number 2 is actually holding it. It won't be long before Millennium 7 are knocking at the door. Orbit also have to be careful that the spawns do not flip away from them. Neptune already starting to aggress here through munitions. Tagged up there by Wiz, who will need to back away momentarily while he waits for Prelude to come on out. And now Wiz is getting involved in the gunfight. Neptune flies right towards him. Did not expect Wiz to be laying down in that scenario. Now Prelude We're going to heat up once again here. Unfortunately, does get cut down by Geo, making sure they're watching all their lanes there. It's the double Gs here playing well as Gravity picks up 2, as does Geo. Orbit on the initial, looking good.
Sorry, I'm mid-DM right now to Geo to try to figure out what the hell this class is, because he is just going absolutely AWOL with it. 25 and 15 now. Gravity also with the Lockman 5.56 finds himself up on a 4 spree, 12 and 15. This has been a great P2 for Orbit, and it's all off the back end of P1. Finally breaking out from that spawn trap, getting inside of munitions, keeping it scrappy. Now in the middle of the map, we will go. Good help from Wiz, takes down Mohawk, allows Gravity to stay alive up on the 5 spree.
It would be big if Gravity could translate that into a streak, especially going in towards this hard point. Teams have gotten a lot better at stretching for kills. But isolated already. Here are Spartan, Neptune, and they just do such a good job at taking them down before Gravity can get that 6th kill. So Orbit on this initial break, just not looking good whatsoever. And this is one thing that I don't think the Veil 46 is that good for. It's those kind of gunfights where you really just have to hit every single point. Gravity did actually get the spree, by the way, so my mistake there, but it doesn't matter. He's got to utilize it for this kill. Has to stretch it at the exact right point, and indeed he will. Lovely. Spartan now out, but it's okay, because Mohawk is right there to pick up the kill time. Spawns still entrenched from Millennium 7 here. This is a big hill for them to lose control of. Orbit know that. They need to keep on hitting this one with 20 seconds left. I don't know if they've got the agency. Mohawk still looking for the final 1v1, and Jimbo will double up. A big 15 seconds to take.
It is a big 15 seconds, but I mean, if you're Orbit and you're fighting for the back 15 seconds, you should be aware that you also have to try to cut through the middle of the map. Look at Wiz just flying over past dubsteps, excuse me. He will be scouted out. Spart finds 2, and just as soon as Orbit were able to at least battle for 15 seconds, it's Millennium 7 that stabilized the map again for the initial time at 4.
Millennium 7. An opportunity here to put some serious distance between themselves and Orbit. First gunfight's not exactly going Orbit's way. Now they're trying to approach around the backline as well. It is going to be Wiz in, but only momentarily. Geo just anchoring those spawns around the back. Orbit now looking to puncture in through street side. Prolute ready for it. First gunfight looking good. Surely not the second as well. It is. Gravity not ready, despite the fact that Prolute was down to 20 HP or so. It is just not good. Prolute decimates him at 27 and 19, leading the Millennium 7 charge at this point in the game, as it really does start to feel like they're getting confident. Prolute finally cut down, but look at the difference between the two teams now.
Jimbo trying to fight for the last 10 seconds again. You got to go back and talk about just the ability that Orbit really threw a lot of utility just to try to get, 15 seconds off of P3, allowed Millennium 7 to get top rails. Prolute has just been so good on this side of the map. Is now up to 28 and 21, leading his team for KD. 202 to 155. Over towards Blacksmith. Last player is going to be Geo. Inside of the hill itself, gets overwhelmed by Millennium 7 players. The break is in.
And the break is in. Can they hold though? This will be the 3rd consecutive hard point in which Millennium 7 get control of. They have really taken charge of this game, and it just keeps them getting worse as well for Orbit. Get completely wiped. They've got one player spawned out besides Gallows. That might catch number 4 on Prolute off guard, but it's not really that's been the immediate problem for Millennium 7 at all. It's kills towards the middle of the map where Orbit have really taken charge of this hard point. Still 20 seconds left fighting for it. Distance between Millennium 7 and Orbit continues to feel insurmountable as once again trades going their favor. Prolute now on 4 in a row, and the map just flips in their favor.
Four spree again for Prolute. It just always feels like that he's finding these multi-kills. 32 and 22 is just letting Orbit absolutely have it. 30 seconds are all M7 need to close out this map number 1, and Prolute will not budge from top boat. 5 kills in a row. Looking for that 6. Might get some juicy timing. Has 2 players in front of him. Geo for 3 in the middle of the map. That'll open up P1 as he finds his 36 kill on the map.
I mean, it keeps them in the conversation for the game, but I'm not sure how loud their voice actually is at this point. They've got to play perfectly from here on out. Got to make sure they don't lose control, and they immediately have just lost control of munitions. Now they've lost control of P1 as well as Jimbo does for. Millennium 7 just need 25 seconds to close out this game. They look like they could get it done. Spark out of 15 HP. Has coverage from Mohawk close by. Is that coverage good enough, though, is the question? No. Is Jimbo and Geo going to storm for 3? Neptune looking for the double. Geo will deny. And Millennium 7 now will need the next hard point to close out this game.
Yeah, they sure will. And look at the rotation going over towards the next as well. I mean, Prolute tried to overextend, trying to get himself inside of the double archway. Unsuccessful at that. Now, you have a lot of players that are still trapped over on the spawn trap. Wiz is going to confirm that going 1-for-1. Geo can just hold his irons here and just watching players cross in front of him. 40 and 24, now on a 4 spree.
Getting shut down though, losing those gunfights is not good whatsoever. There's a 3rd now. Orbit will continue to spawn around the backline here, but they need to get in. Gravity with a Lackman will outgun Neptune on point. But Orbit still cannot get this time. They can't finish things here regardless of what happens now. I know there's still a long way to go, but that still needs to be said. Gravity now looking to find his way through. Big gunfight versus Prolute. Gunfight's being won around the front as well by Jimbo. And now Millennium 7 looking to flip the spawns. They have indeed done so. They've won the first gunfight too. Looking to find their way through. Gravity, Geo, Wiz, they've all got to win their engagements here, and stunned up is Gravity for these ones. Jimbo will come and help out. They're fighting tooth and nail to stay alive in this game. And a few more seconds, Andy. It will be Millennium 7 that needs to go towards next, and now that is the case.
You gotta rotate now if you're Millennium 7. The break is gonna be coming through, but now you gotta hit all the way through P2. Neptune, Spark, able to combine for 3. The only player
Geo.
that's gonna be in a position to try to defend this is Geo in the back of P3.
He's got so much to do here. 2 gunfights to win, and that is just too much for him to handle now. Millennium 7, gotta get this done. Prolute, big gunfights by the double doors, only able to produce 1. Spart inside now, looking for more. He gets overwhelmed as well. Orbit, they're in.
They're in. 225 and counting on up. Look at where all of Millennium 7 are spawning. They're gonna try to bull rush their way through the main gate.
Gravity's here. Gravity's here, watching them pre-firing. The second kill will be through. Yes, Mohawk gets 1, but Geo's looking good for it. Wiz with the coverage as well. Surely not like this. Millennium 7 spawning out in Narnia, and the wardrobe has been closed. Orbit looking good to close this one out. Wiz looking for the final kills. The final nail in the coffin. Jeez Louise, what a closer to an absolute banger of a hard point from Orbit. An insatiable comeback.
This is just map 1. I'm out of breath, man. I thought Millennium's ever going to be able to do it. And if you go back to that final moment of time, Prolute is going to be infuriated. He saw that Gravity, we were on perspective for, he was stuck in the mud. He was stunned up to high oblivion. He could not turn around and get the kill on a Prolute. And by not getting taken down himself, Millennium 7 couldn't close that on P2. They had the spawns flipped. Spart was trying to play for the spawns with about like 45 seconds remaining in P2. But because that tussle was going back and forth, and Geo and Gravity were able to stay alive so long on P2, as you were saying, Brody, the rotation just had to be called when it came down to about 19 seconds left in P2. And that was all that you needed. Geo needed to go big over by the new hill. He delivered to be able to find those 2 kills. Meant that the spawns had flipped again. Middle of the map had been opened up. Millennium 7 tried their best to try to fly through that main gate off of the only 4 set of respawns that they had for themselves. It just was all for naught in those final few moments. The Lockman 556 reigns supreme as far as that map number 1 is concerned. I didn't even see how many kills Geo ended up with, but I felt like he was closer to 50 than he was further away. Yeah. All right. 76 engagements, 5,200 damage? Geo.
Yeah.
Let me get the class, brother. Let me see it. I need it.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a lot of classes. I'm gonna need the Lackman. I'm gonna need the Bell 46, which I still feel like I feel weird not calling them just the MP5 and the MU7 because that's quite clearly what they are. Regardless, though, yeah, just an incredible comeback from Void. It's just like so many minute moments there in those final 3 hardpoints. I think if anything, it always goes to show that you're never quite out on a Fortress hardpoint, right? Because again, the spawn control is just so crucial that. It really can just come down to the final few hills, and that is exactly what happens there from Orbit. Everyone's pulling their weight, as you say, Geo at 46 kills. That's got to break some kind of record here in challenges, right?
76 total engagements has to definitely break something.
I don't think we've seen that.
That's insane. That is just absurd. And again, hey, that's why I highlighted Geo at the beginning of this series, man. In AR in hand, it does not matter for Geo. He is taking these engagements, he's taking these gunfights, and he is just so aloof, so hard to take down. You're going to be feeling pretty darn skippy about yourself if you are Orbit taking that map number 1, quite literally hamburglaring it away from M7's grips by a whole point going in towards this map number 2.
Wow, what a crazy... I mean, you said it right. That was only map number 1. What a crazy way to start the series between Orbit and M7. Again, Orbit, we said they need to start contesting versus the very top echelon of North American challenges. This has been a brilliant start in doing that with that victory over Millennium 7. But the job's not done. They got to win the Search and Destroys as well. And in terms of Millennium 7, this is when things start to get harder, right? Because Hardpoint has been their weakest game mode out of the 3 this season thus far. Search and Destroy, they're 4-1 in that game mode coming into the season. And as I said, coming into this as well, MSC Search and Destroy is technically speaking their strongest S&D map, although I was going to say, like, the examples we have to go off are pretty small at this point in time, but historically speaking, that has been the case as well back in season.
Yeah, I mean, again, 2-3-5 was always the name of the game when it came down to this Millennium 7 roster. They obviously had some disjointment when it came down to Hardpoint when this team first formed in the previous season of the Elite, but I mean, it just mostly comes down to who can fly and fry. If you can somehow beat the pace, if not beat it, when it comes out from Millennium 7, then you're going to be able to take these hard points away from them. And that's exactly what happened with Orbit, albeit by a single point. Now the Search and Destroy becomes a very interesting one again. As far as the lobby is concerned, there's a lot of history when it comes down to Search and Destroy within such a lobby. And honestly, I mean, both these teams, again, will be in playoffs. This is for seeding at the end of the day. But, I mean, Orbit have a really good chance to kind of up their stocks a little bit when it comes down to this Embassy Search and Destroy, especially with one of Tom Gravity on a map like this. Can just watch a lot of these line of sights, could set up what is, I guess we're going to start calling him Jimbo. He changed his name back. He's no longer Lau. Jimbo can pull out the sniper with an SMG in hand. I don't care. He is the utility belt of this team. Whatever weapon Jimbo decides to pull out could honestly be the bend, if not break, when it comes down to these rounds, Brody.
Did he change his name back?
Yeah. He was going by Jimbo in that map number 1.
Dude, I just completely blinded myself to that. Oh my god! He did!
And he's sniping. Okay.
Okay. Wow, this is clearly a whole new world for Jimbo. Or Blau, or whatever moniker he's going by right now. Jimbo. Jimbo. That is actually, yeah, that's his, that was like a Twitter app for a long time. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, Jimbo will die with the sniper. And towards this round, Spark will even the odds with that kill versus Geo, but he's far out of danger. Wiz, gets spotted out. Great call. Great communication between Spark and Nep.
Yep, sure was. And it allows Spark to stay alive. Gravity. Lockman 5.56 in hand. Gets the first. Got 8 bullets. Neptune's got the bomb. He's going to swing wide for this trowel. Oh, that's a tough one. Especially going up against Neptune, who has just been so good for this Millennium 7 team. Specifically, even in the Search and Destroy. I know we were talking a lot about his hardpoint strengths earlier on, but Neptune in Search and Destroy for the Season of Elite, 1.34 KD. As far as opening duels are concerned, he's winning them 69% of the time. That is just absurd what he's able to do with the SMG in hand. And I'll honestly say for Millennium 7 to rectify and bring themselves back from that round, with Jimbo fighting that first ball with the sniper, they did not budge. They just tried to make sure that Neptune can get inside of Laundry and inside a kitchen.
Just start from Millennium 7. That teamwork element that we talked about in Search and Destroy coming out to play between Spark and Neptune wins them around. Orbit looking to go for a classic strat of just hitting B early on. Great snipe coverage coming out from Jimbo as well. Things just go from bad to worse. Millennium 7 here in this round. Got to find a fast reaction, and it's just not going to be there. Neptune will take down one, but an egregious challenge for the second will beat himself with death.
The old tangle when it comes down to Embassy Search and Destroy. A lot of focus over by the B bomb side. Just comes down to the trade game, but it always has to have the conversation that if you don't have somebody top servers to at least look at this top admin area where 2 ARs are just going to be locked and holding their irons with Lockman 5.56, that is a tough situation to find yourself in, especially around Millennium 7. No shade to their ARs, but mostly around the SMGs is where they find a lot of focal point when it comes down to finding the kills in Search and Destroy. Tied up 1 apiece.
Nicely done in that round. Millennium 7 now looking to make their way over towards B. We'll get the bomb down off the back of a trade as well. Mohawk goes down, so I'm curious as to what the escape route looks like for Proloot. It is good. That kill versus Geo might be better than good, to be honest. Comes straight headfirst into Jimbo, though, on the other side of the door. Neptune overwhelmed. Jimbo will double up to close out the round. Doesn't do it with the sniper rifle, mind you. It would have been nice to see, but snazzy play or not, it's a dub.
Hey, I mean, he gets the better of the first player, just kicking through the door, finds the kill with the pistol. John Wicks the TAC 56 into his hand for the second bottom server. Again, yeah, look, there's a reason why I constantly talk about what this guy's been producing in Challengers Elite so far this year. It's just funny, too, because I remember when he was even teaming with Parasite, he was like, I think I'm going to snipe, and even Parasite was like, you could do that? Just do about it all, man. 3 spree now for Jimbo. 4-1 as well for Tom Gravity. Great 2 rounds in a row for Orbit. Going to force Millennium's hand to start adapting to some of these offensive rollouts that Orbit's going to throw their way.
Big snipes from Jimbo. Positive so far for Orbit. This time around, I think that's to be pressured just too much from Proloot unless that stun can connect in time, and it just doesn't. Again, reactions from Millennium 7 have been splendid. Even better as well. That stun does not connect versus Wiz, but Neptune been more than happy to just get him stuck right towards the play, and now this is a problem for Orbit.
That bomb's not in a fun spot to try to recover. You almost have to think that you have to rip Mohawk off of this head glitch, and well, Gravity will find the trade. Nice shots coming out from Gravity. He still has 2 more players that are watching him. If it's not going to be the 2 players over by tennis courts, there was going to be a long flank to come around the backside of the lot. Millennium 7 stop Orbit dead in their tracks, and it really does have to come down to Prolute, right? I mean, it says a lot that Prolute is even willing to try to take that angle, much less hang out in the challenge, knowing that the nade's coming over towards Vans. The stun could have kept him stuck in the mud. He found good damage on a Jimbo. You just cannot allow Jimbo to get out with his life, not with the sniper in hand, not with what he's been producing in this map number 2 so far. So, big shout out to Prolute just to push out towards the Vans side. Make all of Orbit feel relatively trapped over by Potts, even Stevens in round number 5.
Sometimes you forget just that the visual recoil doesn't actually translate into real-term recoil, right? So you just see like the gun bouncing up and down. Killer's there regardless, but it is not good enough for a 1v4. Now towards round number 5. Get first blood for Geo. Good trade at the very least. A lot of pressure, a lot of noise being made over towards B, but this is an A hit, and it's not a play call that Orbit have fallen for on the defensive side, but Prolute's Dead Silence about to run out here, and just off the back of it, finds that first blood, jumping down from up high. Gravity wins that first gunfight. Can he get any more than that? No, gets overwhelmed.
2v1, Wiz, he's on the backside of AC. Neptune might not be aware of this. Well, he's going to get the gunfight now. Good damage. Wiz is dead to rights. And it's again, Prolute makes the aggressive play early. That's 2 rounds in a row where Prolute this time around has Dead Silence with attack 56 in hand, no less. He just somehow is able to get all the way inside a kitchen. Is just wrapping, keeping these guys on their toes. Just finds that kill top bridge. From there on out, it's just being able to find where the rest of these players are located at, albeit not winning the next gunfight versus Gravity. His teammates were right there to back up that play that he was putting together.
I see them. Back and forth we go here in this S&D. Orbit. Been heavily reliant on Jimbo early rounds in these snipes. Gravity 2. This time heavy in towards administration. Early push from Prolute is going to be cut down by Geo. And there goes Spart as well. Nice set nade from Gravity. Great read. Mohawk and Neptune now isolated away from one another have to do something individually.
Oh, they saw Neptune on the crossover by Xbox. They're aware of this as well. They're just going to press on a little bit further forward. Mohawk gets taken down seemingly for free. Now it comes down to Neptune. Has Dead Silence if he wants to use it, plus attack. Have to get the entire ace if he wants this round.
Yeah, and he's on 4 in a row as well, so it's kind of one of these awkward situations where it would be nice if the flash play could happen. I would have probably not done that, if I'm honest. I know that I'm not a semi-pro player or a professional player. Still, though, 4 in a row, I probably would have tried to preserve my streak a little bit better.
Trav chows that, 100%.
Yeah, I know he chows that, trust me.
Red dot with the pistol, too?
Damn. It's tough.
You're freaking me out, Jimbo. I don't... What's going on out here? But, hey, whatever works. You're to get the kill. What's that force breed arrest like you were talking about for Neptune? Was very close to getting himself that cruise missile. Orbit just brute force their way through B. They shut down the middle of the map, find the kills required. What's the response going to be here on defense? Millennium 7 going aggressively across. Jimbo saw everybody and their mother cross over towards that B bomb site.
Yeah, and I like the fast reaction as well from Millennium 7. Just get the bomb down as quick as you can, or Orbit act on that information. Kill inside Orange as well. That is made. So Millennium 7, very good. Jimbo on the late flank. Has to get something here. Cannot do so. That pistol is just not going to produce. Now for Orbit. Last remaining players pushed all the way up here. Millennium 7, if they get over aggressive, might give kills away for free. And indeed they do, but the trades are good. Gravity will not be able to get any more than just the 1 kill. And Millennium 7, again, fast-paced round from them. Wins out.
I honestly thought that Geo fighting that first up top, he was about to snap towards top admin, and he was going to be dead to rights regardless, but there was a world right there where Geo potentially could clutch that up. Just simply not meant to be. Not with the ferocity Millennium 7 came out with that offensive round. Again, it just narrowly escaping death. A cracking shot of the SPX-80 in Jimbo's hands over by the Xbox side. Nobody got damaged. Nobody died from that cross. Able to get that B-bomb plant as quick as they did was the win condition they needed.
Well, value for the sniper rifle for Jimbo here in this round might well be muted. Millennium 7 not even giving him a single look. They've decided to 3-stack on towards this defense of B, and they transition to A at the complete wrong time. Orbit with a late kit. Wiz catches Spart.
It hit over towards B is working out. The retake is going to be that much more into question. Wiz is going to let that silence kind of run out over here. The stun's going to be good, but the coverage that much better from Orbit. 2v3.
Mohawk will pick up two. Pre-fire towards the corner as well, where he thought Wizard translated and doesn't quite account for the fact that Jimbo was probably in a position to take him down. Proloop now recognizes he has to be fast with this one. Jimbo the reposition. And Proloop, I mean, he's just got so many different directions to challenge here. So many different things to cover that actually just picking up this defuse is probably going to be outside the realms of possibility. And I thought for a second that maybe if he just, like, snaps up top, maybe. But no, it's just not to be.
Again, that the late hit over towards B is a real potent one when you're looking at it from Orbit's perspective again, who have been time and time again aggressively either trying to hit through the middle of the map or just over towards B in general, but just waiting for the utility, waiting to see if they can find anybody with an unforced error from Millennium 7's side. They find that first pick, and then Wiz again, who is just played so much Search and Destroy through his entire career, it just understands, okay, bomb goes down, I need to push forward so that way this exit doesn't come through, if not contested back AC. Wonderfully done. Tied up once again into round number 9.
Aggression here for both of these two teams. Orbit actually going to double up inside bomb servers. Proloop with a pre-fire. Oh, almost catches both. Jimbo gets the better of one though. Oh, and the second as well. This knife continues to see usage here in Challengers. Works perfectly for the kill versus Neptune, and I'm surprised that trade didn't come through from Spark. Surely did see him. But either way, Jimbo is flying at the moment.
That silence about to run out, though. Slow as roll. Oh, he's just going to get gifted. Shoots Spark right in the back. Jimbo is going rogue with the Vel 46 this round. Mohawk isn't even in a position to try to find this trade. Jimbo's gone. Mohawk is chasing ghosts. 40 seconds remaining. No dead silence to play with. If your Jimbo and Wiz is the right call, you just hold mid-map, play for retake if you need to.
Yeah, Jimbo now 1 kill away from the cruise missile. An ace in this round, I believe. Would be lovely. Could get it done. Orbit. Remote Hawk. No stranger to 1 versus X clutches in Search and Destroy. Gotta pull one out the bag here. No dead silence to speak of. Of course, the trophy player for this team will catch Wiz. And now it has to be an ace for Jimbo to clutch this one up. Mohawk gonna plant this bomb. It's about the timing. The check timing from Jimbo. Does it come right away? Yes, it does. Stun out will connect. Mohawk with the coverage, and it's okay, because Jimbo will ace up in this round. Cruise missile acquired in a round 2.
Got the ace, 6 spree, cruise missile. Is there anything this guy cannot do? Jimbo is just going crazy in this series so far. Vel 46 in hand, SPX 80, picking up Lockman ARs, picking up TAC 56s. Doesn't matter. He's also gotten kills with the X12 pistol. Every single weapon that's been in the hands of one of these players in this Search and Destroy, Jimbo's got a kill with, including the knife. What? Absolutely absurd. And even in that final few moments, right? I mean, if you're Mohawk, right, you're probably very frustrated because the fact that Jimbo held that TAC all the way to the end of the round just made Mohawk stuck in the mud, could not ADS or track him as cleanly as he wanted. Map point for Orbit to go up 2-0.
Jimbo wants to open up in spectacular fashion. That might be a more remote opening here. The nade will unearth him from position, and it actually gives Millennium 7 a bit of aggression as well. They know that Jimbo's not covering the middle of the map. Neptune just flies straight across and opens up with the first blood.
Jimbo's going to make a lot of ruckus here. 12 pistol. He is feeling himself. The heck? Wiz is now trying to pick up where Jimbo left off, bomb in hand. Oh, he's going to get gifted a kill on a Proloop. He does check the corner, throws out a couple bullets, and Geo finds one on the opposite side.
Oh!
Not like this. Wiz, nice shots. Neptune 1v2.
Does he have the dead silence is the question for me. No, he doesn't. He's pretty far away from it. Wiz is getting highly aggressive. Neptune's not going to expect it. Got players on both sides to be concerned about and get skewered. Orbit. 6-4 victory here in the S&D after that lovely clutch up in the hardpoint. Go up 2-0 in our series.
That is not what I had. My Beagle card, brother. His Orbit team, I mean, hey, trendsetters, they are the hipsters right now as far as Challengers Elite NA is concerned. Just pulling out all these different weapon setups, but I mean, it's got to be talked about for Jimbo. Name change in tow. He is just something, a force to be reckoned with, man. I tell you, if it's Geo in the map number 1, Jimbo in the Search and Destroy is just so fun to watch. Depending on what weapon he's even going to roll out with, you can always turn to his POV, and he's probably going to try to do something either egregious or something spectacular. And more often than not, sometimes it's both. as he goes 11-5 in the search and destroy. God, I love being able to see the true damage numbers. 1,300 damage almost for Jimbo. 7 of those 11 non-traded, by the way. Goes on that crazy 6-3. Didn't even use the cruise missile. But just look at the column for First Bloods. It wasn't too far gone. We were even as far as First Bloods are concerned. It's just how well Orbit, most importantly for both Jimbo and Geo, were manipulating the map continuously to find these picks, to catch Millennium 7 off guard, both offense and defensive like, and gotta give Wiz his flowers for those B executes that Orbit were able to piece together 2 offenses in a row versus Millennium 7's defense. This was a force to be reckoned with, was always pushing back AC, and more often than not was walking away with the kill. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, like, here's the thing, right? I mean, Jimbo had the sniper rifle for, what, 90% of that search and destroy. When he didn't, it was the knife that he had in hand. And to be honest, it's not like he was even that affected with it, to be honest. I don't think there was that many times he was getting the first bloods, as you said, Andy, mate. But it was just the final couple of rounds from Jimbo, the final 2 to 3 rounds, where really he just stepped up to the plate and just decimated the competition. What a time to do it as well, as Orbit take it 6-4 in the search and destroy, now a 2-0 series lead here. A big victory for them against a staple map mode combination from Millennium 7. Did a lot for them, I think it's fair to say, back in Season 3, of which they won. Hotel Control would close out a 3-0 sweep. Of course, it is ultimately proceeding. Both of the teams have qualified for playoffs, regardless of what will happen. Here's a look at a team that has already qualified for playoffs and a team that cannot. Decimate being the former and Outlast being the latter. Outlast, they would like to walk away with a victory, but against a team like Decimate here, we've already got over before we got in towards that prior matchup, Andy, mate. I think that's going to be a big ask, considering how good this Decimate team have looked.
250, 170 was the scoreline. Decimate's favor for the Fortress Hardpoint map 1. 6-4, the Asilo Search and Destroy Outlast were able to eke out that win there. But into Control we go, and this has been a very good game mode for Decimate this entire season. Their only Control loss was around 5 versus Millennium 7 on El Asilo. This is our first look, Brody, to see what the Decimate roster looks like in full on Hotel Control.
Yeah, indeed. And on this defense, Decimate Gaming at the moment, just trying to keep control of this B point. They're already losing it, though. It's going to be Gus at the moment, who does sit on side. Dark side causing problems around the Spa side of the map. And now Cryptic is going to be jumping down from up high off the back of Gus falling. They just want to immediately continue to apply this pressure. And despite they've got the numbers, they don't actually have the players inside bedroom to capitalize on it. Darkseid needs to pick up a couple more kills before they can move forward, and as Darkseid picks up the first, he's hiding behind the door. Noisy, well, he will eventually see him and take him down. Space is being created now for ProAmar and Gus to make this capture happen. Decimate spawning up far away here. The stack should be good enough for Outlast to close out this one.
Yep, sure is. SMG is just showing up when it matters the most. And look, this Outlast gaming team, when you look from top to bottom, you would probably just be as appalled as I am to say that we're going to be missing out on them for playoffs, especially one of Pat Cryptic. You remember at the beginning of the year, in particular with that Aphelion Esports roster, we always talk about where those 4 players are located at now. Cryptic is just one of those ARs that you truly do feel like that any time is a good one for him to really showcase his talents. And 13-8 goes Cryptic, allows his SMGs to be able to force their way forward through that double desk area. ProAmar, Darkseid showing up when it matters most. Tied up, offense for offense, and around number 3 we go.
Very heavy B defense to kick things off here for Outlast. Decimate got free reign over the A control zone for the moment here. ProAmar do not get this kill on 1 HP. Goodness me, I think Noisy would have had to quit the game then if he died off the back of that, but Cryptic does take him down in the end anyway, and that will give way here to Outlast, giving this one good push here, one good effort on the defensive side. Cryptic and ProAmar are going to hit this simultaneously, you have to imagine. Bink assaulted with nades and stuns, and there you go. ProAmar does pick up 2. Darkseid in for a 1. ProAmar will end up falling, but Cryptic now finds his way on towards this point. Decimate Gaming, they've lost control here, and Darkseid and Cryptic continue to streak out here 4 apiece.
Oh, they don't have any control as far as where they're spawning. Look at Gus, number 8 on the minimap. He's playing top valet, just forcing all of these players for Decimate to spawn inside a kitchen, so you got to do it the hard way. You got to fight your way out from Cat Room, fight your way out from the pantry, and some trades will be coming through. Down to 45 seconds, Outlast with a commanding life lead.
Yeah, but Outlast will end up falling off the back of this. And I think now, as you say, you've got that life advantage, right, Andy? 24 versus 17. Do not push anything more into this, and they've made the right choice. But the transition's actually starting to look good for Decimate. They've already got Noisy pushing through, causing problems. Noisy will actually pick up a double as well, and Estriel starting to aggress around the backline here. They haven't got much map control for the 2 kills they do get. And that's maybe not the best result of that initial play, especially as Darkside finds an answer with 2 of his own.
Team plays up against 20 now. Gotta be careful. Decimator causing a ruckus in your base. Promar and Gus are pushed up around couches in bottom bedroom. You can tell the way the Decimator are kind of maneuvering throughout the map. They are more than aware of that. Bing's task is to find a couple spawn kills. Oh, Cryptic. Headshot multiplier in a little diffy right now. But Decimate trying to find themselves on the B control zone. Flames, Estriel at least to find a couple. Not enough space to try to step on that zone quite yet.
You need to win some crazy gunfights, and that's one you shouldn't win. Estriel made weak down to 10 HP, but it's okay. He'll win regardless. Can Vink double up here by the help desk? That's the question. No is the answer. Will be removed from the power position, but yet still, Decimate, they might well have a grasp on bedroom control if Flames can catch Gus. And again, it's just these annoying players that continue to be frustrating to deal with. A 15 versus 7, the life differential has not changed. And Outlast now, once again, with map control. Gus continues to push the advantage with yet another frag. Down to 6 lives we go.
Now you gotta brute force your way all the way through Luggage if you are Flames. Actually doubles back to join with the likelihood of their teammates from top and bottom bedroom. But you are just walking into the unknown. 28 seconds remaining. No response remaining.
Noisy will get shots from long. Gotta know, though, that player is in the middle of the map. Cryptic. Darkside to be concerned about as well. A lot of different things to contest with. It only does take one good hit, as we always say here in challenges, but... oh, that's a big ask. Taking those first few shots out towards Noisy. They are slowly but surely losing control of the point. Cryptic with shots through the wall to try and take down Estriel. Darkside still a threat to be concerned about, and now it's more of an immediate problem as well, as he will double up to close out that round. And it really felt like Decimate were fighting an uphill battle for the longest time there. Really, I think, off just the early hold from Outlast on A.
Billy Joel, man, because for the longest time, I mean, all of Outlast just had such a commanding life lead. And it was such a standard rollout, but Outlast just won every single gunfight realistically, that by the time that Gus's position was even scouted out, Decimate were still spawning parallel over by the A control zone, where there were so many players for Outlast just ready to kill them every single time they walk through those narrow choke points leading in towards the A control zone. So our first defensive round goes in the way of Outlast. They have the potential to close it out here if they have just as good as an opening rip and a closure of their offensive round of what we saw previously.
Yeah, this has been much better from Outlast, and I think a lot worse for Decimate, right? In terms of getting those first couple of kills in, they're very quickly losing control of A. You do this double stack, they'll know that as well. They can see how quickly that progression is going, and yet still, they might well be positioning themselves here for a defensive hold. It's late, and the trades don't exactly work in their favor, but a nice nade from Noisy will at least keep them in control of the map. Promar will take him down. And yet still, off the back of that, Outlast do have at least a shot here at transitioning. They've got to make sure Promar stays alive, though.
Big Top Valet actually finds 2. Gonna get taken down by Gus at range, and then Cryptic actually spawns parallel underneath bottom Luggage, so this fight from behind for Decimate is really all that they have. No further map positioning to speak of, so every single kill is gonna matter to try to take more map away from Outlast.
Yeah, mid-map control looking pretty good. Decimate here, bedroom control looking pretty good as well. Oh, no, Flames. Needs to hit more of those shots versus Promar, because now they don't have control of Luggage. Estriel goes down too. Again, an aggressive here at Outlast Gaming. They want to try and finish this control off right here, right now, and they might well be able to do it, especially as Bink goes down. The stack should proceed as well from Outlast. That's 2 on the point. Why not make it 3 if you're Gus? Yet another kill. I got a feeling this one might be done, though. Estriel can't do anything. Can Bink and Noisy touch is the question. There's only 2 more players to contend on the point. Trophy systems have gone away, but you've got to fly on the point right about now. There goes Cryptic. Can Darkside stay alive? Yes, he can. Outlast Gaming take a 2-1 series lead.
Wow, Outlast Gaming. I mean, talk about resilience, just understanding fully they are relegated. They are not making playoffs whatsoever, but I mean, they are probably in full understanding. I've gotten to talk to Promar a handful of times over the past week or so. He's pretty confident this is going to be the team going in towards Toronto, and you need this team to stick. Talk about a confidence boost if you're able to take down Decimate, the #1 team that we have in this group so far. Only series win versus Need and Org. They have not played the top teams close in their group stage so far. And speaking of other top teams, Anarchy, looking to at least close out this control, also lost their Search and Destroy to Need and Org.
Yeah, Need and Org, again, another team that can't do anything here. It would be quite funny, wouldn't it, if both Need and Org and Outlast were to win their series to close out,
I don't know,
right?
funny, but it's unfortunate for sure.
Well, yeah, I don't know. There's some irony in it, right? That just like, regardless of the fact that they can't win, they still managed to get that one victory at the end. I don't know. We'll see. Anarchy Gaming are still a roster not to be trifled with. Gunzi at 31 and 23, Dak 30 and 26 as well. Definitely threats for Need Norg to be concerned about, but right now, Need Norg need to win this round. They need one tick of progression to get it done. A 7 versus A. Anarchy, though, they've stacked themselves up around the bar, but they do lose Cruz by Bedroom, and there goes Dak as well. Again, it only takes one good push, and as 3 players go down, make that 4 as Archives just flies. Yeah, we're going around 5.
Oh my, and Cruz just gets eviscerated. Hollow, the understanding that middle of the map is the only place that a contest can come through. It would have just been a gunfight. Nobody for NRK. Anarchy are in a position to try to get themselves on that B control zone. Hollow, by the way, 28 and 27 in this control so far. It is indeed, my friend, going to a round number 5. Again, we just hopped in here along with y'all, so we have no idea what the tick progress looks like. We only had the kills so far. So I don't know what team is going to be on defense or offense. Roll the dice.
Of course, offense is technically speaking. I mean, like I say, technically speaking, it is preferred, right? I think offense is the easier way to go here with Hotel, just because of kind of how, I guess, tenuous it can be on the defense. As soon as you lose one wave of gunfights, you can find yourself spawning in Narnia. It is going to be Anarchy here on the defense. 3 players towards B, 1 player on A. So Dak's got quite a lot to do. Can get Earth's Blood, that would be a good start, but the first few shots on Azyril are not good enough for the frag. Archives will double up on him, and while that encroachment comes through, 2 players now starting to stack this point.
Yep. Looks like Anarchy might just have to chalk this. Gunzy's Dead Silence is going to run out before you even get through Pantry. And Hollow, now working his way up towards a 3 spree. Second segment has been locked in. Is Gunzy going to try to challenge this? Nobody in a position to try to help things out. Jintroid just snaking his butt off behind the boots. Access denied. 60 seconds out onto the board.
And you know, that's one of those situations where I will say, look, egregious challenge, fine. It doesn't really lose that much map control, to be frank about it. You're going to spawn up and be able to help out your team again. You've still got players positioned to do something about this. That doesn't help, though. As Cruz goes down, Zyril now in the backline on 4 in a row. Jintroid will be traded on out. Oh, not able to get the second. As Zyril will double up now on 5 in a row. He's already got Street, so might want to use it or lose it. But as Dak does get that kill now, that is going to be a lot of aggression cleared.
That's a great pickup, especially around the back. You were talking about the map positioning that could have been potentially just not been there, but I mean, if Anarchy don't find the trades in towards the back and the map gets flipped, then you're basically going to have to lose Lunars, who's in a crucial spot over by Valet. Bedroom control as well for Cruz. Gunzy Dead Silence popped. He's just going to be laying around Chandelier, just trying to make these players feel relatively pinched. He did see Zyril ever so slightly inside a statue, but Hollow will be there for the assistance.
Yeah, and Need Norg is going to continue to kind of bang this drum. Flank time and time again. They know it is the best way to spawn trap Anarchy and get control of this round, get control of the point. They've got to get the kills, and that's not a good start as Archives goes down. There goes Jintroid as well. Finally, Hollow's going to catch 1 player off guard. Zyril catches up with another 1, 2. So the kills now looking pretty good here. It's going to be Cruz and Luna's isolated. The former of the 2 are down. Luna's needs to go huge. These players will be trapped in, and Hollow, well, he is the trapper in that situation. Zyril gets a kill too. And they still know. They've been counting names here. They've been counting numbers that Luna's is still a threat to be dealt with, even with these kills coming through.
Yep, Lunars actually takes down Jintroid top bedroom, so now you still have to worry about this player up in top. Lights flies out. He's going to be able to take down Zyril. And Archives is really the only player in a position to try to find a little bit more pressure going forward. 25 seconds remain.
Lunas has done so much on the 4 spree just to play his life. If he doesn't stay alive there, this round is donezo. It still might be though. Need Norg, they're still banging at the door here. Gunzy will not allow it though. Looking for his 40th. He will be denied it by Jintroid, but Jintroid still needs to do more. Can he produce it? Yes, he can. Second kill through. Cruz still to be concerned about, as is Luna's a threat, and both of those threats are just too much to handle. 1 more flank coming through from Hollow, and that is going to be shut down as well. Anarchy Gaming refuse to allow a control to go against them here in this one.
Yeah, and when you go back and you really start dissecting that offensive round 5, especially for Need and Org, right? I mean, when you're looking at from their perspective, you get that A control zone in your favor through 2, if not 3 sets of respawns. They're fully aware that Lunars is still going to be top Valet, maybe around bedroom, luggage, whatever may have you. He is on their side of the map. So they commit 3 times over, more or less, to try to commit towards that flank. It takes so much time that allows Anarchy just to continuously set themselves up in the middle of the map and wait for the gunfights to come to them. But just as soon as that hotel control goes to rest, we have a potential for a triple night stay here in Greenberg Hotel in our main series.
at Orbit. I mean, the fact that we're even in this position, Andy, is just insane, right? You know, again, I know the stakes are not exactly the highest for this matchup. Both teams are in regardless, and it is effectively a match for seeding what team you want to face from Group A, which, of course, technically speaking, they know at this point what seed they're gunning for. Still, it would be crazy to see a 3-0 against the Season 3 champions in Millennium 7 to close out this one. Right now, the Millennium 7 on the offense have already captured A. Now they're looking to follow up with a B kit. Neptune with the first kill, looking to double up on towards Geo. They are going to get that, but there is not a follow-up, so Orbit once again regain control of Bedroom.
Gravity's the only player that's really in here. Wiz is beneath him. Got the sound cue. Spart so close. The angle is going to be better for Spart. Takes down Gravity. Top Bedroom has been flipped. Now you got to be worried about Wiz down low, and Neptune just reads him almost yesterday's news. The kill's coming through. Scot-free. Stack the zone, boys.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, this is one of those moments where it's just like, you've just got to stack it right, and that's the way you close this one out. Orbit spawning over by Jewelry. Spar spawns, these split spawns coming on through. It's a case of whether or not they can touch. Neptune providing the coverage good enough. Geo also going to fall. Gravity will be the last player to do anything about this. Does pick up the first, needs to fly on towards the point, and again, it's just very hard to do anything when you are just being suppressed by the AR control of a player like Mohawk. We always say it only takes one good hit to get yourselves on towards the point, Andy, mate, and that's exactly why.
Yeah, I know that I don't necessarily have the specific stat for challengers. Maybe Ant from the rotation or even Easy Mac might be able to help me out with this. But as far as the CDL is concerned, for offensive conversion, when it comes down to Hotel, it's like somewhere near like 83, 84% as far as offense conversion, and it's leading by like 30% comparatively to the other two maps in the pool. It really does say a lot. That Hotel control kind of speaks volumes. You get your players on the B control zone. You spawn in Bufu or in the jewelry store, I guess it's called here. M7 just able to pounce on such an affair. Middle of the map is going to be the immediate focus. Coming through from Orbit, trying to get themselves some kills. And while 2 for 1 goes at least the trades, looking to get on this B zone.
Early start from Orbit, a rare B hit to kick things off. They don't have the numbers to sustain it though, especially as Proloot just catches them both off guard. Yeah, Wiz and Jimbo just have way too much to do there in the scenario, and off the back of it, Millennium 7 have a great start. They're not able to cement themselves here on the defense though, as their players over towards A are taken out by Geo. And Orbit will be feeling pretty comfortable. They could have been in a real deep hole, I think, at the start of this round. They immediately lost control of B and then A in quick succession, but the kills are good.
Mohawk just disappeared. I thought he was going to win that gunfight versus Gravity for sure. Not going to be the case. Jimbo back to the Vel 46 has not been as potent in this map so far, sitting at 3 and 11. Although it's a great band, it's not going to work out as far as that gunfight is concerned. Spart takes him down. No exits whatsoever for Orbit. They may get themselves 60 seconds, but map control, that's all Millennium 7.
Yeah, this is fine for Millennium 7. Maybe not so much anymore. Proloot and Neptune do go down. Spart needs to pick up at least one frag here and does exactly that. That's going to be now spawn cemented around the back line. But Mohawk still needs to play his life over by Bedroom side. Spart finds himself on 5 in a row, though. If he can maybe pick up a kill, that would be good. And now an opportunity to do exactly that. Does get it through the middle of the map, so that'll be a cruise missile earned and ready to go. Might need to use it straight away here, depending on how this sequence of events goes. Geo now going to follow up from his teammate's kill with yet another one. More pressure being applied. There's nobody in Millennium 7 to try and pull this pressure away. But I don't think you need to worry about it when the ARs are doing that. That's 3 in a row between Mohawk and Spart. They regain control.
5 lives lead. They're probably unaware where Wiz's position is at, but Pro picks it up through Statue, and now map control again is in favor of Millennium 7. They can do no wrong. Jimbo needs to find this kill on towards the Falcon, can't take down Spart, who's on yet another spree. Has that cruise missile like you talked about. I reckon you probably won't need it anytime soon unless you go 4 down here.
Mohawk does get taken down, so at least Orbit don't need to worry about yet another streak. They do need to be worried about what's happening to them at the moment. Proloot moving forward at the moment, the way that he is feeling himself. The trades looking so good for Millennium 7. A 3 versus 15 is the immediate problem for Orbit. Ah, man, this just feels like an entirely different Orbit from the first couple of maps that we've seen, especially here in this round. Jimbo, 4 and 17. I mean, look, I don't want to call it, but this one might just be over.
Yeah, I'd say it's looking that way. It looked like a guaranteed map number 4. We've seen reverse sweeps in control before. Jimbo is just going to hold his life. They're going to hunt him down. Proloot. He's going to be the first to step up. Gets gunned immediately. Again, this Vel 46 shoots so fast. I don't think that anybody's going to really give Jimbo yet another challenge. 3 seconds remain in the round. 3 segments are all Orbit going to get them for themselves. 2-0 in the control goes the lead for Millennium 7. And it even felt like, even when that A control zone was being tacked over, Brody, Millennium 7 never really lost control of the middle of the map. The only reason why Millennium 7 only lost the A control zone is because they didn't have, a player inside a kitchen. More or less, when you open up here on Hotel defense, you're not going to send players over in such an egregious position. You want to maintain the south side of the map, all the way top valet, top bedroom, whatever may have you. Millennium 7 just dictated the pace in the middle of the map throughout the entirety of that round.
I really thought for a second there, Jimbo felt like he was like infected, eh? Michael Myers or whatever. To take him down.
I understand that reference.
Brilliant. Glad you do, because I just never know with you sometimes. But regardless, Millennium 7. They're going to get started here by moving forward towards Pete. Feels not exactly in their favor, but they still have presence in and around that bedroom side, and that will give them autonomy to move forward. They've got to be careful though, because Wiz is coming in from behind and might well catch players off the spawn depending on what the timing is like. Spark's not going to be able to do anything about this, but he knows, to be fair, that now Proloot in the middle of the map is causing those problems. Wiz has to make this choice now of kind of either going towards A or getting back towards the middle of the map. He chooses the latter of the two and is only able to come up with 1 kill. So Millennium 7 now should be good to start capturing A.
Smart is having 19 and 8. Gonna cut down more space over by Chandelier. Gonna be the first boy to contact should Orbit want to retake their side of the map. He's just gonna lurk inside a hole. Some Orbit are just trying to maneuver their way through the atrium, through the side door. Neptune's in here waiting, but Gravity overwhelms him from Top Cat. It's just a single segment that ended up coming through for Millennium 7. Spart was nowhere to be found because he was thinking that the reinforcements were going to come around from the backside. Now we'll step onto the A control zone, but has lost track where Gravity relocated at as Millennium 7 respawns are parallel to B.
Yeah, kill's looking pretty good for Millennium 7 as well. This B cap is looking great. Orbit gonna push this one all the way through statue side. All 3 players gonna stack through. Moquark not able to get the first now. So for Orbit, this is okay. This is plausible. But you have to make the moves now, and Jimbo does exactly that with the trades looking hot. 30 seconds on the clock now. Millennium 7 gonna start to have to hedge the bets here between both of these points.
Where do you take your fare if you are Millennium 7? You're down to 20 seconds remaining. It looks like the A control zone is going to be the main focus. 16 plays up against 17. Now, Orbit are going to be setting 2 players very fast. It's Wiz and Jimbo. And well, if you can tell by the camera of my voice, I'm not necessarily a fan of that because Mohawk cuts them both down. That'll be 60 seconds out onto the board, and Proloot is flying to their base.
Yeah, that feels like a real last-ditch effort to just try and cut down Millennium 7. But oh my god! Neptune, you dirty man. Picks up a 2-piece in the back line. That's 3 in a row for him, and that's a lot of pressure from Millennium 7 moving forward now. Orbit got to find their way to cut both of those players down. Neptune now on 4 in a row to try and close this one out. Spark picks up a kill as well. You gotta stop Neptune on 5. Surely not number 6 for Kim. Only 1 more player in the bedroom to contend with. That's gonna be Wiz. And Neptune, I mean, his awareness at this point in time that they haven't dealt with all the Fretch is insane. Still has not died as B capture about to come on through. Neptune trying to provide the coverage will go down. Jimbo flying forward. Can he produce a second kill? No, he cannot. I don't think Orbit are going to stop this one. Gravity, he peeks out, but runs right in the line of sight of Mohawk, who closes things out here. Millennium 7, a 3-0 in the control. That is a huge swing of momentum.
Yeah, it sure is, especially with what transpired in the opening 2 maps. I mean, they lost the Fortress Hardpoint by a single point. The Search and Destroy was close and contested. Jimbo called game with what they were bringing to the table, but, I mean, this Hotel Control barely even felt competitive. I mean, Jimbo, that's an uncharacteristic performance. You've asked me. I don't care. Vel 46,
yeah.
Lockman 556, Faznev 10 and 26 is not good enough.
Yeah, it's not great, especially after the first couple of maps where we've seen a whole different Jimbo that we're not normally expected, I think, to see. But let's turn our attention to greener pastures. A lot of green for Decimate Gaming here in this one, as they're currently up for, 70 points or so over Outlast Gaming. Things go from good to even better, as the kill feed will absolutely be theirs. They get first touch on Cafeteria. Things looking bright.
Another map that we have not seen Decimate play is Embassy Hardpoint. Whether they're trying to boast their map set going in towards playoffs, if not just trying to really showcase their flexibility as far as the map set is looking all but done and dusted here. The setup around P5 is just too good. 10 points are all they need.
Kill coming through from Gus. Might be able to put a stop to this one, but Dark Side with Gus, one of them has to get something here. Cryptic and Promark, can they produce? No, they can't. Flames gonna finish things off pretty hot on 5 in a row, living up to his name. Decimate gonna close things out in the hard point there, and will send us to a game number 5. They want to finish their group flawlessly, and I don't blame them.
Yep, cannot blame them at all. That's going to end on a Fortress Search and Destroy, which, honestly speaking, becomes that much better for Decimate, where they are 2-0. Ezreal is, of course, to be working on that map as well. But, hey, this Outlast team are pretty damn good at Search and Destroy. From a namesake alone, I'm sure that that one's going to be a juicy one regardless, as now we focus over towards Anarchy versus Neednorg. Over towards Zarqwa Hydroelectric, and it's just, wow, you couldn't have asked for an even scoreline.
Yeah, this is something. Hydro. I mean, it's Hydro. Generally speaking, this is a pretty even map as far as hardpoint maps go. But that might change now as we move over towards this next hardpoint. It's P2 control early on for Neednorg, because they want to try and win this one to keep themselves alive in the series. And Anarchy Gaming looking to push their way through the middle of the map. Dak is the only player able to produce a kill. Zyra with the coverage now on 4 in a row. Wants to get that cruise missile, would give Neednorg a real in towards this one, but Cruise will deny with that headshot. Jintroid trades things out, though. Numbers looking pretty hot here if you're Neednorg for the back 20 seconds.
Oh, Dak. Putting on a Herculean performance all the way through P1. Now he's going to start flying back in towards P2, maybe for some scrap time, but he gets cut down so quickly. I mean, if Dak can find himself some contested time, some kills over there, it would force Neednorg to still spawn on that side of the map. It's about a 30, closer to 40-point lead that is held over Anarchy's head, but do not bat an eyelash. I mean, Gunzi playing and lurking in the middle of the market is not only going to set up Dak for the initial time, they're also trying to at least clear their back spawns. They will surely clear that and fully understand that Neednorg, well, they don't exactly have a hop, skip, and jump to contest this hill.
Gunzi's really the problem to deal with. Oh my god, Archives just jumps and takes him down with such ease. Dak now the next one on the hit list. Right, the fact that they hit him down to 20 HP is all they'll get him down. Now finally he'll go down. Hollow and Zyra on there will follow up with more kills as they pick up another couple. That's enough here for Neednorg to storm their way through the front. And Anarchy will continue to spawn in the backline here. With 25 seconds left, they have to split their efforts. Cruise, though, he is more than enough to just break right back through. Hollow, the only player close by, and those couple of kills are everything because those spawns flip right back in favor of Anarchy.
Yeah, and that might not be the best for those spawns to flip in Anarchy's favor. I mean, they're still finding kills. You're battling over for junk time down to 5 seconds. Neednorg already sent a player over towards rotation, back over towards P4. This is a money hill, and Zyro's aware of it. He's going to start anchoring the spawns. Archives might have spawned parallel over towards Anarchy's side, but it's trades coming through. Anarchy looking from the outside in. Neednorg in for the initial.
Yeah, that spawn flip-flopping I don't think helped Anarchy whatsoever. They momentarily made Neednorg spawn around the back line and then just lost control straight away off the back of it. And now this is probably the worst hill to lose control of when you're 20 points down in a game. The mid-map coverage from Archives is sublime. He's already picked up a double. Will not be able to translate that into a triple with the fact he was weak going in the engagement. Now for Anarchy, they've just got to try and take as much time away from Neednorg on this hard point as they can. Cruise gives it a good look. Zyra with a better coverage for that particular engagement will take him down. Now Lunas, what can he produce from top ruins? Well, he'll only get one before falling. As we hit the 15-second mark again, Anarchy will now restore themselves through the middle of the map and through Generator Hardpoint. This needs to be a full 60 from them.
Yeah, because Neednorg just got a full 60 off of P4. That puts them within striking distance to close out this map number 4 and force them map number 5. Anarchy, though, looking to answer back with a full 60 of their own, like we were talking about. Gunzi spawns all the way out, and that's just from the map positioning as well. I mean, Lunars thought that he might have been blocking the spawns, but it's not going to be the case. Archives and Jintroid to pinch this from behind.
Yeah, this is just a sequence of events that you just do not want, losing control of P4 like the way that they did, and then, of course, P5 spawns can be relatively mixy, but good reads coming through at the moment. Good kills as well. One player just on the other side of the wall is going to be Hollow. Archives joining as well. They want the double challenge to make this happen. Cruise will pick up the first. The trade's looking pretty good. The bait and switch is good enough, but they haven't fully removed all the threats just yet. Jintroid will still be around. Zyril too, and Zyril does pick up one. Still looking to contest for this time and not able to do so again. It gives Archives an in. Back and forth we go. Trades galore inside that Generator hardpoint. Ultimately, it should be Anarchy picking up the last 15 seconds of time. So at the end of the second set of rotations here, Anarchy, they'll be about 20 points behind.
And the leader's advantage can start setting in. You saw Neednorg, just the light bulb flip above their heads. They understood we just got to rotate, set ourselves up inside of P1, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're set up to win the gunfights all willy-nilly. Cruz is up top red, looking for the player inside the hardpoint. Jintroid, he has some assistance by way of Hollow, 230 and counting up.
Yeah, Anarchy, they've got the better side of the map, but the immediate problem is, of course, on P1, you got to make sure you take this time away. Archives providing some pretty good coverage as well. Looking for the kill against Cruz, will not find it. Dak also approaching, and Anarchy have got the split spawns that they wanted as well. It's a blue kill feed. Neednorg just 10 seconds shy of victory, and they have been removed.
30 seconds remain inside P1, and with those split spawns like you were talking about, Anarchy will actually fully spawn in on the backside of P3, so now you got to be able to find some kills in the front. And what better player to try to be tasked with such an affair than looking towards Dak? 24 and 20. Hollow's also cutting the middle of the map, elsewhere Dak is still trying to cause a ruckus for those spawns. He finds one more kill towards the back, and well, Hollow is also under immense pressure as well. Finally, Jintroid will find that kill onto Dak, but Gunzy spawns inside P2.
Yep, that is everything. Neednor cannot finish things here, but again, an aggressive hero Anarchy. It's going to be Gunzy that manages to push through a huge 1v1, effectively to decide the game and potentially a series around the backline. Jintroid will win it, and the spawn is good for Hollow. Neednor just a handful of kills more, and they force us into a game number 5. The stuns have connected perfectly to keep these guys at bay. Neednor will win things out here on Hydro, and of course, we're seeing yet another game 5.
So close. Was that Zarquab map number 4? It's got to get done on an Embassy Search and Destroy between these two teams. I mean, it's no easy feat, especially for Zarquab Hydroelectric to find so much value with an SMG in hand if you are looking towards Dak and well, Gunzy as well. You really got to try to pick and choose your battles. The ARs were just getting really dealt a very difficult hand at that as well. I mean, you see both Hollow 29 and 22, Archives 21 and 24. It always felt like that their ARs were always in the right position at the right times to keep everybody from Anarchy at an AR's reach, and just to make sure that they could not get anywhere close towards the rotations. I mean, that P4, I'm sure in the second set, is just going to be looming over Anarchy's head as far as the Storm Clown is concerned, because they could not find an entrance. I mean, that full 60 really was the turning point, that even 20 seconds worth of contested time for Anarchy, this could very much so be the end of the series, but that's not the realm that we live in. Albeit a fantastic performance out from Gunzy and Dak, was not enough to deal with Neednor because they forced a map 5.
Yeah, it was just that rotation, the series of unfortunate events that I was talking about, really, I think that did decide it, where you lose control of the back 20 seconds. Neednor do a good job on P3 of contesting a lot of time away from Anarchy. They don't get the spawns for P4. If there's ever a hard point which you need to make sure that you get spawns of on Hydro, it is that P4 hold, because those spawns are cemented. Like, again, I would love to see like the actual raw statistics for it, like how often we see breaks versus holds on that particular hill. I'd argue it's like 95% of the time it's the latter, not the former, and that was a real death blow there for Anarchy Gaming as they do lose control of Hydro. So we go to a game number 5 in this series. Again, a reminder for the overall context here, Neednor cannot qualify regardless of what the outcome of this match is. At the very least, I think the amount of damage they can do is just ensuring Anarchy walk away with the 4th seed, I think.
Yep, that's quite literally it. Again, we hopped in towards this final day of group play. Group A was the only one with some permutations inside of it, obviously with Rocker X ESG v Convoy Gaming. Convoy Gaming got that 4th and final spot for Group A playoffs, and there's 4th seedings, but the Group B has already been cemented. M7, Decimate, as well as Anarchy, you will be seeing in playoffs, as well as Orbit. So, speaking of those two teams, why not take a look at their map number 4, Millennium 7 trying to hold on versus Orbit with their 2-1 lead.
Yeah, Orbit, of course, in the first couple of maps, spectacular. It's worth noting that map number 1 was so close. And even map number 2 was a 6-4 victory on Embassy Search and Destroy to Orbit. That was relatively close. It was just the control where Millennium 7 really have felt like they've grabbed control of the steering wheel in this one. And so far here in this particular hard point, Millennium 7 have been storming through. Pretty much every single important gunfight has gone their way. And of course, they want to make sure they get control of P2. They have done that.
They sure have. I mean, look at just how fast everybody from Orbit are just flying through the middle of the map. Gravity. Oh, tough gunfight versus Neptune, who had the Vaznev here at double desk. Gonna have another one versus Wiz. What? The Ego Chow got the good damage on Wiz. He's snaking. No, gotta get the better of Neptune, but the kills from his teammates are not soon to follow. Can set up a pinch with Jimbo on the back.
Yeah, need to grab it. Jimbo going to win that first gunfight. Spark goes for the immediate challenge, not quite conscious of the fact that there are players in the middle to be concerned about. Okay, all right, that's some fast-paced aggression coming out from Millennium 7 for a response. Jimbo thought he had a moment to at least throw a nade out, but Neptune's like, buddy, you have no time, and I'm in control of the game. And to start for Neptune. Great coverage coming out from Spartan Proloot as well. Neptune is flying towards Jimbo. Great trade coming through from Proloot to garner the last 20 seconds of time. Gravity will get the spawn around the back, actually. And maybe that's not so fruitful for Orbit, as a couple of players do spawn out. Millennium 7 out allowed that transition, but they have to be wary of the fact there's players hanging around. And yeah, they're not silly. They absolutely are.
Oh my god, this SMG duo, Proloot, Neptune, just baiting for each other, just clearing house around Kitchen for the rotation. Yeah, it's a small lead, but I mean, Millennium 7 can truly build it off of all the space that's being provided. Prolute also on a 5 spree, soaking up some hard point time. Just 1 kill away from getting that cruise missile.
Yeah, still hasn't found it just yet. Coverage pretty good from Neptune and Mohawk. Prolute could find that. It would put a real dent in the game plan for Orbit pretty early on. To be honest, this hardpoint might well put a dent in the game plan pretty early on as well. Gravity is going to streak up. There is number 6 for Prolute. That is going to be yet a cruise missile for them to speak of. Now Mohawk looking to double up inside as well, and over the kitchen counters. He will pick up 2 headshots, trying to make it number 3. Spark will steal away that one. Jimbo will get this one last look. Perhaps Wiz will as well. But a couple of players to contend with here. This is not looking hot for Orbit.
Nope, it's not at all. Even Spark to the pistol as well. Gets the wallbang shot on the Wiz. Put some respect on Spark's name. The past few maps, this kid has been frying. 11-5 for Prolute as well. Got that cruise missile like you've been talking about. That silence, not going to really matter when Gravity is eating him a couple of shots. But, I mean, this check-in desk is a tough gunfight to take no matter which angle you look at it. So double chout, Geo will be able to find 2 off the back of it. Orbit set up in P4 first.
Orbit have to hold this. You cannot get broken the way the Millennium 7 are in control at this point in time. Neptune once again will find a double. Prolute now. Trade things out and will find himself in a 1v1 against Wiz. Close spawns now. Wiz just trying to play his life for as long as humanly possible, and will fall foul to an aid from Mohawk, but that still isn't enough now. Wiz does enough to keep Orbit in the conversation. Gravity and Jimbo are going to answer back with some kills of their own. It gives Geo control of the kill momentarily. Now Spartan Mohawk are going to be the ones to try and contest on through Statue side. Prolute to pick up one of those kills. Again, Geo looking to double up and does exactly that with a Lackman over by D2. But again, I mean, Millennium 7, they are happy with that trade-off. They contest so much time away from Orbit there.
Any lead is a good lead when it comes down towards Hotel Hardpoint. Again, you can chalk and rotate very quickly. You can set up the bunker that is this P4 hill. Or P5, excuse me. It just comes down to Orbit. I mean, they actually got gifted such a beneficial spawn, especially for Gravity coming through from Kitchen. It sets up the teammates wonderfully from the Chandelier side. As soon as Millennium 7 chalked and rotated, Orbit will break it right back.
Prolute, I feel like right now just knows that this is the time to utilize that streak to garner control of this hill, because there's so many implications, not just for this hill, but for the next one too. The streak doesn't produce anything. Mid-map spawn coming through from Prolute is not good enough, and now Mohawk is being hunted down by Geo as well. For Orbit, you are fine. You are very happy with this position. That streak has really amounted to nothing. Millennium 7 continue to hit this scrap time, and you've got control of the rotation towards me.
Wiz on a forward spree, looking for a kill streak himself. Finds number 5, staking him versus Neptune. Chow's wide, shuts down the streak, but Neptune, you might be able to make an argument for what is about 5 seconds. You look at the rotation over towards the final hill in this set. It's a 2-point lead that Orbit have. They're going to be on the better side of this map, but Millennium 7 messing with top bedroom control. Got to deal with Gravity on that head glitch.
Yeah, they're brute forcing their way through the front. There wasn't anybody inside bedroom to contend with. Neptune go. Finding their way through. Wiz will double up now, so it's all down to Prolute and Spark on this hard point. Prolute going to pick up 1, Spark going down, and of course the fact that Prolute did pick up that kill will alert the rest of the team. For Orbit as to where he is. Somehow Jimbo loses that fight, and Prolute surely not going to be able to kind of scarf her away here to get the regen for Wiz. Yes, he will. Goodness me. Prolute does something incredible. And now Millennium 7 back in for a kill that they had absolutely no right to get any time off whatsoever. This has been a disastrous hold for Orbit.
A good help there, especially through the middle of the map from Spark to help out Mohawk in his difficulties of just trying to play in this 1-for-1 corner. Again, close spawns for Orbit. They'll contest for the back 10 seconds, but remember this part of the game very much so could be the turning point if it happens once again for Millennium 7 and how well they've been able to scrap. But speaking of scrap, I mean, Jimbo can definitely hang with the best of them, pulling out the Vaznev, not using the Vel 46 in this life. 15 and 18 now, looking to flank around the back, going in towards the second set. Millennium 7 will have a very small lead, and I mean a very little one at that.
Yeah, but it is worth saying, of course, that the start of the first set from Millennium 7 was pretty superb. They have the same start again here. Well, Orbit still will find themselves in trouble despite the comeback that they've made, and Spark just finds 3 in a row just like that. Snap of his fingers, and they are gone. 4 in a row now for Kim, looking for number 5. Jimbo, despite jumping out for the first few shots, Spark does not allow, and does get a little greedy there. Doesn't quite hit the regen for number 6. That is a cruise missile that has been denied. Would have been nice to replace the one that Prolute utilized earlier on. But it's okay, because despite momentarily losing control of the hardpoint, Mohawk, well, he fights right back for it.
just trying to contest Atrium, trying to help out Prolude get a little bit more space. I think Gravity's more than aware of it as well. Doesn't win the gunfight, though. Not versus Prolude, who is just looking in prime form in this hotel map number 4, 20 and 15. The rotation towards New. You guessed it, Millennium 7 again. They fought for those spawns. They'll hold it in towards the back. In Orbit are isolating themselves continuously. Neptune feasts. He'll find 2. It's just Jimbo around the back. Actually flips the spawns. Millennium 7, I mean, they're fighting from the inside in. And honestly speaking, Orbit might not be happy with where they're spawning.
Yeah, you're spawning out in this situation. You don't want to get in a situation where you're spawning in with 20 seconds left, so they do have to be careful about how much they put in towards this one, but I don't know if they have much of a choice at this point. They're 50 points down. You've got to make sure you try and take some modicum of time away from Orbit off the back of this hill. Only Mohawk will be taken down. Spartan Prolude now on 3 in a row between them. Spark now puts that to 4, make it number 5. 1 kill away from a cruise missile. This is a back 20 that has absolutely been secured.
Yeah, it has. It puts Millennium 7 over the double century mark. 12 seconds left to soak up over here. Spark's on a 5 spree, looking for the 6. He gets some good damage. Mohawk's going to take it away. Mohawk actually doubles down. So now Spark can start pressing up a little bit further forward. First gunfight versus Gio. He's going to get stunned up. The wall-bang shots are just better from Chris. He'll get that 6 spree, 24th kill to boot. And Cruise Missile has been earned.
I mean, so many players just look for those kind of snake kills right over the top of the kitchen counter. Sparks is like, well, I guess I'll just shoot through it. You know, why on earth not with my attack? 6 in a row, as you say. The cruise missile has been good, but I think more to the point here, that's a rotation that is disastrous for Orbit. They could not let that happen, and the worst case scenario is upon them. In control now on Millennium 7. Players on both sides. Gio can't do anything. Well, he will pick up 1, actually, but Neptune going to trade things off now, just 10 seconds away from victory, and it is just go time if you're these players. Jimbo slides on through for the first kill. Surely not the second. Will be denied by Neptune. Neptune now overwhelmed by players on both sides. So Millennium 7 now, 11 points away from victory. Have the luxury of that leader's advantage to choose how they want to close out this game.
And it's literally just that, just the leader's advantage. Chalk it, rotate, get yourself over towards the next hard point, and set yourself up comfortably. If Spark can get into position with his teammates inside the hard point, he can call in the cruise missile and find out where these players are located at.
I just want to finish things off. There's the first kill coming on through for Neptune. Orbit, you got to cross that middle of the map, and it is just a crossing that you cannot get through. Prolude catching these guys off guard. There's 1 more kill to go. Gravity will touch in time for the contest. Just wants to waste some time for Wiz to touch, but even he will not get near. Millennium 7 send us to, what is this, our 3rd consecutive game 5 here?
Yep, sure is. Rocket Treaty 1 went to a game 5. Boston Convoy at least ended it in game number 4. Of course, we didn't get to see that. But Omed Hive also going to a map number 5. Everything as far as the second set is concerned is all going to a map 5, baby. Oh my god. Could not ask for a better ending as far as the season is concerned for group play. A lot of players for Millennium 7 just having their absolute ways, but not enough time to talk about stats because we are even Stevened up in this Embassy Search and Destroy map 5 between Need and Oregon Anarchy.
Jeez. Luna's now in a 1 versus 3, and this was a situation we saw, I think, what was it, from Neptune earlier on? Do you go for the 1v3, or do you try and preserve the streak in that scenario? He does choose the former of the two, just peeks out to try and catch somebody by the vans, but there is nobody home.
And hopping into this Search and Destroy the way that we didn't obviously get to see how that entire round played out, but judging off of Jintroid's positioning, it looks like that he held middle of the map continuously. As far as this map is concerned for Anarchy, they have played Embassy Search and Destroy 2 times at the group stage, lost it to both the Orbit and Millennium 7. For Need and Org, this is the first time all season long we're seeing them on an Embassy Search and Destroy, so lots of unknowns. Dak unknown to find a kill quite yet. Sitting on 0-5. Offense for Need and Org, looking like they want to fly towards A.
Yeah, indeed they will. Need and Org. We're going to get this bomb down as well, and, well, Hollow will pick up the first blood. Anarchy Gaming have put so much in towards B that they have no idea what's happening to them, and this is going to take time as well. They're very far away from this transition, but Dak picking up that kill versus Hollow will help.
Dak needs to start flying, though. I mean, it's about 30 seconds until the bomb detonates. You have to allocate 7.5 seconds. The hit from behind. Anarchy is trying to pinch this. Last 2 players for Need and Org around the A-bomb.
They can still do this if they catch them off guard. Archives just run away, though. Jintroid reeling his position, does pick up 1, and yeah, that's not great, to be honest with you. Gunzy needs to pick up one of these kills, does pick up the first, and they know where the last as well. They've got time to make this happen. Jintroid, try and play your life, buddy. Gunzy can't hit all the shots because it's okay. It's there. It's Dak to pick up that final kill. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit janky, but they get it done.
Yeah, those pistol shots were weird. I'll keep it a buck. I don't think Savvy even knew where that player last was located, but that round, that retake, is all because of this guy on your screen. Comes into this round 0-5. He hits a fast flank around the pots. Dak is never one to be deterred as far as the stat line is concerned. And just pinching it in a post plant behind the parking lot, behind the van side, is just so smart from Dak's perspective. Because realistically, if Nidenor, when they get that bomb planted, you already have one player that's already top bridge, around back AC as well. Your only place that it could probably be is in middle of the map, Xbox, or inside a kitchen.
3-3 kit in this game number 5. Norg would love to finish things off in this season, despite the fact that they cannot continue regardless with a victory versus a strong roster as Anarchy Gaming. And towards this round number 7, Gintroid already tagged up down to 71 HP. It's good enough still to take that gunfight versus Cruz, but as more shots come through, I'd be wary doing any more.
A lot of shots. That's good info for Zyral. Sees Dak open up the door, top paper. Gintroid still in this very elongated 1v1 versus Challenger's favorite Kiwi of Cruz. Hollow will finally strike first blood. Gunzy still has the bomb in his hand.
Carbon blown up. Will not tag Gintroid. That's information for Gunzy. That's definitely information to Gunzy as he gets tagged up in the rear. Somehow still survives as well. Surely going to be dead to rights, and that's actually okay. You get traded out, but now you got to go retrieve the bomb. You have to commit yourself towards this A push, and just things are not going well whatsoever. Dak, though, with the door, almost catches Archives off guard, but will not do so. Nidenor now taking the lead.
Yep. And that's, again, a very standard defense. I will say that much for Nidenor. You know, they get some information off the line of sights that are being held, nades, stuns, but, I mean, the player top bridge sees a player inside the top paper. You also have one player that is watching all of that A lane. Just stuck in a very elongated 1v1 versus Cruz was Gintroid, but you don't have to do anything. You're denying the fast push over towards B that by the time that you find that first blood onto Lunars, that hit over towards A just becomes null and void unless Anarchy can just walk away with the gunfights.
And the Norg now want to really put some distance between themselves and Anarchy. This is one way to do it, by getting yourselves over towards B. First blood, good for Archives. For Anarchy, this is very heavy on the defense, on a flank through administration building. First blood again, or rather second for Zyral, goes splendidly. Now a 2 versus 4. Dak does not have the dead silence to make this play properly. Needs to make sure he gets this one kill versus Hollow up top, and well, not even going to get that.
Oh no! I mean, he was a full stun, but dang. That's tough. I mean, that stun, again, could probably read about, like, 4 different positions where you could be top admin like that, but Nidenor, search and destroy, man. They are just absolutely coming to play. Never expect that they're 1-3 in search and destroy as far as a game mode is concerned, with a differential as close as it is. Playing close teams, or been playing these top teams close in search and destroy all season long. Anarchy, though, not looking too good. Again, they'll be in playoffs regardless, but Nidenor looking to cement them as the 4th seed.
And Nidenor just want to close this one out. Again, would be a nice way to finish off the Challengers Elite season. Cherry on top of a rather rotten cake. Anarchy not going to allow that to happen easily. Tempton's going towards A. One player in the middle of the map that might well just spoil the day. It's going to be Zyral that does exactly that. Has not been traded out just yet. It will do so, though. Gunzy going to pick up those gunfights, and now they've got some options.
Yeah, they sure do, especially with Gintroid in the overextension over towards Xbox trying to play for the cross, but Winners will take him down. Taking their virtues over towards B. Now, Hollow does not have dead silence, so this is all just timing off the peak for him. Planters box and early shots. No, it's just going to be the round dead to rights. Gunzy's just going to snake the high Oblivion. Has some assistance up top, and Anarchy alive in the search and destroy. Again, what was the majority of the play all around the admin side. They catch Nidenor off guard. Some picks come through. Trades that much better for Anarchy. They'll take the offensive round.
Not done yet for Anarchy. Try and win this search and destroy. Not too sure where it would put them in terms of standings. Obviously, there's a lot of ifs and buts around Orbit as well. Head-to-heads and the like in terms of seeding. Still. Norg now. moving over towards B to try and close this one out. They've got the control. They've got the space to get this bomb down. Gintroid has been spotted out by Lunars. Does he get the kill? Oh, a lot of shots, but it's not enough.
Bomb's going to go down over at B. Even if you found Archives on the exit, you still got to deal with these players in the clutch positions.
Pollock taking a 1v2 around the flank. Good for one. The shots in towards the second, not there just yet. Now Gintroid for the 1v3, not able to get it done. And Anarchy, they've got the time. It's around 11.
It is going the distance in between Anarchy and Need Norg, both in map count and is round count as well. Oh my goodness. Need Norg won the Fortress Search and Destroy in 9 rounds. Anarchy bringing themselves back from the depths of defeat 2 rounds in a row. Force out around 11. And the name of the game defensively was just discipline. They had middle of the map. They allowed Archives to plant the bomb, and then when the Archives goes down, you know damn well where these Need Norg players are going to be located at. Top admin, looking over towards Xbox. Anarchy just completely isolate them, find the kills. And look at the combined spree between Lunars, Gunzi, and Dak. Combined 8 between the 3 of them. Anarchy going to have to get this round 11 done on offense. Well, that's awkward.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens, right? We'll give him a pass. Maybe not so much for round 11, but it gets worse as well. It's okay. It's not entirely a bitter pill to swallow as Gintroid does go down. Still, though, a 2 versus 3, and even if you lose Gintroid in the play, you have information as to where those players are. Not a lot of time for Cruz and Gunzi to make this happen. Cruz taking shots out from afar. Yeah, you know Zyral's there, but you've got not a single shot connected.
Every single lane is being watched. Just look at the white arrows on the mini-map. Got Archives watching the tennis court. Got Hollow watching the mid-scoop, and then Zyral's just playing this god heady over by the A-bomb. Any information's going to be a good information. And it's forcing both Gunzi and Cruz to kind of isolate themselves to try to find this pick, try to find this information the hard way.
I guess the good news is that if Anarchy locate one of these players, they catch them off guard. There won't be an immediate trade. Time is very quickly running out, though, and I think the good news is as well, gotta start making a lot of noise. Zyral, this nade has to connect perfectly. The car bomb is going to be good to get Zyral out of position, but Cruz needs to land those first 3 shots, and that's just not good enough. Now it's Gunzi for the 1v3. Has no choice but jump straight on the plant, and Need Norg walk away with a victory here in Season 4 of Challengers Elite. Their first and their last. At least they walk away with that.
Yeah, both them and Treaty 1 able to get the job done there. Round 11, map number 5 versus a top team. The difference is Anarchy will be in playoffs comparatively to Rocker X CSG. They will not be, but man, you're really going to be upset if you are Anarchy the way that that final round did pan out, right? I mean, if you could somehow get that stun out through the window the way that it was supposed to, we probably would be looking at a different first blood, but that is so much information that just got gifted for Need Norg to close out that offense within the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, moving over towards another Game 5 here between Decimate and Outlast. Very similar situation. Outlast cannot qualify regardless of what happens. They are just looking for a consolation victory against Decimate. That would be lovely, considering Decimate, again, a 4-0 coming in towards this matchup. But still, by 4 up now in the Search and Destroy. Noisy coming into this round on 7 in a row. That means there's a cruise missile to talk about. Ezreal on 4 in a row as well. First 2 shots out towards Pro and Mar. Noisy not actually going to be able to react on that. I think Pro and Mar must just be in an unkillable position. And instead was looking for the post-plant kill. Flames will get that from open. Look at this. Decimate, they're overwhelming.
They're going to try to take the A-bomb site very, very quickly. But they're not getting any information. Bank, you almost feel like needs to get activated because Gus late peeks it, finds 2. Now it's down to Bink and Estriel, and time is not on their side.
Yeah, Estriel on 5 in a row here. I mean, the 1v2 likelihood with time dwindling down, it's pretty low. So I think he's just trying to keep this 5 spree alive for a potential second cruise missile on board. Darkside making a ton of noise. This round has slipped away from Estriel. So now it's about hoping you do carry through this streak in towards the next one. And yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. So Outlast force us into yet another round 11.
How can anybody be surprised? When it comes down to the wire, teams are delivering. Round 11, map 5s. Good God. This Outlast team is really, really making an argument for a potential for them to be a playoff team. Obviously, it's statistically impossible, but I mean, Gus 11-7, Darkside 7-6. Line 21-10 between Estriel and Noisy. Going to be a round 11 offense for Outlast.
slow but sure for both of these two teams at this point. Outlast is going to want to try and get this bomb down. Look at how aggressive Decimate have been with their control of open and closed. Shots going out here for Estriel. That is enough to make Promar just turn tail and run.
I'm comfortable enough to get this bomb down. Yeah, I mean, you got trophy systems galore to keep Promar safe. Bink's going to go for the challenge. Oh, it's all gone wrong.
Yeah, 3v2. The bomb is going to be down at the very least. Gus needs to try and play his life. Cannot get it done. Darkside taking premature shots there. That's the worst thing you could possibly done in this situation. They know where you are, and the bomb is not planted for you either. So just like that, Decimate will not allow a third Cinderella story. I don't know if you can call it a Cinderella story, to be honest. It's a nice story. It's like when a puppy gets adopted. That's what it would be like if Outlast were to win that one, but it's just not to be. Puppy stays in the shelter, and Decimate, they go flawless.
Terrible analogy you just drew up, brother.
It's a really horrible analogy. I'm not gonna lie.
It really is. Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Yeah. Sorry.
Over towards the last map 5 of the group stage, the last series of the group stage. And how about it? Geo 6-1, Orbit with a 4-1 lead over Millennium 7.
Yeah, how about this? Orbit earlier on in the Search and Destroy back on Embassy. I think it was a 6-4 victory for them. It was the last 3 rounds they managed to get on the bounce. Yep. Millennium 7 seem to be struggling. They lose the first blood. Good trade coming out from Neptune. Orbit don't seem that dissuaded, though, from still moving in towards B. Millennium 7 very much reliant on the middle of the map. And Geo just going to bring the streak down from the heavens to really hand this round to them. That stun will not connect versus Wiz. He'll go for it anyway, but it is a 2 versus 1 challenge. Now Spark in a 1v2, of course, the earlier streak will reveal his location.
Yep, sure will. No dead silence quite yet for Spark. Geo would be maybe the first point of contact, but he's going to miss out on the timing through the middle of the map. We'll have Dead Silence. He can start coming around the backside. Gravity is just laying prone. Is Spark going to check it in time? No, Gravity's just going to read it. The stun was going to keep him stuck in the mud regardless, but Orbit now up on map point in a map number 5.
Yeah, again, really important for them here in Orbit. I mean, they're going to qualify regardless of what happens. Anarchy, with that loss, they're 2-3. Orbit, I think they want to win this because they lost the head-to-head to Anarchy to get the 3rd seed out of the group, perhaps even the 2nd seed. It's a lot of ifs and buts in regard to seeding, but it would be nice to take down, again, the top team. We discussed that earlier on in Millennium 7. To really cement themselves as a threat to be concerned about, not just on North American challengers, but on the world stage as well, ahead of Toronto. First blood in this one, not going to go their way. Wiz down long over towards A. That's a luggage position that, well, Orbit going to win out.
Well, it's going to have to recover the bomb, and he's just going to be forced to play in that position that his teammate got dropped from for Spark. Sniper in the hand of Wiz, gets a hit marker, jumping out with the pistol. Why not? He wants the kill, and he will collect. Just like that, the teammate on the opposite side crumble in Orbit. Gonna take down Millennium 7. They almost got reverse swept. Again, literally almost got reverse swept. It was looking pretty darn good. M7 were shooting laser beams, and Orbit could not deal with them over the hotel, or the first 2 stays at Hotel. But here, the final hour, it will win in Hotel Search and Destroy 6-1 in dominant fashion, if you ask me, Brody.
Yeah, looking pretty good if you're Orbit. I mean, the penultimate 2 maps there weren't great from Orbit. We'll say that much, right? I think Millennium 7 were definitely in the driver's seat for the hard point, especially that second half of that hard point, and then certainly for the control as well. So that's good if you're a Millennium 7 fan. For Orbit, however, you're very happy with the way that the Search and Destroys in particular did play out. And of course, I mean, going all the way back towards that Fortress hardpoint, mate. Incredible comeback from Orbit, and really, I think going back towards that one at the end of the series, they'll be like, phew, we're very glad we won that one. Here's a look at the end of the stats, though, at the end of the map number 5 on Hotel Search and Destroy. Pretty even across the board, to be frank, even though Orbit do come out with a 6-1 victory.
Yep. Now all eyes are set to playoffs for all these teams. I mean, obviously, between Outlast and Need Nora, commiserations to them. Hoping we get to see those 2 teams at Toronto, because they got to make some really good arguments here towards the end of the road. Here's how the best of 5 series kind of shaped up. And Brody, this very much so could have ended in 4 maps. It's not the case at all. As you see that Fortress hardpoint going to be a little frustrating factor coming through for M7. The boys going to be upset that they lost that by a whole point off of that P3 break. simply not meant to be. Orbit coming back in, already qualified for playoffs, but that is a confidence boost, if you ask me, taking down your Season 3 Challengers champs here for the Elite.
Yeah, and you look over towards final standings here in just a moment. There is a question about how important this actually is for the winners round 1 matches, just in terms of how the seeding goes down, because I believe Orbit have grabbed second with their head-to-head victory over Millennium 7. That means that they face down Convoy Gaming as opposed to Omit in their winners round 1 match. Not sure how significant that is, I think, on the whole. What it does guarantee us, at least, is a Millennium 7 versus Omit matchup to kick off winners round 1, which to me, I'm ready for, mate. I'm seated. I'm good.
That's gonna be a banger. I mean, every single playoff match, realistically, is just gonna absolutely slap. But I mean, man, this Decimate squad only dropped 5 maps, went flawless for series win-loss record. Almost lost that last one versus Outlast. Went absolutely the distance to around 11 on Fortress Search and Destroy. But man, the Decimate stonks have never looked better. This team is a force to be reckoned with. Orbit obviously making that final argument for the 2nd seed. Anarchy, unfortunate to say the least that they did lose that last series versus Nita Norg, but regardless of the matter, the playoffs are set. The dinner table is ready, Brody. I'm ready to feast.
Yeah, we love North American challenges just because of how competitive these matchups are always, and I think looking at kind of the prospective playoff bracket, as it were, mate, I'm pretty excited to see kind of how everything is going to turn out here, because as we said, you know, we talk about, you know, the playoff bracket as it currently stands, talk about kind of the season as it currently stands. We didn't really know coming into this season who the top North American Challengers teams were really gonna be, right? We had an inkling, we looked over towards teams like Millennium 7, obviously Season 3 champions, and Omit, Orbit, these teams that have been pretty consistent. Anarchy Gaming, who have been Reapers on LAN, but when it comes down to online, not able to translate that same success so much. So a lot of different question marks, and I think now as we get into the mixer here for the final bracket, for the final season of Challengers Elite here in North America, that's when I think a lot of questions are going to be answered. And again, especially ahead of kind of postseason, ahead of Toronto, ahead of Challengers finals, things are really heating up here in Call of Duty Challengers. But that's going to be all from us here at the end of day number 3 of action. I almost said day number 1 there, but it's not day number 1, it's day number 3 of action. Our round robin segment is over. We've got our 8 teams to North American playoffs, and of course our 8 teams for European playoffs as well. Make sure you guys tune in at the usual times tomorrow for more matches, and of course, because it's playoff days, we've got even more matches to talk about. We've got 3 matches worth of Call of Duty in each region to go over tomorrow as we kick off the playoff bracket for the final season of Call of Duty Challengers Elite. Trust me, you guys do not want to miss it. Catch up all the action tomorrow. We'll be back with more Call of Duty Challengers Elite.